I'm a 6'5", 240 running back out of Florida, and I'm best known for running through you. They always refer me to being Derrick Henry's twin, but I'm just a beast. My freshman, sophomore, and junior year, I had 0 offers. So coming into this senior year, I have to pick up some offers. Like I said, I will run through you. Hold on, rewind. I will boom over you. We're going into our first game against Kissing Me. I mean, I ran that ball outside and cut it back inside for a touchdown early on. We're going into that next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I run it outside again, and I absolutely run this cornerback over. He felt me. I'm gonna have to give him my all if I want top 5 power offers, but running outside again, I juke, get back up that field and break one tackle, and as you can see, I hit that sideline, and I will go all the way for 6, and I'm turned up. And they just seem to not be able to put a stop to Derek Badookie Jr., but as you can see, I juke again, and they cannot stop me as I fight for that first down, and I will get it. I mean, this offensive line is just blocking. These holes are opening up as I go in with another touchdown, and I give all praises to the Most High. 1st and 10 going into the next play, I absolutely run through this dude, and I mean, we're up 42-3. We're gonna do nothing but pound that ball down their throat, but going into the next play, I run him over again, and every time I'm rushing for 10. But we're going to win the game, and Derek Badookie Jr. ends the game off of 29 carries, 318 yards, and 8 total TDs. After all the work that I put in over the summer, I mean, I'm just excited to have my first scholarship offer from James Madison, and coach said they would love to have me up there running back. Going into our next game against CHS High School, I mean, I started off intense with an inside zone, and I absolutely gave him the boom on my shoulder and ran him over for that first down, and I'm gonna rush for 10 every time. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, I give him the meanest stiff arm, and then I boom him for that first down. I ran through him. I mean, Derek Badookie Jr. wanted it all, and he wanted some more of that contact. I mean, he's like a bowling ball on 2nd down again. He absolutely run through this defender. Into the next play on 1st and 10, he finds a crease and absolutely runs him over in the end zone for the touchdown. 1st and 10, he has a jet option, and he hits that hole, breaks one tackle, bests it back out left side, and he sees nothing but that end zone and that green grass, and he will go for 6. And I mean, the speed that Derek Badookie Jr. has is amazing. On 2nd down, he juke, get up that field with the bad intentions, and I almost go for 6, but he gets tackled. Getting down to that goal line, you know who the ball is going to, and he fights for that touchdown. But I mean, he is just taking their heart away. I mean, he getting back down to the goal line, he's just fighting for a touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. But he gets player of the game with 6 total TDs. But I mean, all of the attention is going on Derek Badookie Jr. I mean, he gets an offer from Cincinnati and another offer from Georgia Southern. He has also got interest in the mail from West Virginia, Wake Forest, and Virginia Tech. I mean, things are coming in. We're going into our next game against Gainesville. As you can see, I have an inside zone, and I will take this rush for about 8 yards. Not only can I run that ball, but on 4th and 3, I can catch it out of that backfield, and I will run you over, break another tackle, and I almost get in that box, but I get tackled. To the next play on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I run in the back of my O-lineman, but that doesn't stop me from forward progress, and I get a big gain. But as you see, going into the next play, I have a jet sweep, and I take it outside left, and I will go all the way for 6. Now, I mean, Derek Badookie Jr. is having a monster game. On 1st and 10, he catches another ball out of the backfield, breaks one tackle, breaks another tackle, and almost break another one. But he gets brought down. But going into the next play on 2nd and 1, he hits an outside zone and hits that hole, and oh my God, he looks like he is gone, but he gets Hawkins shoved out of bounds. Getting down to that goal line, you know nothing is going to stop him when he lowers that shoulder as he go in with another one. In the next drive on 1st and goal, he comes in with another one, and he told the crowd that he's eating up and he wants some more. But as you can see, he had 39 carries, 318 yards, and 5 rushing TDs. To get an offer from Nick Saban is unbelievable. I picked up an offer from Alabama and Wake Forest, and I have 3 interest offers in Colorado, Northwestern, and Stanford. The spotlight is on me after picking up a tremendous number of offers. But going into the next game against Port St. Lucie, I break a tackle, break another tackle, and I will go up that sideline, break another tackle, and almost go, but I get shoved out of bounds. Derek Badookie Jr. has some hard running early on. On 1st and 10, he gets tripped up, but that doesn't stop him. He catches himself and still gets that first down. We're going into the next play on 2nd and goal. As you can see, he gets a sweep play, and he is wide open and walks in that end zone for the touchdown. On 2nd and 8, that dog comes out of Derek Badookie Jr. He just runs and fight for that first down. We're going into the next play on 3rd and 4, I bounce it outside, run him over. He needs to hit the weight room, and I will go all the way in for 6, and I was turned up. You can see going into the next play on 2nd and 3, I have another jet option. I break one tackle early on, and I hit that sideline, and I'm almost going. I stiff arm, and he brings me down. That wasn't a strong enough punch. I'll get him next time. But on 4th and 6, I run a streak right up the middle, catch that ball, and I hurdle into the end zone because they cannot bring me down. And I told my teammates, hey, that's 5. That's 5. But it was actually 6. I get player of the game with 6 total TDs. I pick up a dream come true offer from Stanford, and I actually pick up 3 interest offers in West Virginia, Texas Tech, and Texas. After all these ball out games, I am ranked 24 in the nation. But going Going into our next game against Mulberry, as you can see, we had a jet read option. As you see, I catch myself, break one tackle, I throw him off of me, cause get off of me, and I go for that first down. Going into that next play on 2nd and 8, this was makes me so special by catching that ball out of that backfield for a game. I just won, but going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I catch the ball out of that backfield again, and I see nothing but that end zone. I will go for 6, and he wants nothing but that end zone. But going into the next play on 2nd and inches, I bounce it back inside, bounce it back outside, break a tackle, and almost drag him into that end zone. And I got up and said, you are gonna need 2 to bring Derek Badookie Jr. down. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, as you can see, I punched that ball in, and he got that dog in him. But going into the next play on 2nd and 12, this DB tried to come down, and I laid that boom on him. He just must not know who I am. I will run through you. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you see, I get a jet option, but I trip myself up, catch myself, and I outrun these 2 defenders, and I go in for 6. I mean, I'm having a ball out game every week. I have another ball out game with 4 total TDs. And I pick up a crazy offer from West Virginia, and I pick up 3 entrance offers in Washington State, Washington, and Oregon. Going into our next game against Arbondale, I start off intense on 2nd and 11 by getting up that hole and getting to that first down with bad intention. Going into the next play on 2nd and 3, I hit that outside, and I absolutely run this kid over, and I keep going up that field. And I made sure to ring his bell early on. You're gonna know who Derek Badookie Jr. is. But he fights his way in for a touchdown. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 1, these holes are opening up, and I run this kid over, and I get up that field for some yards. But I stayed intense throughout the game, and on 1st and 10, I hit this outside, cut it back in, and as you can see, I throw him off of me, and I get up that field, and I'm breaking tackle. You cannot touch me. Going into this next play on 2nd and 2, I hit that outside with a stretch, and as you can see, I have 1 minute beat, but I tried to hurdle him, but I get tackled. But as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, they did not want to tackle me. I just ran right through them and went in for the touchdown. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I go in with a sweep play for another touchdown. And I get player of the game with 4 total TDs, and I pick up an offer from Oregon, and I pick up 3 insurance offers in Colorado, Northwestern, and California. Going into our next game against Inglewood, I start off intense. On 1st and 10, as you can see, I make these 2 miss and get back up that field, get up that sideline, and I will go all the way. And look at the elusive speed that Derek Badookie Jr. has with a touchdown. I mean, this game, I'm just running all over their defense. On 2nd and 1, I bounce it outside, and I hit him with a stiff arm, but it wasn't strong enough to get him off of me. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, they thought I was going outside, but I bounced it back inside for the touchdown. And as you can see, going into the next play on 2nd and 1, I hit that hole, and oh my God, I burst a speed, and I try to run through him, but I didn't. I get pushed out of bounds. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a sweep, and I hit that left sideline, and I try to run through him again, and I did. But he brought me down. But going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I have a jet read option, and I hit that left sideline, and as you can see, I go in for 6. And I had a monster game with 6 total TDs, and as you can see, I pick up an offer from California, and I have 3 entrance offers in Oklahoma, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. Going into playoff round number 1 against Tissueville, I mean, it didn't start off intense. I mean, on 1st and 10, they were strapping me up early. And I mean, on 3rd and 1, this defense was rallying that ball, but I finally get up that field and get a first down. And I started to pick up the pace. I mean, I was getting forward progress, and I was hitting those holes early. And it's either win or go home. And as you can see, on 1st and 10, they were not playing. They hit me for a tackle for loss. Things are not looking too short. On 2nd and 14, I try to juke, but I get put down for a tackle for loss. And that's 2 back-to-back, and that's a negative 2-yard loss. But I mean, we just keep getting put in bad predicaments. And 3rd and 44, as you can see, I get a screenplay. I catch that ball and hit that sideline, and I try to get something shaking, but I almost get to that first down. And things still seem to go wrong. On 3rd and 7, the ball gets thrown at the back of my head, and I was angry. I mean, with all the turnovers that we keep having, Tissueville drives down the field and puts 3 on that board. We have to change this momentum if we want to win the game. But on 3rd and 36, I don't know what Steve Merker is doing, but he is not throwing the ball to me. But as you can see, with all the turnovers that we have, they go down and kick 3 to take them up 9-7. On 3rd and 4, I try to turn the game around, but all I could get was a first down, and that wasn't enough. We go on to lose, and we go home. Derek Badookie Jr. had a horrible game as he picked up an offer from Ohio State and pick up 3 entrance offers in Washington State, Virginia Tech, and Virginia. But with that being said, I'm faced with the biggest decision of my life. I mean, I have a lot of Power 5 offers, and I don't know where to go. A long decision with my family, I finally figured out where I wanted to go, and I felt like going with Nick Saban would be home for me. Coming in as a 2nd string running back as a freshman isn't bad, and I'm going to be put up to the test, but I laid that boom early on. As you can see, that stiff arm. Very much a Derrick Henry Jr. moment, but as you can see, I take it to the crib early on, and I mean, I was gone. As you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. was running through these defenders all day. He is a dog, but as you can see, coach said you're doing well, and next week you could challenge for that next string. Going into my first game in the Chick-fil-A kickoff against Virginia Tech didn't start off well. I mean, I'm riding the bench, and it doesn't feel good to sit on the bench. I'm going to always root my team on to stay patient, but my time finally came, and I had a jet option, but he didn't hand me that ball off, so I tried to go out and block. As we drive down the field, I get another option, and I get the ball for the first time and almost go for that first down, but I didn't. And I get it again, and as you can see, I hit that sideline on 4th and 1, and oh my God, I about went for 6. As you can see, we end them the old-fashioned way, and I end the game off with 3 carries and 17 yards. Not a so good game. As you can can see, coaches gave me another opportunity to move up that depth chart and be running back number 1. And as you can see, I'm going to take advantage of it. I mean, I was breaking tackles early. And I'm going to give you a long day. But as you can see, you have an outside zone and I bounce it back inside and try to go for 6, but they tackle me. But that won me my position battle. As you can see, going into the next play, I have a screen play. I catch that ball out of that backfield and I get a burst of speed. And as you can see, I absolutely break one tackle. I run through him and get in that box. I was just short. But talking to coach after practice, he said, congratulations, you are now the number 1 running back on the depth chart. On to our next game against number 5, 2-0 Texas A&M. As you can see, I get that inside zone early on 2nd and 10 and take it for the first down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, it's like I'm like a load to bring down. He is not coming down. Derek Badookie Jr. is a dog. As you can see, he is shushing the crowd having this second carry because he is starting to feel it. But going into the next play on inside zone, he boom over this defender and goes in his zone for his first career touchdown. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, he's being a key player. He sees the safety comes down to go inside and he goes outside and he goes all the way for 6. I mean, 2-in-1 game as a freshman is crazy. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that whole inside zone. I juke, get back outside. And as you can see, I'm just going to outrun this defender and I will do so. And I go all the way for another one. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, this defense is having a problem with Derek Badookie Jr. all night. As I hit that outside again, I break one tackle. And as you can see, I keep going, but I finally get tackled. I get up and water outside and tell him, look at the back of my jersey because it will be remembered. As you can see, we're going to win the game. And I have a pretty big ball out game with 23 carries, 277 yards, and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 1-on-1 Colorado State. As you can see, I had an inside zone. I hit that hold and I bounced it back outside. And I mean, it was nothing but to outrun everybody. And I was going up that sideline, but then I got tackled. And he is starting off with the juice early on. On 1st and 10, we had an inside zone. I absolutely run through him and drag him for that first down. He is coming with bad intentions. He is not here to play. But on 2nd and 8, I hit that hole. I throw him off of me. I break another tackle and I hit that right sideline, but then I got brought down. Every run I get is going for 10 to 15 yards. 1st and 10, I break through that middle again on inside zone, and I mean, that hole was so open. As you can see, we are marching down that field. On 1st and 10, I tripped myself up before I went in that end zone. To the next play on 2nd and 1, I get a sweep, and as you can see, I go into that end zone, and I told them boys it's over with. We're going to win the game, but as you can see, I end the game off with 25 carries, 221 yards, and 1 rushing TD. To our next game against number 23, 2-1 Ole Miss. As you can see, I have an inside zone, and I hit that hole, and I zigzag back out, and I zigzag back in, and I almost break, but he shoestring me. As you can see, on 3rd and go, we strike early. I punched that rock in. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, it was supposed to be an outside play, but I bounced it back up, and I go get that first down with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see, we had a jet option, but I break one tackle. Actually, I break another tackle. I hit that sideline, and I will go all the way for 6. And I was fired up. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, I run into my teammate, but that didn't stop me. I still went and got that first down. They need some help out there. But going into the next play on 4th and 1, big time players make big time plays, and I will lay my head down and lay that boom. But I ended the game off for 32 carries, 216 yards, and 4 TDs. On to our next game against 3-1 Georgia State. We have to come out at 10. So we start off with a stretch on 2nd and 10, and I absolutely run him over. I juke, made a miss, and got up that field. And as you can see, he shoestring tackled me. To the next play on 1st and 10, I have a jet option, and I bounce it out left, and I see nothing but that end zone, and I will go all the way for 6. And I was turned up, but on 3rd and inches, as you can see, I break one tackle, break another tackle. I spent out of that and almost broke, but I got brought down. Derek Badookie Jr. is becoming a problem, but on 3rd and 1, as you can see, he goes in with another touchdown. Going into the next play on 2nd and 3, we run that ball right up that middle, and the DB tried to come down and hit me, but I ran through him. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, I run that ball up that middle, and Derek Badookie Jr. is searching for another one. He will get what he's looking for. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, he runs that ball right up the gut for another one. To our next game against Kentucky, I juke, get up that field, and as you can see, I will hit that right sideline, and no one is gonna catch Derek Badookie Jr. as he go all the way for 6 early on. I mean, I was absolutely fired up. That is a way to start the game off. Going to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, he pitched me that ball, and as you can see, Kentucky defense is having a problem with my speed. I am outrunning everybody all day. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a jet option, and I hit that hole, and I'm almost gone, but he shoestrings me before I gets loose. Going into the next play on 3rd and 6, as you can see, I'm not only a problem running that ball, but I'm a problem catching that ball out of that backfield as I catch a pretty big gain of 40 yards. And I was fired up. Getting down to that goal line on 1st and goal, as you can see, I bounced it outside, and I try to get in, but I was short to the 1. As you can see, I didn't want it enough. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I run a route, and I dunk on this DB, and as you can see, I will go all the way, but this DB had the right angle on me to bring me down. On into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I run another route at that backfield, and this time I try to hurdle up, but I almost broke my back. But on 2nd and 2, Derek Badookie Jr. will convert as he go on with a touchdown. On into the next play on 1st and 10, he comes down and laid it, boom! boom, oh my God, and gets that first down. And he was being very relentless, but on 2nd and 4, as you can see, he breaks a tackle, but this defense was rallying that ball and they bring me down. But we're going to win the game. And as you can see, I end the game off a player of the game at 26 carries, 345 yards, and 4 total TDs. Going into our next game against 4-3 Arkansas, we had a counter to start it off with on 2nd down, and I boomed him. I juke, got outside, and I will go. Oh my God, I tried to bounce it back in. I got tackled, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, we had a stretch, but I bounced it back inside, and I am just moving and trying to get to that end zone early on this game. I am not playing. I got up like the man, but going into the next play on 3rd and 6, we had another stretch play, and as you can see, I'm bouncing it outside, and I will go for another first down. On 2nd and 6, as you can see, I had a jet option, and I bounced it outside, and it's only one man to beat him. Will I beat him? Yes, I will. I zigzag into him, but I still get shoestring tackled, and they bring me down, and I was frustrated. That wasn't enough. I wanted 6, but going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I run it right up the middle, and I'm just running through defenders all day. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, as you can see, I hit that hole, and as you can see, I juke, I make a miss, and as you can see, I make another one miss, I make another one miss, and I get up that sideline, and they are not bringing me down. Going into the next play on 3rd and inches, look at the change of the direction that Derek Badookie Jr. has. He will outrun everybody, and he is going all the way for 6. Will be a problem in college football, but going into the next play on 1st and 10 to put the icing on the cake, Derek Badookie Jr. is gone all the way for 6. And I mean, Alabama Crimson Tide has gotten a new running back in town. He is here. With that being said, the freshman Derek Badookie Jr. has broken the school rushing yard record, and we go on to win the game, and I end the game off with 25 carries, 326 yards, and 2 total TDs. Going into our next game against number 14 Tennessee, I gave this defender the meanest stiff arm ever in my career. I mean, he flew so far, but they still tackled me for a tackle for loss. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that hole, and I mean, I boomed them, and I kept going for that first down and more. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run a sweep, and as you can see, I hit that hole, and I break one tackle, and I bounce it back outside, and I have 1 man to beat, and he will not catch Derek Badookie Jr. as I go in with the touchdown. I told him I want some more, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a stretch play, and I run that ball outside, and I lower my shoulder, and I run him over, and I will run up that sideline, but I finally get brought down. Going into the next play, as you can see, on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I hit that hole and juke. Oh my God, I go in for 6, and I was fired up. He totally made him miss, but do not put Derek Badookie Jr. in bad situations. He will make nothing out of something, as he will take this run all the way to the house. I mean, he is gone, and he loves moments where he think he will be doubted. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that hole, and I break one tackle, and I get back up that field, but then I get tackled. Going into this next play on 2nd and 5, the safety thought I was going to run through him how I usually do, but I outran him with the speed that Derek Badookie Jr. has, and I will take it all the way for 6. So we're going to win the game, and as you can see, I end the game off with 25 carries, 421 yards, and 4 total TDs. I had a ball out game. Going into our next game against 4-5 LSU, I mean, we started off on 2nd and 1. I ran that ball for that first down. I break one tackle, and that team is coming. They are rallying that ball. It isn't going to stop Derek Badookie Jr., but as you can see, I run that ball and run right around the defender, and I try to run through him, but he still brings me down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I catch that ball out of that backfield. I juke and get up that field, but they bring me down again. I almost got back up, but going into the next play on 2nd and 7, as you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. route running is just amazing. I mean, he is losing these linebackers and cornerbacks. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you see, I have an inside zone. I hit that hole, I break one tackle, but that defense is rallying that ball. And I mean, that's something that Derek Badookie Jr. has to do. I mean, we have not been down this season, and I almost break loose, but my teammates get in my way. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, we have a counter play, and I hit that outside, and Derek Badookie Jr. is almost gone. And will he go? But he gets brought down. He will be the game changer of this game. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, as you can see, he punches the ball in for the touchdown. That wasn't enough. LSU still goes on to win the game. I end the game off with 24 carries, 164 yards, and 1 rushing TD. Going into our next game against number 1-9-0 Mississippi State, I mean, it started off a little shaky. I didn't even catch the ball that the quarterback threw to me. But on 3rd and 6, I get a run right up the middle, and I mean, I am striking early, and I'm putting my head down and trying to truck everybody. Just after having a good run on 2nd and 13, this D lineman shedded a block and hit me as soon as I got the ball. 7, as you can see, I'm trying to make a game-changing play. I hit that hole and almost bounce it outside and almost take it for 6, but I get brought down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 3rd, as you can see, he was throwing the ball to my teammate, but I caught it for him and got boomed, and that was my fault for catching it. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I'm going to make up for it, and I'm going to catch that ball again, and I actually run through him, but he brings me down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I bump into my alignment, but then I juke and get up that field with bad intentions, and Derek Badookie Jr. will go all the way, but this DB had the right angle on me. They tackled me at the 1. Going into the next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I try to break it up the field, but they bring me down. And I'ma stay relentless all night. On 2nd and 6, as you can see, I hit that hole and I run right through him. I flat ironed him. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 24 carries and 177 yards and 0 rushing TDs. Going into our next game against FCSs, I mean, some bums. We started off intense early on. I told the quarterback to throw it up on 4th down, and I dunked on him, broke a tackle, and was going for yards. I turned up early on. As you can see, we drove down that field, and on 1st and goal, I had a stretch play, and I ran that ball way to the outside and took it in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had a counter play, and as you can see, I run him over, and I am gone all the way. I break another tackle and break another tackle for 6. I mean, Badookie Jr. is running that ball hard all day. On 1st and 10, as you can see, he gets another 1st down. And he is staying relentless, but on 2nd and 7, he has an inside zone, and he hits that hole for another 1st down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run that ball straight up that middle. I run him over into the end zone. I mean, it's 21-0 before the halftime, but as you can see on 1st and 10, I'm putting icing on the cake early on, and I am breaking for another touchdown. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I catch that ball out of that backfoot. I juke, make a miss, and I get up that field with bad intentions for a 21-yard gain. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, as you can see, I catch the ball out of that backfield again, and I trip myself up, and I was going to go for 6. But to put the icing on the cake on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I juke into that end zone for 6, and we will go on to win the game. Going into our next game against 8-3, number 14, Auburn. I mean, it started off intense. I started off with a counter play and ran through this DB on 1st down. To the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I juke back outside, and oh my God, I made him miss, and I will go for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I had a jet option, and I hit that left sideline, and oh my God, all I see is that end zone, and I will go all the way for 6, and I dive in the end zone, and I was fired up with my teammate. As you can see, going into the next play on 2nd and 15, I'm just searching for that 1st down every time I touch that ball. To the next play on 1st and goal, as you can see, I zigzag and run a route, and I go in with a touchdown. And this is why I'm so special. I could catch that ball out of the backfield again on 1st and 10, and I juke made him miss and break another tackle, and I will go for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I had a stretch. I bounced it back right side, and as you can see, I was short for that 1st down. As you can see, we're going to win the game, and I get player of the game with 34 carries, 294 yards, and 2 total TDs. Into the conference championship game against 12-0 Georgia. This is the time to shock the world and show them who I am. So I start off early on 1st and 10 with a pretty big run. I got up and told him I wanted to contact all night, but going into the next play on 2nd and 8, as you can see, this DB came down hard and tackled me for a loss. Going into the next play on 3rd and 10, as you see, I catch the ball at the backfield. I juke, but I try to get up that field, but look how many Georgia Bulldog heads get to that ball. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I break one tackle on the backfield. I juke out of it, and I am almost gone, but a pretty big 19-yard gain. And things are starting to pick up, but on 1st and 10, I get the ball again, and I bounce it back outside and go get another 1st down, but they bring me down. Going into our next play on 3rd and 10, as you see, I bounce it outside. I juke, he didn't go anywhere. I put my head down and trip forward, and I got some yards. Going into our next play on 3rd and goal, as you can see, I bounce it all the way outside, and he pushes me into the end zone for the touchdown. I told them boys, I want this too much. I want this too much. Going into the next play on 4th and 6, big time players make big time plays when it's needed, and I go and get the 1st down for my team. Going into the next play on 2nd set, I have an inside zone, and I hit those holes, and I jump up, and he picks me up and drops me down on the 1-yard line. 1st and goal, as you can see, he punches that ball in. And I mean, this is just amazing, man. It's something that you've always prayed for. We have won the conference championship. Now we are going to that national championship to win. And I mean, those Georgia Bulldogs fought hard, but they didn't fight hard enough. With that being said, Badookie Jr. has won the Heisman his freshman year. He has also won the Robert Maxwell Award, and he has also won the Walter Camp Award, and he has won another award, the Doak Walker Award. Going into our next game against 12-1, number 1 Ohio State. It started off a little intense, but that defense was rallying that ball, but I still got that 1st down to start the game off early. This right here is the national championship, so I'm going out with a bang on 1st and 10. I'm giving it all I got to get to that 1st down marker every time I touch the ball. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, I have a power O play. I bounce it out outside, and as you can see, I break a tackle, and he stops me from progress. Going to the next play on 30 inches, I want it all. I run it right up the middle, and I didn't get in that end zone, so I say, hold on, run that play back. I gotta get in this end zone. So we know huddle it, and the quarterback gets on that ball, and you know who he's gonna give it to. Badookie Jr. goes in with the touchdown early. Look how elusive he is on 2nd and 10 as he juke. He trips himself up, catches himself, breaks a tackle, and almost go. He run through him and made him look crazy. This was what makes him so special. On 2nd and 3rd, he catches the ball at the backfield, laid the boom on him, and he kept going. And as you can see, getting up that sideline, he breaks another tackle, and they finally bring him down. It's 21-21, and I need to make some shake. So on 1st and 10, you know I'm gonna get that ball, and I get a first down every time I touch it, but they bring me down. As you can see, going into this next play, we need our kicker, and he delivers for us to take us up 3. To put the icing on the cake, I have a stretch. I break one tackle, bounce it back inside, and make him miss and get in that end zone for a touchdown to end the game, and we are nationally champions. That is amazing feeling, man. But as you can see, I ended the game off with 27 carries, 257 yards, and 3 rushing TDs. As you can see, this is the end of Derek Badookie Jr. first year of college football. Going into my first practice of my sophomore season, I came out here for respect. We cannot get out of complacent. I mean, we got to come out here and work for another SEC championship. Just look at the hard running that Derek Badookie Jr. has. I mean, every time I come to practice, I practice like a champion because I will be a champion at the end of this. I'm not gonna lie, the defense started rallying that ball, and they got me with a pretty good hit. I boom one, and as you can see, I run a boom another one, and I will go all the way for a 6. I had a pretty good ball out practice before Saturday's game, and coach said you're in no danger of losing that starting position. On to our first game in the Chick-fil-A kickoff game against West Virginia. I mean, it was a little shaky. I mean, West Virginia was rallying that ball early. On to the next play on 3rd and 18. I did not run around that coach gave me, but I still had a catch. On to the next play on 2nd and 3. As you can see, we marched down the field, but I catch that ball in the backfield again. I run him over, and I will go all the way for 6. I told the crowd that Derek Badookie Jr. is back. On to the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I am hitting those holes on this stretch play that I had, and I will hit that left sideline, and I will go all the way for a pretty big 40-yard rush. On to the next play on 2nd and 13. I'm staying relentless. I'm out there breaking tackles, and I will fight for that first down. 1st and goal, you know, to get that ball to Derek Badookie Jr. He goes in with another touchdown. As you can see, on 3rd and 5, we march back down that field. I juke, get up that field with bad intention, break one tackle, and go in the end zone. On 2nd and 1, he boom, didn't see that coming. On to the next play on 1st and goal. As you can see, I run him over for 6. As you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 26 carries, 173 yards, and 3 total TDs. Going into our next game against 0-1 FAU. As you can see, I'm gonna come out here and shock the world, but on this halfback drive, as you can see, I ran him over, but as you can see, they rallied to that ball. Going into the next play on 3rd and 9, I created separation, but he didn't throw the ball my way. He threw it to the other receiver, and it was an interception, but I went and tried to make the tackle, and he threw me off of him, but my teammates came and tackled him. I'm trying to get something started. As you can see, on 1st and 10, I break a tackle in the backfield, but they are coming to that ball, but as you can see, I get up the field. Going into the next play on 3rd one, as you can see, I hit that hole, and I made sure to run through him, but he brought me down with him. Next time, I will run through you. But going into the next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I hit that outside, and I got one man to beat, but he brings me down. But I will get in that box on 2nd and goal. They get that ball to me, and you know I'm gonna take it in for 6. You know what makes me special? Catching that ball out of the backfield, and that's something I couldn't do. On to the next play on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I am hitting that hole and getting them yards. On to the next play on 2nd and 9, I'm searching for that touchdown again, but I just cannot find it. As you can see, we go on to end them boys the old-fashioned way and nail the ball. I end the game off with 26 carries, 113 yards, and 1 rushing TD. Going into our next game against 1-1 Oregon will be a good game, but going into the first play of scrimmage, as you can see, I get the ball on 1st and 10, and I run him over, and I get that first down, and they are not bringing me down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I have an inside zone. I take it for a couple. Going to the next play, 1st and goal, as you can see, I thought I was going to score, but they brought me down. Coach takes me out, and we capitalize. We're going to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I laid a boom on him. I reached for that first down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I catch that ball at backfield. I'm doing what I do best. I juke, run somebody over, and get some yards. I got up like I'm the man, because I am the man, and that's another first down. I told you I'm doing what I do best. On 2nd and 15, I catch that ball again, and I boom him, and I will go all the way for 6. I'm starting to feel myself going into the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I had a stretch, but I bounced it inside, outside, and I will go. Oh my God, for a 22-yard rush. Just when we thought things were good. On 2nd and 1, Bryce Young throws an interception of this game, and I go and lay the boom on him. On to the next play on 1st and 10, we have a jet read option. As you see, I hit that outside, and I see nothing but that end zone, and I will go all the way. I have one man to beat, and he has a great angle on me, but I still will go for 6. On to the next play on 2nd and 7, I have a counter play, and I hit the outside, made a miss, and oh my God, I will go all the way, but I get brought down. As you can see, we go on to win another game, and I have a ball out game with player of the game with 25 carries, 304 yards, and 1 total TD. On to our next game against 2-2 Ole Miss. As you can see, I had a stretch early on, and I hit that hole, and I mean, I was out running everybody, and I will go all the way for 6 early on, and they could not stop Derek Badookie Jr. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounced that ball up inside, and I will go for a first down and almost more. The next play on 2nd and 7, I hit the that outside again, and I mean, I'm going for first down every time I touch the ball. I'm giving this defense a long night all night on 2nd and 6. As you can see, I juke, get up that field with bad intentions for a first down. I have broke the rushing yard record with 3,845 yards. Doing what I do best on 3rd and 2, I made him look crazy, and I ran through this kid, and I will go, but I get boomed. Put the icing on the cake early on. On 1st and 10, I have a jet read option, but I hit that hole again, and that right sideline was my best friend all night, and I hit that sideline, and I will go for 6. I mean, I was fired up with my teammates, but as you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 23 carries, 323 yards. Into our next game against number 25, 3-1 Texas A&M. Didn't start off so well. I mean, they shut me down as soon as I got the ball. We started to draw down that field, and on 1st and 10, I had a stretch play, but I juked back inside, and as you can see, I get up that sideline, but they bring me down. On to the next play on 2nd and 7. As you can see, I run him over, and I have one man to beat, and I will go all the way for it. I juke back inside, but he brings me down. I almost got back up and kept running. Into that 4th quarter on 2nd and 9, I bounced it outside, and as you can see, I'm getting first downs every time, and I'm running that ball hard. Going into the next play on 2nd and 3, as you can see, I hit that outside every time. I juke back inside, and I made him miss, and as you can see, I will go, and he will not bring me down. I'm too strong. We're going in them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and we win the game. And as you can see, I ended the game off of 21 carries, 195 yards, and 0 TDs. On to our next game against 2-3 Kentucky. As you can see, I had a stretch play, and I hit that hole early on, and I mean, Badookie Jr. was moving, and he had one man to beat to get to that end zone, and as you can see, he tackles him. Getting down to that goal line on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I run it right up the middle and put my head down to go score. Into the next play on 4th and 2, look at the redirection of Badookie Jr. He runs both of them over, and he will go all the way for 6. On 1st and goal, he is gonna hurtle to that end zone again. On to the next play on 2nd and 10, I do what I do best, catch that ball out of that backfield, and I try to get up that field, but they cut me off, but I still get a couple yards. On to the next play on 3rd and 2, as you can see, I bounce it back outside, and I mean, I break one tackle, but they rally to that ball with bad intentions. I get up and say, let's go. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, I hit that hole, and I go in for 6. I mean, I was fired up with my teammates, and we go on to win the game, but I get player of the game with 26 carries, 167 yards, and 4 total TDs. Going into our next game against 1-5 Arkansas, we have to blow them out. But as you can see, we start off with a sweep play, and they are rallying that ball. They get a tackle for loss. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I get a screen play, but I catch that ball out of that backfield, and I will break that tackle, and I will get up that sideline with bad intentions, but he pushed me out of bounds. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, as you see, I had a counter play, and I will just outrun this defender, and I will go in for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 9, as you can see, I catch that ball out of that backfield, boom, run him over, and I will get brought down. Badookie Jr. is causing headaches all night. On 1st and goal line pass blocking, and I absolutely boomed him. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, I have a halfback draw, I break one tackle, and I juke, and I mean, I juke for some more yards for a 10-yard rush. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, I'm doing what I do best, catching that ball out of the backfield for a first down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 6, I catch it out of the backfield again, and I boomed him, but he brought me down with him, and I came down to that ground. I mean, I'm just tearing Arkansas defense up, catching that ball out of that backfield. On 3rd and 9, I catch another big pass for a pretty big gain. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I said, get off of me, and I stiff armed him and got up that field. I juke back inside and almost broke loose, but I got brought down. As you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off a player of the game with 31 carries, 133 yards, and 1 total TD. Going into our next game against 4-4 Tennessee, I mean, this is a night game, and I'm here to show the world who I am, and I stiff arm him and run through them for some yards. To the next play on 2nd and 10, we have a jet option. I break one tackle, and as you can see, I pick myself up, and I see nothing but that end zone, and I will go all the way for 6, and that was amazing. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had a counter, and he just drilled me for a tackle for loss. Going into the next play on 3rd and 8, as you can see, I break one tackle, and they are rallying to that ball. On 2nd and 1, Badookie Jr. is still running that ball with some hard running. He is running through defenders. Driving down that field on 2nd and 4, I hit that whole break 2 tackles, and oh my God, I told him I was coming with that stiff arm, so get out of my way. Into the next play on 3rd and 10, doing what I do best, catching that ball out of that backfield. Badookie Jr. will go all the way for 6 to take his team up 21-10. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it out outside, and the speed that I have is just amazing. I have one man to beat, and he finally brings me down. I'm gonna keep running that ball hard, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit those holes, and I will go in for 6. Want to put the icing on the cake on 2nd and 8, I will outrun everybody, and I will hit that left sideline, and I see nothing but that end zone, and Badookie Jr. will go all the way for 6. As you can see, we go on to win the game, and I end the game off a player of the game with 23 carries, 251 yards, and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-4 LSU. As you can see, I have an inside zone early on. I break one tackle and take it for an 8-yard rush. On to the next play on 2nd and 3. I booming, but they bring me down. Doing what Derek Badookie Jr. does best on 3rd and 10. He catches that ball out of the backfield and gets a first down for his team. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, as you can see, I have a halfback draw and I break one tackle and I will get up that field for a first down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I said we need to separate ourselves, so I hit those holes and I will go all the way with the burst of speed. Derek Badookie Jr., he dives and he hits him leg, but he goes in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I lay that boom and I will get up the field for a first down, and that was an 11-yard rush. Oh my god. Yeah, let's go. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will redirect myself and run all the way across the field, and I am going. I am just outrunning everybody. Derek Badookie Jr. is the king of college football. Going into the next play, as you can see, is now in overtime, and it is 2nd and 12, and I get up that field with bad intention for a 15-yard rush, and we go on to win the game. I end the game off of 30 carries, 255 yards, and 2 total TDs. Going into our next game against 7-1, number 8 Mississippi State. I mean, I was trying to make something shake early on. I was outrunning defenders and trying to get to that first down. As you can see, I was pounding that ball. But going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I was getting to that first down with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounced back and almost broke loose for that end zone, but I fell down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, I was getting that first down every single time I touched the ball. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, as you can see how special I am catching that ball out of the backfield. I laid a boom on that defender. I made sure he felt me, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, I hit that hole and go win for 6. And I'm not here to play, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I had a sweep, and I mean, I hit that hole and I hit that outside, and I look like I am gone, but I get shoestring tackled. I was seconds away from greatness, but on 2nd and 10, I hit that hole. It was so wide open for another touchdown. I mean, driving back down that field on 2nd and goal, I get a read option. He pitches it to me, and I go in with another touchdown. Going into the next play on 3rd and 2, as you can see, he pitches it to me, and I absolutely run through him and step out of bounds. As you can see, we're going to win the game. I get player of the game with 37 carries, 215 yards, and 3 total TDs. Into our next game against 2-7 Hawaii, some bums. I mean, I absolutely on first down was trying to go get that first down, but I got a couple yards. I mean, I'm gonna give hard running all night, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I juke, make 2 miss and try to get to that first down marker. I got tackled, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I break one tackle and almost get in that end zone, but I was at the 1. The coach said run that back, and on 1st and goal, you know who he gave that ball to, Derek Badookie Jr. with a touchdown. Going into the next play, just look at the redirection that Derek Badookie Jr. has. He jukes and go in that end zone for another touchdown. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, we have a counter play, and I run into the back of my teammates, but I finally find a way. I juke, and I will hit that sideline and go all the way. Derek Badookie Jr. is going all the way for 6, and I mean, he is running this team. We were fired up, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, this is what makes me so special. I catch that ball in the backfield, but I try to hurdle, and he just picked me up and dropped me. But you know me, I'm gonna stay relentless all game. On 1st and 10, I juke, get up that field with bad intentions, and I will go all the way, but he shoestring tackles me, and I wanted that one a lot. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that middle, and I break a tackle, and I break another tackle, but the whole crowd brings me down. As you can see, we going to win the game, and as you can see, I get player of the game with 32 carries, 287 yards, and 4 total TDs. Going into our next game against 4-7 Auburn, I started off with a sweep. I was coming out here for respect early, and I will go on to get that first down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, we have a power O run play, and I will always find that outside for greatness, and I try to run him over, but they bring me down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I run a route, which makes me spin. I juke, make a miss, and I try to get up that field with bad intention. That was a pretty good game. But going into the next play on 2nd and 9, we have another power O, and Derek Badookie Jr. will fight for that first down every time he put the ball in his hand, and he is the man. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, this right here puts the icing on the cake. He jukes, gets up that field with bad intentions, and he sees nothing but that end zone, and he will go all the way down for 6. Auburn couldn't hang on, but as you can see, I get player of the game with 28 carries, 205 yards, and 2 total TDs. As you can see, we're back against number 6 Georgia in the SEC Conference Championship, and we did not start off intense. I mean, they got me for a tackle for loss early. Going into the next play on 3rd and 11, Bryce Young is not throwing the ball my way, but he throws it to our other teammate and throws an interception, and we are not starting off good. I laid the boom on him, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I juke, trying to get something started for my team and get to that first down with bad intentions. But going into the next play on 2nd and 3, as you can see, I get that ball, and then I juke, try to get up that field. I break one tackle, and they are all rallying to that ball. When we get down to that goal line, you know who coach is going to get that ball to. Derek Badookie Jr. with a touchdown. But going into the next play on 2nd and 11, as you can see, I get tackled. I'm just trying to get something started. But on 3rd and 5, I catch a pretty good catch to get the first down for my team. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a jet option, and I hit that hole, and I break a tackle, and he just shoestrings me. I want it all. So on 2nd and 8, I run that same play, and I bounce it outside, and I see nothing but that end zone, but he sets me down at the 2-yard line. At this point, we have no chance. It's 2nd and 4, and I have nothing to do. I try to make something shake for my team, but we go on and lose the championship. I mean, going undefeated and this being your first loss is a tragic loss, and I mean, mean, DeJohn Edwards went on to have a great game. As you can see, I end off with 1 rushing TD. As you can see, I went Heisman back to back, and then I also won the Walter Camp Award, and then I also won the Doak Walker Award. Going into the Rose Bowl against number 3 USC. I mean, it started off intense. I was trying to go get that first down early on. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I had a counter play, but I got up that field with bad intentions and went to gotten that first down. As you can see, I'm staying relentless throughout the game, and on 3rd and 2, I'm pushing that pow to get to that touchdown. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I juke, I make a miss, and then I break this tackle, and I dive in that end zone for the touchdown, and I was fired up. This is what makes me so special. On 2nd and 14, I catch that ball out of the backfield, I boom, and make him get out of my way, and I juke up that field for some pretty good game. The next touchdown, I broken the school record. But going into the next play on 2nd and 8, they were rallying that ball early, and I don't know what my O-line was doing. On 1st and 10, they were just getting to that ball and tackling me for tackle for loss. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I had a juke, and he boomed me. Oh my God. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, I stay relentless throughout the whole game, and as you can see, I go in with another touchdown, and we are bowl champs. We have finally did it. Badookie Jr. had an awesome game with 24 carries, 93 yards, and 3 total TDs. I mean, he is having the time of his life at Alabama Crimson Tide. I just wanted that SEC Conference Championship, but as you can see, Coach holds that trophy up. This is the end of Derek Badookie Jr. sophomore season. Drop in the comments down below. Do you think he's going to stay with Alabama Crimson Tide, or he is going to hit the transfer portal? Derek Badookie Jr. was faced with the biggest decision of his life. I mean, he got an NIL deal from Cincinnati for a $1 million deal, and he could not turn that down, so he did leave Nick Saban and transfer to Cincinnati. I went over it with my family, but I just don't know if this was the right decision for me. Coming from a 2-time championship team and going to this team not knowing if we're going to go to that championship could affect my draft stock. Derek Badookie Jr. wanted better for his family now and not wait later, even though he's going to get more money down the run. As you can see, he's dominating early on. Coach said, great practice. You're in no danger of losing that starting position. Going into our home opener against Purdue, I mean, it started off a little slow. I mean, that defense was rallying that ball, and Derek Badookie Jr. could not get up that field. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, he bounced it outside, and he will get up that field with bad intentions to get that first down and more. He is just getting started. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a read option. He pitches to me. I juke, get up that field with bad intentions, and I will go all the way, but I run him over, and he brings me down. I thought I seen a crease for 6, but I didn't. But going into the next play on 2nd and 3, as you can see, I hit that hole, and oh my God, will I go all the way? Yes, he will. I will outrun this whole defense and go all the way for 6, and that is Derek Badookie first touchdown. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that hole, let that boom on me going for 6. But I mean, this defense just failed to bring me down. But going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I made 2 miss, and I will run him over. Oh my God, and I get up that field. I'm still that man. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it back outside, and oh my God, I'm breaking tackles and almost go in. But I was just short of that touchdown. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, you know why I'm so special. Boom, catch that ball out of that backfield for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and inches, just look at the elusive speed that Derek Badookie Jr. has. He will outrun the whole team, but he goes for a pretty big 35-yard rush. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I had a stretch, and I will hurdle in that end zone for 6, but they said I wasn't in. As you can see, we're up 42-14, and to put the icing on the cake, Derek Badookie Jr. will take it all the way for 6 to get his team that W. This is an amazing start to the season for Derek Badookie Jr., but as you can see, he ended the game off with 20 carries, 297 yards, and 4 total TDs. Going into our next game against 1-0 Illinois, we have to break their heart. But going into the first play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I had a counter play, and I did not get far, but I got a pretty big 5-yard gain. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I juke, made a miss, but then I got boomed. That does nothing but make me stronger. On 1st and 10 on this read option, he pitches the ball to me. Oh my God, I made all 4 of them miss, and I will hit that left sideline, but then I get brought down. And that was a spectacular run. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, what I do special is catch that ball out of that backfield, and I juke, get up that field with the bad intentions, and I will go all the way, but he tackles me and bring me down. They need to hit the weight room. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that hole. It was so wide open. This O-line is blocking for me, but I get shoestring. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I catch that ball out of the backfield again, and I boom, ran them both over, but I fall down. As you can see, we going to nail the ball and end these boys the old-fashioned way. We going to win the game, and I end the game off with 21 carries, 148 yards, and no rushing TDs. To our next game against some bums, FCS East. I mean, it started off intense on 1st and 10. I boomed him, oh my God, and got to that first down with bad intentions. And that stiff arm is filthy. We're going into the next play on 1st and 10. I have a counter play, and I hit the outside and run him over and fight for that first down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 2, they tripped me, and I could not catch my balance. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 8. As you can see, I have a stretch play, and I hit that hole, and I make make him miss, and I will go all the way. I juke, make him miss, and I will get up that field with bad intentions, but he shoestrings me at the 1 yard line. On first and goal, Derek Badookie Jr. goes in for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 4, being an amazing route runner, I'm wide open for the touchdown and catch the ball out of bounds. And I was frustrated. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 9. I had a halfback draw, and I juke get up that field, and oh my God, I stretched that ball for the touchdown, but they didn't give it to me. On 1st and goal, I will get that touchdown back and go in for 6. I mean, this is just like a stat game. On 1st and 10, I catch the ball at backfield again and going for another one. I mean, we are now up 36-0. We're going into the next play on this read option. I juke, I break a tackle, and oh my God, I spin and made him miss, and I will get up that field with bad intentions. I see nothing but that end zone, and Derek Badookie Jr. will go all the way for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and goal, as you can see, he catch the ball at the backfield again for another touchdown. We're going to blow them out, and I end the game off for 16 carries, 225 yards, and 3 total TDs. Going into our next game against 0-2 Miami, as you can see, it started off a little intense. I was driving up that field and trying to work my way to that first down. I was making sure to find every crease I could hit, but on 1st and 10, I hit that outside, and as you can see, I get that first down and a little more. I want that end zone, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a read option. He pitches me that ball, and I have so much open space, and as you can see, I break one tackle and still get up that field, and I will go, but I get shoestring tackle. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run right out of that backfield, and the quarterback just couldn't connect with me. I stayed relentless throughout the whole game. On 1st and 10, I have a stretch, and I find a little crease, and I will hit it, and I will get up that field. I run him over and still get up that field and fight for more yards. Going into that next play on 1st and 10, we have a counter, and I hit that left outside. I outrun him because he cannot keep up with me, and I go on and score, and we will go on to win the game. Going into our next game against 3-1 South Florida did not start well. I mean, he hit me, and I didn't even have the ball, and I got injured, and I was out for some time. And when I got back on 2nd and 3, I started off relentless. I broke one tackle, and then I break another tackle, and I got back up that sideline with bad intentions, and I will go all the way, and I got tired and fell at the 1 yard line. I wanted it too bad, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that hole and get up that field for 10, and I will get 10 every time. Going into the next play on 3rd and goal, I lay that boom on him and going for 6. As you can see, we're up 21-18, and now all we got to do is run that clock out, and I get up that field with bad intentions. And as you can see, we end them the old-fashioned way. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off for 17 carries, 133 yards, and 1 total TD. Into our next game against 3-2 Temple. Started off intense. I had an inside zone, and I hit that hole, and I juke and got up that field for a pretty big 19-yard rush. Temple strike first, but we're going to strike back with another touchdown. And I'm not here to play, but going into the next play on 2nd and 12, I see a big hole, and I hit it, and I will get up that field with bad intentions, and I break a couple tackles and go up for a pretty big game. Derek Badookie Jr. is here, and he is back as he hit this hole, and he will outrun all of these Temple defenders, and he will go all the way for 6, and he was fired up. Just when things were going good on 2nd and 3, I mean, I started running backwards, and they were rallying that ball for a huge tackle for loss. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, you know I'm a downhill runner. I will run through you. Get out of my way, and I'm going to run straight to that end zone. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I had a counter play, and as you can see, I made him miss, and I will hit that outside, and I am dangerous when I hit that outside, and I will go all the way for 6. On 1st and goal, you know who's punching it in. Derek Badookie Jr. with a touchdown, but we go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 26 carries, 268 yards, and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-3 Charlotte. It was a pretty rough start. I mean, they forced us to a 3-and-out early on. Going into the next play on 2nd and 1, I bounce it outside, and I mean, I throw him off of me, and look at the balance. I stay in bounds, and I juke back in, and I get a pretty big gain of 14. On to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it outside again, and I have 1 minute to beat, but I want to run through him, but he brings me down to that ground, and he felt me. But going into the next play, I have broken the score rushing yard record with 1,371 yards, and I was fired up. On to that next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it outside, and I juke back inside, and I break one tackle, and I will go all the way for 6. Going into this next play on 3rd and 3, as you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. is in his mode, and you will not take him out of it, and he will go all the way down for 6, and I mean, no one can catch him. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, as you can see, he hit that hole, he jukes back outside, and he breaks one tackle, and he will go all the way, and Derek Badookie Jr. is out here breaking all of the records. The icing on the cake on 1st and 10, I have a stretch play, and these holes are opening up, and I am making defenders miss, and I will go to that touchdown again for another touchdown, but we going to win the game, and I end the game off for 20 carries, 259 yards, and 5 total TDs. Into our next game against 1-5 Memphis. I mean, it started off intense. I came out of that backfield doing what I do special and catching that ball for a pretty big gain, and I was out there breaking tackles early for a 19-yard reception. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had an inside zone, and I hit that hole, and I'm just throwing defenders off me for that first down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, this is why you have strong calf muscles. You throw him off of you, and you hit that outside and go all the way for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 13, Derek Badookie Jr. will hit that hole, and he's going for 10 to 15 average every time he touched the ball. Going into the next play, he's starting to feel a little dangerous. On 2nd and 2, he hit that hole, but as he juke get up that field with bad intentions, and he will go all the way for 6. If I was out there, I would be scared too. He is a hard runner, but on 2nd and 9, he is going to get that first down. And he is threat, but not also on the ground, but he's also a threat catching that ball out of that backfield as he break a tackle and go for a pretty big gain. As you can see, going into the next play on 3rd and 7, he catches that ball out of the backfield again and almost rolls in the end zone, but he was short. On 1st and goal, you know who's going to punch that ball in, Derek Badookie Jr. To the next play on 3rd and 4, as you can see, he catch that ball out of that backfield and he jukes up that field and tries to go for 6, but he gets tackled. We're going to win the game, and as you can see, I ended the game off for 22 carries, 144 yards, and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against 5-2 SMU. I mean, it started off intense. On 1st and 10, as you can see, I broke a tackle, got back up that field, and I was fighting for that first down, and I did not get it. On to the next play on 2nd and 2, I had an inside zone, but he shoestringed me. But going down on that 1st and goal, you know who to get a ball to. Derek Badookie Jr. scored. Going to the next play on 2nd and 6, I catch that ball out of the backfield, and they bring me down. I'm gonna stay relentless out of the whole game. On 1st and 10, I catch that ball out of that backfield, and I get a pretty big gain of 25. Going to the next play on 3rd and 3, we need to make something happen. Derek Badookie Jr. catches that ball out of the backfield, and he outruns him with the speed that he has and turns on the jets and goes all the way for 6. That's when you thought he was finished. On 1st and 10, he hits that outside, and he will break a tackle and hit that outside again, and he will go all the way. Derek Badookie Jr. is always breaking records, and he is the man. And on 3rd and goal, he puts the icing on the cake and ends the game. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off of 23 carries, 211 yards, and 3 total TDs. Going into our next game against 3-5 Rutgers, did not start off so well. I mean, they were rallying that ball. On 2nd and 6, I'm going to change that. I'm going to find a way to get to that first down. I don't care who you are. Derek Badookie Jr. will fight for yards. We're going into the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, they are just rushing the pal and getting to me with bad intentions. Every time they get me, I strike back. On 4th and inches, I catch the ball out of the backfield, but I get hit. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, I have a screenplay, but he is coming down really hard to tackle me for a tackle for loss. Things are starting to heat up. On 2nd and 4, I'm starting to find them holes and get them big gains from me and my team. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, we have a screenplay, and I catch that ball, and I see nothing but that end zone, and I will outrun everybody to get in that end zone for 6. Do something, I do it big. I go back to back on 1st and 10. I will outrun this whole team, and I will hit that left sideline, and I see nothing but daylight, and I will go all the way for 6. I was fired up, but we're going to end them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, but I end the game off for 27 carries, 276 yards, and 1 rushing TD. On to our next game against 4-6 Houston. Didn't start off so well. As you can see on 2nd and 6, I could not move that ball to that first down. They tackled me for a tackle for loss. On to the next play on 3rd and 7, I had a screen play and the quarterback just could not connect with me. On to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that hole straight up the middle and it was wide open, and I will go all the way for 6. Derek Badookie Jr. is bad. I mean, just look at the hard running he had all night. On 1st and 10, he's making defenders miss, and he get to that first down with bad intentions, but they bring him down. And he's going to keep fighting for yards every down, but on 4th and 1, as you can see, he find a crease, and he almost breaks loose again, but they both bring him down. As you can see, he wants it bad, but going into the 1st and 10, he's juking and weaving in the holes. Oh my God, and he gets to that touchdown with bad intentions. This Houston defense is having trouble all night. On 1st and 10, I break again, and I got one man to beat to that touchdown, and I will beat him. They just don't know who Derek Badookie Jr. is. But going to 2nd and 10, I catch a pass out of the backfield, and as you can see, I was stiff arming for some yards. As you can see, we going to lose the game, and I end the game off of 23 carries, 260 yards, and 3 rushing TDs. Going into our next game against 10-1 Louisville, they were rallying that ball early on. On 1st and 10, they tackled me for a tackle for loss. As soon as you get me, I'm going to get you right back. On 2nd and 12, my teammate picked up this block for me, and I hit that right sideline, and I will go all the way for 6, and I'm fired up. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I have an inside zone. I bounce it back outside, and oh my God, I broke a tackle, and I hit that sideline, and I almost break again for another one, but I get pushed out. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a halfback draw, and I'm going to make something out of nothing, bumping into my O-lineman. I'm going to get that first down. On 2nd and 14, I'm eating this defense alive. I juke. Oh my God, and get to that first down with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, doing what I do best, catching that ball out of that backfield. I get a pretty big gain of 27. On 1st and goal, Derek Badookie Jr. gets that ball for the touchdown. Going into the next play on 3rd and 2, I get a sweep play, and as you can see, I hit that outside, and I will be gone. As you can see, I'm trying to get up that field, but I get pushed out. Going into the next play on 3rd and goal, you know to get that ball to Derek Badookie Jr. with another touchdown. Going into that next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. lays that boom and gets that touchdown. 41-14, and to put the icing on the cake, Derek Badookie Jr. goes in with another touchdown to win the game, and I end the game off with 25 carries, 256 yards, and 4 total TDs. Derek Badookie Jr. has won Heisman 3 years in a row. As you can see, he has won the Robert Maxwell Award. He has also won the Walter Camp Award. Last but not least, he has won the Doak Walker Award. And after losing that one game, we have not made it to that conference championship game. Going into our next game against 11-1 USC, I mean, they were rallying that ball early on. I could not get up the field. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a stretch and I will outrun this defender and get to that first down with bad intentions. I juke, but they hit me and bring me down, and I got up like the man. Going into this next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that outside again. I juke back inside and I will hit that sideline and I almost break for a 6. I mean, I'm a dog, but going into the next play on 3rd and 10, as you can see, I know what I do special. Catch that ball in the backfield and I'm breaking tackles and running through defenders. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, I have another pass catching out of that backfield and I try to go up and hurdle him, but he put me down. That wasn't very smart. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run another route catch out of that backfield and I dive in that end zone. On 2nd and 14, I'm gonna keep that momentum up because we are down and we need a touchdown, and I try to go for 6. Going into the next play and it's 21-21. I juke. I gotta make some shake, get up that field with bad intentions, and I will go all the way, but he shoestrings me. But it's not over yet. On 1st and goal, I go in and take the ball in for the touchdown, but USC came back down to capitalize to win the game. I end the game off for 22 carries, 182 yards, and 2 rushing TDs. I feel like this season has changed Derek Badookie Jr. draft stock. Drop a comment down below if you think he's going to stay in Cincinnati or should he transfer from Cincinnati for his senior year of college football. As you can see, Nick Saban has gave me another chance, and he said the only way that I could be on his roster is if I go down and work my way back up to that 1st string, and I am 3rd string on that depth chart. He said that he absolutely has no respect for kids that go in that transfer portal, so I'm going to work my way back up and show him the best I can. And Derek Badookie Jr. is back. Coach said great practice and you could challenge for that next string next week. Going into our first game against Wisconsin, did not feel good. I mean, Coach Nick Saban was making me ride that bench and I was paying the piper all day. I mean, I'm going to be a great team, man. I'm over here rooting my team on, but they are just not moving that ball down the field. I'm doing everything I can. I'm going to stand beside Coach to try to get in that game, but he is just not putting me in the game. And as you can see, we lose the game. Coach just gave me a chance to move out that depth chart and be running back number 2, and I'm going to take full advantage of it. Finally getting back in that rotation, I'm starting to feel comfortable. And as you can see, I'm laying that boom all day and I'm not playing. Physical running that I had all day, that right there won me my position battle, but it ended off in style. As you can see, I take it all the way for 6. 2 words, I'm coming. But as you can see, I'm number 2 on that depth chart. Going into our next game against 0-1 FCS SC, I mean some bums. I was still riding that bench and Coach Saban was getting his point across. Finally got his chance on 2nd and 7 and I took full advantage of it. Derek Badookie Jr. had a 22-yard rush on his first rush back and he was not here to play. Going into the next play on 4th and goal, I was getting in that box and I am back. He cannot get out of complacency. He has to keep his foot on that pedal. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, he goes and lay that boom on him. Oh my God, he ran him over. As you can see on 1st and 10, Derek Badookie Jr. was taking full advantage of all of his reps, and he was getting big gains every time he touched the ball. Going to win, and I end the game off for 16 carries, 156 yards, and 1 rushing TD. Coaches gave me another chance to move up that depth chart and be running back number 1. And I'm coming out here for respect, and I lay that boom early on to make him look like a fool early. Derek Badookie Jr. has to earn his respect somewhere, and as you can see, he hit that hole, and he breaks about 3, 4, 5 tackles, and he's still breaking tackles, and he will go all the way for 6, and his respect should be given. On in practice, he still didn't give up. He was hitting those holes all night, juke and weaving and getting to that end zone with bad intentions and not giving up. I have finally earned Nick Saban's trust back, and I am now number 1 on that depth chart after outworking all of those running backs. Going into our first game against 0-2 Texas A&M, I started off intense. I had an inside zone, and I ran him over, and I was fighting for yards early. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a sweep, and I will hit that outside and get that first down. As you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. was starting to feel it a little bit. On 2nd and 13, as you can see, he tried to run him over. He breaks 2 tackles, and he will hit that outside, but he gets brought down. We are marching down that field, but on 3rd and goal, as you can see, the quarterback dunks it off to the fullback, and we go in for 6. Grown man plays grown man football. On 1st and 10, as you can see, Derek Badookie hits that outside, and as you can see, he throws the defender off of him and throws the ball at him. He has 0 respect for him, but on 1st and 10, as you see, he hit those holes and run him over and get in the end zone with bad intentions. He is heating up on 2nd and goal. As you can see, he goes in for his 2nd touchdown of the game. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, doing what he does best, catching that ball out of the backfield. It was nearly an interception, but he jukes, breaks a tackle, and get up that field to get that first down. He is not here to play, but going into the next play on 2nd and 9, he has a counter play and hits that outside, and he has 1 man to beat, but he gets blocked, and he will go all the way for 6. He is fired up, but on 1st and 10, he hits that middle, and he will go all the way. Derek Badookie Jr. goes all the way for 6. I mean, we are running all over Texas A&M defense, but on 3rd and 9, I hit that hole, bouncing back outside, and as you can see, I will go all the way, but he hits me and bring me down to that ground. We go on to win the game, but I end the game off for 26 carries, carries, 376 yards, and 4 total TDs. On into our next game against Colorado State. Started off intense on 2nd and 9. As you can see, I had an inside zone and I hit that hole and I was going for 10 and more. Going into the next play on 3rd and 8, we had a screenplay and I catch that ball and I trip myself up and I pick it back up and I break a tackle, but I step out. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, I find a hole and I sneak through that hole, and as you can see, I break one tackle, get him off of me, and I will get tackled. On 1st and goal, you know who to get that ball to. Derek Badookie Jr., he will carry the pal in for 6. It was fired up, but going into the next play on 2nd and 3, he hit that inside zone, hit that hole, and made sure to lower that shoulder. He got a pretty big game, but on 1st and 10, he lays that boom. Oh my God, he ran him over and he goes outside and will go all the way and dive for 6. Things go downhill on 1st and 10. The quarterback tries to pitch it to me and fumbles it for a turnover. Going into the next play on 4th and 1, I am a grown man. I will run you over and I will drag you into that end zone for 6. To put the icing on the cake on 2nd and 5, I bounce it outside, and as you can see, I lay that boom on him, run him over, but I get knocked out of bounds. We're going to blow them out and win the game, and as you can see, I get player of the game with 27 carries, 228 yards, and 3 total TDs. On into the next game against 1-2 Ole Miss. Started off intense. I had a screenplay on 3rd and 10. As you see, I catch that ball out of the backfield, and I gave him the meanest stuff for him to try to fight for 10, but I didn't get there. I'm so much of a threat catching that ball out of the backfield. I break a tackle, I juke, get up that field on 1st down, and got a big game. Just look how elusive Derek Badookie Jr. is on 1st and 10. He is fighting for yards to get a 17-yard rush. On that goal line, Derek Badookie Jr. is a threat, so he goes in for 6. To the next play on 2nd and 6, as you can see, I hit that hole and this DB is coming down, but I lay that boom on him and I run him over, and I keep pushing up that field, but I run out of bounds. And down to that goal line on 2nd and 4, as you can see, I get that ball and I'm just out running defenders for 6. We have now stretched the lead 14-10, but going to the next play on 1st and 10, I break a tackle and almost get in there, but I get tackled. On 3rd and 1, I catch that ball in the backfield, I run him over and go in. And we are breaking this defense apart. On 3rd and 3, I have an outside counter, and as you can see, I'm running that ball as hard as I can to get some yards. As you can see, we go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 26 carries, 211 yards, and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-1 Arkansas State. I mean, it started off intense. I was running them over and getting to that 1st down with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that hole, I juke, make it a miss, and I get to that outside, and I will go, but I get tackled. That was a pretty big game, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I mean, I'm just out running defenders, and I'm just running that ball as hard as I can, and I'm gonna stay relentless. But on 1st and goal, I absolutely made him do a split. Going into the next play on 2nd and 13, I'm catching that ball out of that backfield. I run him over, but they bring me down. You can't keep me down for long. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, I hit the hole, I juke, bounce it back left side, and I will go all break one tackle, and I will go all the way. Derek Badookie Jr. is going for 6. That was a pretty long run, but on 1st and 10, I want more. Catching that ball out of that backfield, I go in again for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 9, I have a counter, and I hit it outside, and I will. I have nothing but that sideline, and I'm gonna fight for that touchdown, but I'm just short. Going into the next play on 4th and 5, it's 35-17, and I want more points on that board. So as you can see, I dive for 6. We're going to blow them out, and I get player of the game with 23 carries, 246 yards, and 2 total TDs. Into the next game against 3-3 Kentucky, I mean, I break a tackle early on, and I get to that 1st down with bad intentions. Early on 3rd and 1, I was running that ball hard. I was throwing them off of me, as you can see, and I was breaking tackles, and I was trying to get up that field. Derek Badookie Jr. is a load to bring down, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, he is running through defenders, and he is getting to that 1st down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 10, as you can see, he runs those routes the best, and he catches that ball in the back, he throws them off of me, and he will go, but he gets pushed out of bounds. Going into the next play on 3rd and 10, I have a screenplay, and the quarterback dumps it off to me, and as you can see, I get up that field with bad intentions, and I outrun him, and I will get in that end zone backwards. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit that hole, I find a crease, and as you can see, I have one man to beat, and I try to go back inside, but he brings me down. I almost broke, but when you get to that goal line, I have an outside counter. You know who to get that ball to. Derek Badookie Jr. will go in for 6. Going into the next play, I have a jet counter on 1st and 10. As you can see, I hit that hole, and no one was there, and I go in for another one. We're going to nail the ball and end those boys off, but I get player of the game with 36 carries, 228 yards, and 2 total TDs. Into our next game against 1-6 Arkansas. As you can see, we started off intense on 3rd and inches. I was pushing the pass. Going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I boomed him, ran him over, and I hit that left sideline. As you can see, look at the speed that Derek Badookie Jr. has, and he will go all the way for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I bounce it outside. I boomed him. I'm giving him headaches all night, and I will go for that 1st down. The hard running is unbelievable, but on 1st and goal, I get that ball, and I will tote it in for 6. Going into that next play on 1st and 10, I have a counter play, and I have one man to beat, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna run through him, but he brings me down to that ground. Going into the next play on 3rd and 13, as you can see, I'm weaving through those holes, and I almost find a way, but he shoestrings me. And I about broke, but going into the next play on 2nd and 15, I catch that ball out of the backfield, and I just outrun him, and I will go all the way for 6. Going into the next play, I have inside zone, I bounce it outside, and the outside is my best friend, and as you can see, I go for 17. Put the icing on the cake, as you can see, I bounce it outside, and I will go in for another touchdown. We go on to win the game, and as you can see, I get player of the game with 33 carries, 301 yards, and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 3-5 Tennessee. Start off intense. I catch that ball out of that backfield and I get up that field and run him over with bad intent. On to the next play on 2nd and 4. As you can see, I have a counter and I hit that left sideline and I will get gone, but he brings me down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10. I hit that hole and I mean it was so wide open and I hit that left sideline and I could go, but he brings me down. Going into the next play on 2nd and goal, you know to get that ball to Badookie Jr. with the touchdown. Going into the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I'm breaking tackles and I will fight for that first down. On 1st and goal, we get back down there and I punch that ball in. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8. As you can see, I break one tackle and get up that field with bad intentions and I lower my shoulder for more yards. It's 24-7 and to put that icing on the cake, 1st and goal, you know who gets that ball, Badookie Jr. with another touchdown. We're going to win the game and I end the game off of 35 carries, 251 yards and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 5-3 LSU. We always have a problem with LSU and we start off a little slow. They tackle me for tackle for loss. On to the next play on 1st and 10. I have to set the momentum, so I was trying to get up that field with bad intentions. I'm breaking tackles to show them that I'm here. This when things get good on 1st and 10. I run into my fullback and I just fall down. On to the next play on 1st and 10. I have an inside zone and I hit that hole and I get a ton of yards. I really wanted more, but going into the next play on 2nd and 17, I do what I do best. Catch that ball out of the backfield. I juke, make a miss, and I get up that field with bad intentions and I will go all the way for 6. And I'm just getting started, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have a counter play and I get up that field and I break one tackle and he will go block him and I will go, but I get tackled at the 1. On 3rd and 2, you know they go get that ball to all the end of the game. But as you can see, I get player of the game with 25 carries, 217 yards, and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against 3-6 Mississippi State. As you can see on 2nd and 5, I break one tackle and I get to that first down with bad intention. On to the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I bounce it outside, I run him over and I will get up that field, but as you can see, I get pushed out of bounds. As you can see, we march down that field and on 1st and goal, I punch that ball in Badookie Jr. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, as you can see, I have a stretch play and I mean I am just running through everybody and fighting for y'all. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, as you can see, we have an inside zone and I punch that ball in for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, as you can see, we have a counter play and I get up that field and I juke and I get to that left sideline and I will go all the way, but I get pushed out of bounds. And when I say I'm a coast to coast runner on 2nd and inches, I hit that hole right up the middle and I will go all the way for 6. Badookie Jr. We're going to win the game and I end the game off for 32 carries, 264 yards, and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 8-3 Auburn. As you can see, I'm catching that ball out of that backfield early on and I'm juking and weaving and getting to that first down with bad intention. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, look at how explosive I hit that hole and go and get that first down for my team. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, every time I touch that ball, I will go for 10 or more, nevertheless. But going into the next play on 3rd and 4, as you can see, I break a tackle early in that backfield. I break another tackle, and I hit that sideline and I will go for 6. Going into the next play, as you can see, it's 2 seconds before halftime and I catch that ball out of that backfield on 1st down and I break a tackle and I hit that left sideline and I will go all the way. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a read option and he pitches that ball to me and I break one tackle and I hit that left sideline. You know I'm dangerous when I get on that left sideline and I will go for a big rush. Fill the ball and end him the old-fashioned way, but I get player of the game with 34 carries, 288 yards, and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against number 9, 11-1 Florida Gators. As you can see, I have an outside counter and I juke and get up that field with bad intentions. Oh my God, I made a miss and I break a tackle and I finally get pushed out of bounds. This is the conference championship. I'm going home with a trophy, but on 2nd and 6, oh my God, I'm getting up that field. And as you can see, look at the burst of speed that Badookie Jr. has. We are down 7, so we have to attack back. And on 2nd and 8, I am breaking tackles to try to get in that end zone. On to the next play on 1st and 10, I have a sweep play. And as you can see, I always outrun everyone. You cannot compete with me. But as you can see, I'm doing down that sideline. I lay that boom on him. Oh my God, I ran him over. He felt every bit of me, but on 3rd and goal, I punched that ball in for 6. On to the next play on 2nd and inches. As you can see, I hit that hole and oh my God, I bounced it outside and I am loving that outside all game. This defense is having trouble with me all game and they finally get me down. Going into that next play on 2nd and 9, I'm going to keep giving them trouble all night and I'm just going to outrun them for another one. It's 4th quarter with 2 minutes left to go and it's 28-28 and you know who they're going to get that ball to. Badookie Jr. takes his team up 35-28. We nailed the ball to end those boys off, but I get player of the game with 35 carries, 358 yards, and 2 total TDs. As you can see, we are SEC conference champions, and Coach Saban is holding that trophy up, and I'm holding it with him because he brought me back, and I told him we was going to do it. As you can see, I did not get Heisman. I was the runner-up. I go on to get the Robert Maxwell Award, and I also get the Walter Camp Award, and I also get the Doak Walker Award. As you can see, this is the playoff bracket, and we have made it to the playoffs, and we will play against Houston. On to our next game against 12-0 Houston in the playoff round number 1 game. As you can see, on 1st and 10, I was intense and trying to get to that first down. On to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I have an outside zone, and I hit the outside, I juke, and I break one tackle, and I will go break another tackle. I break another one, and I finally get brought down. Going into that next play on 3rd and 2, as you can see, I bounce it outside again, and I break another tackle, and I will go all the way for 6. I was fired up with my teammates because we want to go to that national championship. But on first and goal, you know I'm going to punch that ball in for another one. Going into that next play on first and 10, as you can see, I bounce it back into that inside, and I will fight for that first down. I'm not going to lie. Houston defense was rallying that ball. I break one tackle, but they were all coming. To the next play on first and 10, I have a counter, and I bounce it outside, and as you can see, I juke and get up that field, and I boom him. Oh, my God. I absolutely obliterated him. But going into the next play, as you can see, I hit that hole, and I bounce it outside, but they shoestring me before I got loose. Going into overtime, as you can see, they're up by 7, and we need to score in this fourth down, and we did not. He did not throw it my way, and I was frustrated. As you can see, Houston will go on to advance to that next round, and we will go home. I end the game off with 37 carries, 255 yards, and 2 rushing TDs. As you see, Clemson and Houston will play in the national championship, and this is the end of Derek Badookie Jr.'s career. I mean, I don't know what's next for him. Will he be a top prospect in the NFL draft? This is Derek Badookie Jr., the #1 running back that came out of Alabama and absolutely went and broke all of the records. Today, he is entering the NFL draft. I mean, after boom, oh my God, he had a breakout season, and I mean, would you just look how he juke and weave, and not only will he run through you, but he has the speed to outrun you. I mean, he is awesome. And after winning the Natty with Alabama, he absolutely went to pro day and ran a 4.240. I mean, oh my God, but he will get drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. J.K. Dobbins, I'm coming for that starting position. Going into the first practice, I got my legs cut early on, and that did not feel good, but I got them back. I ran through that middle and lowered my shoulder and said, whoever won it can't get it, but I ran back outside and couldn't get nothing started. Going into Derek Badookie Jr., first preseason game, he is here to show Coach why this is the only game that Coach will need to see if he want to start him, and I promise you, Coach, this is it right here. Look how he breaks out and almost goes for 6, and get up and throw that ball because this is his house. But on first and goal, look at Derek Badookie Jr. He will stretch that ball and get his first career touchdown, and he gets up and celebrate and show them why this is your new #1 running back, and he said he is coming. And with Derrick Henry being Derek Badookie Jr. role model, he has to beat his team, and look how he stretches that ball again. But on first and 10, he will bounce it back outside, and he has one thing to do: run through everybody, and that's another first down. But as you can see, we bring out the kicking squad, and they will put 3 on that board. It's a tie ball game, but Derek Badookie Jr. will run him over and go in with another career touchdown. He is very effective on that goal line. But like I said, goal line, we get back down, and bam, I will run him over and fight for that touchdown. And at this point, I'm out here playing because I am the new running back in this NFL league, and go in with another one. And I was stretching that ball all game. We were going to win our first preseason game by beating the Tennessee Titans. And as you can see with the stats, I had 34 attempts, 1 at 70 yards, and 3 total TDs. Coach said, you are done. You're not playing any more of this preseason. After talking to Coach, he said no more preseason, so we're going to send him to the regular season. And as you can see, I've went up on the depth chart to the #1 running back already. But going into the second practice, as you can see, Derek Badookie Jr. will start it off intense. He did not get in that box, but guess what? He will get in the next play, and he hurdled in. But going into the next play, as you can see, oh my God, he juiced back up that field, run him over, and gets put down. But back on that goal line, I told you he's special. He will run it in again. But getting that ball again, he's trucking and wanting all the smoke. And Coach said, hey boys, great practice, and it's time to open up a can for our first regular season game. Going into our first regular season game, Derek Badookie Jr. will hit that hole. He was trying to find a way, but he will get set down, and he will get injured the first play of the game. Making his return in the second quarter on 3rd and 4, Lamar Jackson will get put down for a sack. But on 1st and 10, Derek Badookie Jr. found this hole and got his first down, and almost tried to break that tackle, but he gets hit out of bounds. But running a screenplay will catch that ball and get outside, and bam, bam, fighting for that first down, and he will get it. And on 3rd and 4, as you can see, he breaks a tackle, breaks another one, and runs through him and gets up and say, let's go. Derek Badookie Jr. is still searching for his first touchdown of the game, and I mean, he catches another screenplay, but I mean, this Jets defense is rallying to the ball. But on 2nd and 13, as you can see, he gets that ball again and breaks a tackle, breaks another one, and gets a huge first down. But they bring out Justin Tucker, and he will kick 3. That is absolutely all we got. Not a great start to the season. We will lose our first game, but Derek Badookie Jr. in the game off of 95 yards and 0 TDs. He might be a rookie, but stepping in a position that he's stepping in, he has to step it up. On to Derek Badookie Jr.'s second game. He has kind of got got the feel and taste for the NFL and the speed and movement of it, and just look how he got up that sideline. If he wouldn't have stepped out, he would have been gone. But he breaks a tackle, bounces it back and runs him over and gets brought down, and he did not go in for 6, but oh my God, what kind of running has he gotten into? He is running that ball and goes in with the first TD of the regular season. He said, pour it up, cause we're coming. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, he will hit that hole, boom, oh my God, he will go for that first down, and look how he is running downhill with bad intentions. But going to the next play, bam, oh my God, look at it in slow motion. He went in the whole 360, and I absolutely ran through him and obliterated that kid, and I said, let's go. Going down into the 4th quarter with 12 seconds left on the clock, Lamar Jackson throws it up as we're down by 3 points, and Josh Oliver dunks on him, and Justin Tucker will kick a long field goal and tie the ball game up. But the rookie, Derek Badookie Jr. wants it all. He breaks a tackle, juking and weaving to get that first down and doing all he can, and he will truck in that end zone to go win the game in overtime. And just look at that rushing yards, 315. He in the game off of 3 total TDs. We're going to our next game against the New England Patriots. Look at Derek Badookie. He goes and get the first down on 4th and inches. It didn't start off the best, but as you can see, he pulls the pal and goes in for 6. Lamar Jackson will throw a bomb to Rashad Batman, and you know when we get down to that goal line, who to get that ball to? Derek Badookie Jr. will punch it in for 6, and he will get up and celebrate because he's that man. But look at he hit, oh my God, he hit that hole with bad intentions. But every time he touches that ball, it's either a first down or a touchdown. He unbuckles his helmet and said, it's over. But as you can see, Justin Tucker will come in and hit the game-winning kick, and Derek Badookie Jr. ends the game off with 3 total TDs. On to our next game against the Buffalo Bills did not start off well. I get hit behind the line of scrimmage, but on 2nd and 9, I said I want revenge and went for a pretty big gain. This Buffalo defense was just rallying the ball. I think they wanted it more than us. But going to the next one, I tried to do a fake play and just couldn't get anywhere. We couldn't get anything started. But getting out to the goal line, I get my first touchdown and unbuckle my helmet and say, I tried. It's over. We lost the game. Derek Badookie Jr. ends the game off of 1 total TD. After the tragic loss, we're going to our next game against the Cincinnati Bengals, and it's time for revenge. And I get up and didn't have the best game last week. I only had 1 TD. This game, boom, I will fight for revenge. Get off of me, and I will get in that end zone and slam the ball down because it was in due time. But going to the next one, 1st and goal, bam, get out of my way. And I fight on that goal line every time, and Lamar Jackson completes a dive to Rashad Batman, and Derek Badookie Jr. gets down to that goal line, runs him over, and gets in for 6. Woo, that boy bad. But Derek Badookie Jr. hits the hole again, and he is getting a first down every time he touched the ball. Juke, oh my God, juke again, juke. Oh my God, he's trying to go for 6. But we end the game off 178 rushing yards, and I will end the game off with 3 total TDs. On to our next game against the Cleveland Browns, I hit the hole early, and I know when it's going to be a great game. I get up and say first down, and y'all are in for a good one. Derek Badookie Jr. hits that outside, and he will get boomed. Oh my God, he did not like that at all. But we get down to the goal line, he will truck in the end zone and do his little dance. He was crazy. But on 2nd and goal, he will bounce it outside and go in for another one. But on 1st and 10, oh my God, he see that hole and he about ran through them all. But on 1st and 10, he will break another tackle, and he has 1 man to beat. He gets outside and gets shoestring tackled. Derek Badookie Jr. is more so a power runner, so you better get out of his way, and he is very effective on that goal line. On 3rd and 2, he will drag you into the end zone. But that wasn't enough. We still go on to lose the ball game. But Derek Badookie Jr. in the game off of 3 total TDs. Gets him down to the NFL playoffs, and our first game in the bracket was the Jacksonville Jaguars. Trying to blow them out. But going into our first round of the first playoff game, Derek Badookie Jr. is a different player in those playoffs. And this is his first playoffs, and he is going to go insane. I mean, he already won a natty in college. And going into the NFL, he wants it all. But he gets up and do his stance and say, yes, sir. Going into the next one on 3rd and 12, it looks like he got a little faster over time, but bam, get out of my way. Derek Badookie Jr. might just be arguably better than Derrick Henry. Bam, get out of my way. I go in for 6, but on 1st and 10, I will hit the outside again, and there is no catching Derek Badookie Jr. He will go in with another touchdown, and he is going insane in round 1 playoffs, and look, he's finding his way, and he breaks loose for 6, and he said, muscle up, son. I want it all. We're going to win our first game 31-17, and Derek Badookie Jr. is the game off of 4 total TDs. On to round 2 of the playoffs, we are going against the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's time to shut them down. And on 1st and 10, Derek Badookie Badookie Jr. will find a hole early on and break loose. I mean, absolutely break loose. We get out to the goal line and he goes in for 6 and say, hey, let's get this game started. And oh my God, look at Justin Tucker. He hits a crazy field goal from deep. But on 1st and 10, Derek Badookie Jr. bounces back outside, stiff arms and steps out. Derek Badookie Jr. arguably is the best rusher on the goal line. I mean, he is very unstoppable. Chip, oh my God. On 1st and 10, he would get up that field. We're going to win the game 24-13, and I end the game off with 2 total touchdowns. On into the AFC Championship game, we are going against the Colts, and it's time to shut them down. On 3rd and 8, Derek Badookie Jr. will find his way to that first down early on. But on 2nd and goal, he will truck in that end zone and go in for 6. But on 1st and 19, he hits that hole, and he got one man to beat, and he will run him over, but get hit by his other player. But he trucks through, and just look how explosive he is. But Justin Tucker comes in and misses the field goal, but they go a 14-7 on us. But Derek Badookie Jr. bounces it outside. He breaks a tackle, breaks another one, jukes back outside and stiff arms, but he steps out of bounds. But on 2nd and 10, as you can see, he will hit that outside, and he could, and he would get brought down. With 20 seconds left on the clock, it's 14-14, and there is no letting back. We get down to the goal line and did not pay attention to the clock, so now we're going into overtime. We should have won that game by kicking the field goal. You never drop your head. You always keep it up. And on 2nd and 15, Derek Badookie Jr. said there is no letting back. And guess what? Lamar Jackson throws a dot to the wide receiver, and we will go and win the game. I end the game off with 1 total TD. Went into the Super Bowl against America's team, the Dallas Cowboys. It's time to set a point and show them who the real team is. But I get tripped up early on, and things did not start off well, but Derek Badookie Jr. said turn it up, and he will hit that outside, and he's off to the races, but Trayvon Diggs will catch him. Getting out to the goal line 3rd and goal, Derek Badookie Jr. will stretch it in somehow, some way. But on 1st and 10, Lamar Jackson will throw a screenplay and throw an interception, but luckily he will hawk him down before he gets far to that end zone. But on 4th and goal, Justin Tucker will come in and kick 3, and we will go on and lose. The Cowboys are the champions, and they might just be America's team, but we will get them next year. But just look at Derek Badookie Jr. freshman stats. Ncaa Badookie III, a 6'5", 245 quarterback that's best known for throwing that ball on the run, and he will run through you when he put that ball on the ground. And when he's running, you better watch out, because it's like a train coming through. As you can see, he run him over, and he will keep on going. Look at him. He will break some more tackles, another one, and he's gonna break another one. They finally bring him down. Going into his senior season with 0 offers, he is hungry to catch his first offer, and as you can see, he is like Superman. When he dive in that air, he will go up for 6. On into my first game against Druid Hill. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, we had a read option, and as you can see, I hit that hole, and I will run that ball as hard as I can, and I was trying to get to that end zone. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket, and you can see how much of a monster I am as I throw it on the run and complete the first down, and I was not playing. Now, I've been slept on all my life, so I have some type of chip on my shoulder, but I juke get up that field with bad intentions and almost try to run him over, but get the first. On 1st and goal, I have a read option, and I will walk in that end zone. Weighing in at 245 as a quarterback is a perk. I could just run over people just like that and get up that field, and I break a tackle, and as you can see, I break another one and almost break for 6. Not only that, I'm good on my legs, but on 3rd and 12, I have a bomb arm, and as you can see, I throw a dot, and he breaks a tackle, and he will go all the way for 6. We're up 28-3, and we have a read option, and I break a tackle on 1st and 10, and as you can see, I have one man to beat, and I will throw him off of me and throw him off of me. I was not playing. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I find a running back right across the middle for a touchdown. I want to be a great quarterback at the next level. You have to be able to put dots in here just like that and fit a ball wherever you want to put it. Ncaa Badookie III could do it all, but as you can see on 1st and 10, he finds his wide receiver in the back corner for a touchdown. But as you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off of 5 total TDs and 283 yards. I'm finally getting what I prayed for. I picked up some interest offers in Duke, UCF, and Florida Atlantic. Coming into our next game against 0-1 West Augusta, started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, I tucked that ball and ran it up the middle, and boom, this linebacker, he needs to get in the weight room. Ncaa Badookie III, being the athlete that he is, on 1st and 10, he rolls out of that pocket and he finds the wide receiver and throws a dot, but the wide receiver gets boom. As you can see, on 1st and goal, I somehow get this ball to the running back, and he will go in for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, I'm sitting in that pocket. The offensive line is blocking, but I complete the pass to Alex Howland. He will break a tackle and go for some more yards. Going to that next play, we have a boom. Oh my God, on 2nd and 15, I will go out juke, and I will break another tackle and hit that outside, and I could get to that first down with bad intention. I'm just throwing them off of Getting down to that goal line on 3rd and 5. As you can see, I was being patient and found them in the back of the end zone for 6. I'm just a pure athlete on 1st and goal. As you can see, I break a tackle, and every time I'm finna come down, I pitch the ball somehow, some way in time. But on 2nd and 2, look how I sit in that pocket and sling that ball all the way down the field to Craig Ostrander for 6. But on 2nd and goal, as you can see, I roll out of that pocket, and I have one man to run over, so I try to hurdle, but he picks me up and drop. But I just wasn't going out like that. On 1st and goal, oh my God, I hit him with a spin and go in for 6, and I was fired up with my teammates. And as you can see, we going to win the game, and I end the game off of 5 total TDs and 407 yards. Finally got what I've been dreaming for. I mean, after all the hard nights, I was just out there working by myself. I picked up an offer from Georgia State and Florida Atlantic. Went into our next game against 0-2 Riverdale. Started off intense. We had a read option, and on 1st and 10, I hit that outside, and as you can see, I had one man to beat, and I will get tackled, but that was a 34-yard rush. Things started to get a little shaky. On 1st and goal, as you can see, I threw off of my back foot, and I threw my first interception of my senior season. And I just wasn't being Ncaa Badookie III. I wasn't being patient. On 1st and 10, we have a read option, and as you can see, I hit that inside, and I broke a tackle and almost went in. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, oh my God, look at the rainbow on the ball as it got completed the thin win, and he will go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, I roll out of that pocket, and you know I'm the most dangerous when I roll out, and as you can see, I juke, and I was out of bounds. I was almost gone. On 4th and 4, Ncaa Badookie III read the defense, and it was a cover 2, and it was wide open for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and goal, as you can see, I roll out of that pocket again, and I will go downhill and almost run him over and go in for 6, but we go on to win the ball game, and I end the game off with 3 total TDs and 245 yards. And as you can see, I pick up a dream come true offer from East Carolina. Into our next game against 2-1 Evans. Started off intense. We had a read option, and as you can see, I ran into my O-lineman, but I break a tackle, and I almost break for 6, but I get brought down. These defenses are really having trouble bringing me down, but on 3rd and goal, as you can see, I run that ball, and as I will run through him to get in that box for 6. But just look how athletic Ncaa Badookie III is. He breaks one tackle, and they are rallying to that ball. He dumps it off to the running back, and he will almost go get that first down, but he didn't. And I told you Ncaa Badookie III is a problem rolling out of that pocket as he dot him up in the back of the end zone. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I don't know what this defense was doing, and their safeties were nowhere to be found as our wide receiver will sneak out of there, and he will go all the way for 6. But we were up 41-3, but I still made a mistake. I fumbled that ball, but we recovered it. But as you can see, we going to win the game, and I end the game off with 6 total TDs and 406 yards. As you can see, I pick up 3 offers from Auburn, UCLA, and Vanderbilt. Going into our next game against 4-0 Chamblee. Started off intense. As you can see, on 3rd and 6, I started it off rolling out of that pocket and threw a bomb down the field, and he caught that ball, and I was not playing. Coach said, let's come out and take the momentum early, so I threw a dot to Alex Howell across the middle. He takes it for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, I almost got caught up with the D-line, but I found Craig Ostrander to catch that ball, and he almost went in for 6. But he got tackled, but on 1st and goal, you know I gave it off to the halfback for a tutty. We were not playing, but going into the next drive on 1st and goal, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of the pocket and goes in for 6, and he was fired up. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket again. You know I'm amazing doing it, and I somehow, some way completed this pass to the wide receiver. I don't know how I did it, and he will take it for 6. We win the game, and I get player of the game with 6 total TDs and 373 yards, and I also pick up a dream come true offer from Wake Forest. I mean, I've been dreaming about this. Going into our next game against 1-4 Tucoya. Started off intense. On 3rd and 22, I connected with them win for a pretty large gang, and as you can see, he breaks a tackle and get up that sideline, but he gets tackled. Here, as you can see, as we drive down that field on 2nd and 11, I roll out of that pocket and dot him up for a touchdown, and I was not playing. Driving back down the field on 1st and goal, I roll out of that pocket again, and I totally made the wrong mistake by throwing an interception to the opposite team. That's my 2nd interception of my senior season. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket again, and I will get loose on that ground. I juke, but I go out of bounds. Ncaa Badookie III, as you can see, he rolls out of that pocket, and he is wide open. The wide receiver absolutely burnt him. Weighing 245, you better get out of my way when I roll out of that pocket on 1st and 10. I bend the corner, and as you can see, I have 2 mans to beat, but I run through one of them. Going into the 4th quarter, 3rd and 5, Ncaa Badookie III finds the wide receiver across the middle for the touchdown. We were fired up, but as you can see, we go on and win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 6 total TDs and 425 yards. I pick up my first Power 5 offer from Ohio State. Coming into our next game against 2-4 Newman. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, as you can see, Ncaa Badookie III rolled out of that pocket, and he just threw it all the way across the field field, and he will catch that ball. And as you can see, he gets up the field, and he will go break a tackle, break another tackle, but he gets brought down. On 1st and goal, you know who's getting that ball. Badookie the third will run it in for 6, and he's not playing. Driving down the field on the next drive on 1st and 10, we have a read out, and I boom him and almost go in for 6. I'm the biggest quarterback in high school football, so that 245 is going to be hard to bring down, but I connect with Alex Howell across the middle. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, I roll out of that pocket, but I'm not going to lie, this linebacker came down and boom me, and I did not like that at all. And I wanted my revenge, so on 2nd and 8, I rolled out of that pocket, and it wasn't on the ground, but I made sure to do it with my arm, and I connected with a touchdown. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 6 total TDs and 379 yards. Pick up a pretty good offer from Wisconsin. Going into our next game against 5-2 Dublin, started off intense. As you can see, Badookie the third roll out of that pocket, and he will get loose. As you can see, he hit that sideline, but they finally bring him down. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 12, he's fighting pressure with pressure as he outruns this D lineman and completes the pass to Alex Howell, and he will take it for a big game. On to the next play on 1st and 10. As you can see, I complete a dot across the middle for a touchdown. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket, and my tight end is wide open, and he catch that ball, and he will hit that sideline, and as you can see, he breaks a tackle, but he steps out. On 1st and 10, I try to throw a rainbow pass, but this DB absolutely ball hawked the ball and intercepted it off, and he almost returned it for 6, but we brought him down. I mean, I was absolutely in distraught, but going into the next play on 1st and goal, I threw a dot to the corner. He caught it for a TD. Here, as you can see, going to the next drive on 2nd and 4, I roll out of that pocket, and I will walk into the end zone, and I told them boys, this is my house. As you can see, we going to win the game, and I end the game off with 6 total TDs and 328 yards, and I pick up an offer from Stanford. Going into our next game against 5-2 Fort Valley, didn't start off so well. I mean, I got drilled the first play of the game, and I didn't like that. As you can see on 3rd and 10, I don't know what was going on with Badookie the third, but he couldn't complete any passes. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 3, I was standing patient in the pocket, and I threw a dot to the wide receiver, but he dropped the ball. 1st and goal, you know who's gonna tote that ball, and Badookie the third as he hurdles in there. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I made a big mistake. I should have checked it down to my running back, but I threw a deep ball instead, and it got intercepted. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had a read option, and Badookie the third throws him off of him, and he will hit that hole, and he could go all the way, but they bring him down, but he gets back up, but his knee hit the ground, so the ref called it dead. I was absolutely fired up, but going into the next play on 2nd and 3, I throw a dot to the back corner end zone for a TD, and we go on to win the game, and I end the game off with 3 total TDs and 269 yards. I talked to Coach Saban and picked up a crazy offer from Alabama, Crimson Tide. To our round 3 playoff game against Donk Junction, and it's either advance to that national championship or go home. But as you can see, I started off intense as I toted that ball and passed that first down and lowered my shoulder. And I was coming for respect, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I thought I had my wide receiver wide open, but the DB jumped the ball, and it was not going so good to start the game off. And after that interception, things took a left turn. On 1st and 10, as you can see, the D lineman hit me, and it caused another interception, and things weren't going our way. Going into the next play on 2nd and 17, I rolled out of that pocket, and I mean, the D line was swarming that ball, so I got hit for a tackle for loss. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 13, I just cannot find any receivers open or do anything with the ball, so as you can see, I get dumped by the linebacker, and I wasn't having it anymore. 3rd and 5, I want to change, so as you can see, we're down by 3, and I throw a dot to thin wind, and he catches that ball and gets tackled. Do anything to put points on the board for my team, so we have a read option. As you can see, I will get that first down and more almost. I get tackled, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I throw a dot to the receiver, and the DB ball hawks it, but he didn't, and the wide receiver catches the ball, and he will go all the way for 6. Going into the next play, I said I want to change. On 2nd and 10, I throw a dot to him again, and he catches another one for 6. And that takes the game to 17-14 in the 4th quarter with 39 seconds to go, and I throw a dot, and it gets ball hawked by the DB, and I mean, he breaks a tackle when I come in and try to tackle him, but that lost us the game. And that one's gonna hurt, but I pick up an extreme offer from Georgia, but now I'm faced with the biggest decision of my life. I got all of these Power 5 offers. Coming in my senior year, I had 0 offers. It never thought I would turn something into this. But after facing the biggest decision of my life, I chose to commit to UCLA. It's always been a dream to go to LA and play football there. But there was one problem. Badookie the third was not starting, so he has to come here and earn his respect. I went into my first practice as a 2nd string quarterback for UCLA. Start off intense. The wide receiver catch a crazy catch. You know Badookie the third is a problem when he rolls out of that pocket, and he threw a dot, but the wide receiver dropped the ball. That's not a good look for me. To get coach's trust up, we have to be able to connect. But going into the next play, as you can see, I will put that ball on that ground, and I will lower that shoulder and juke and get up that field. Badookie the third might be a freshman, but he isn't scared. As you can see, he rolls out of that pocket again, and his wide receiver put a block on his DB, and I went in for 6. The coach told me to keep working, but I'm just not ready to challenge that next string just yet. Going into our first game against Nevada, did not start off so well. I mean, being a second string quarterback, you just have to sit on the bench and watch the other quarterback do his thing, but my time is coming. When I get that chance, there's no looking back. I'm telling you, when I'm coming, I'm coming. Coaches finally called my number to come in to hold the ball for the kicker, but that was really it. I had no stats on the game. Going into our next practice and still being second string on that depth chart, I have to come out here and impress coach some more. So as you can see, I put that ball on the ground, and as you can see, he tripped me up, but I catch my step and I will go for some yards. I mean, I just don't know what Ncaa Badookie III is missing. He throws a dot on the money to the wide receiver. He will take it for 6. For the last play left in practice, I will tuck that ball and run it up the middle and make one miss and get a couple yards, but I get boom. After talking to coach, he said, you're ready to challenge that next string next week. Coaches gave me the chance to move up the depth chart and be quarterback number 1, and it did not start off well. Ncaa Badookie III was being really patient and confident in that backfield as the offensive line was holding up, so he dumps it off to his check down as it gets open, and he will go all the way down and take it to the 1-yard line. That took my respect up for coach a lot, but rolling out of that pocket, doing what he do best, throwing that thing on the run, he threw a dot. Coach said, congratulations, you are now number 1 on that depth chart. Going into our next game against 2-0 Nebraska, started off intense. We had a read option on 2nd and 10, and Ncaa Badookie III will get to that next level, and he could go all the way, but he gets tackled. We're going into the next play on 1st and goal, being 245, he tries to take it in, but he went down the wrong way, and he gets injured in the first quarter of his first start. Things just didn't start off his way, but as he returned in the second quarter with 2 minutes and 32 left and 1st and 10, as you can see, he delivers a dot to Molly, and he will go all the way. He will break some tackles and get a pretty big game. And fire Ncaa Badookie III up as he go in. He want to be Superman as he dives over and almost go in for 6. He is going to get what's his, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, he goes in and take us up 14-10, and we're not playing. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he delivers a dot to the tight end for 6. Getting out to the 4th quarter, we give it to Deshaun Murrow to run that clock out and to put the icing on the cake. We go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 2 total TDs and 278 yards. Coming into our next game against 1-2 Coastal Carolina, start off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, I complete a dot to Jake Bobo for a 26-yard reception. That got things started early on 1st and goal. Ncaa Badookie III will take it in for 6. No one wants to tackle him. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 1, his favorite target as he deliver a bomb to Jake Bobo, and as you can see, he breaks one tackle. He runs through him, and he will go all the way down for 6. That absolutely fired me up, but on 2nd and 10, I put my head down to get to that middle, and as you can see, I would juke, weave, and get up that field with bad intentions for a pretty big 24-yard rush. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, Ncaa Badookie III doing what he do best, rolling out of that pocket with bad intent. Oh, he makes him miss, and he will get up that field, but he gets tackled at the 3. And he comes up short again, but going into the next play on 2nd and 13, we have a read option, and nothing could tell you about this physicality that he has as he breaks all of these tackles. But we will go on to win the game, and I end the game off with 2 total TDs and 167 yards. To our next game against 1-3 Utah, started off intense on 4th and 6. As you can see, to go get that first down, Ncaa Badookie, boom, run him over for the first down. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 6, he completes a dot across the middle to Matt Sykes for a 6. Going into the next one, 1st and 10, doing what he does best. Ncaa Badookie III rolling out of that pocket. I don't know where these DBs were, but the wide receiver was wide open and takes it for 6. But on 1st and goal, this 245-pound quarterback, boom, for a touchdown. He is not here to play, but on 1st and 10, when things are getting serious, he goes and gets sacked. Things are starting to go downhill. On 1st and 10, he rolls out of the pocket and thinks he found a wide receiver wide open, but he throws an interception to the opposite team, and he will try to return it, but our teammates will rally that ball and tackle him. I was in the stride, but coach told me to pick my head back up, and I go and juke in that end zone for 6, and as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 270 yards. To our next game against 3-2 Cal, started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, I completed the dot to our tight end DJ Justice, and he will run him over and go down for a pretty big game. Ncaa Badookie III get down to that goal line and run him over and go in for 6. As you can see on 1st and 10, he somehow, someway rolls out of the pocket and makes a crazy pass to DJ Justice again, and he runs him over. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, rolling out of that pocket again, doing what he does best. He throws a dot to mid out of Molly, and he drops the ball. We just cannot have those mistakes, but I connect with my favorite target, Jake Bobo, as he takes it all the way almost for 6. We're good he didn't take it in, because you know who's going to take it in. Ncaa Badookie III walks in for 6. Coach said, hey, get back on that field and go get 2, and I said, all right, coach, I got you. As you can see on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket, and it's getting down in that 4th quarter, and I try to force a pass, and it gets intercepted, and as you can see, he tries to return it, but I come down and try to lay a tackle on him, and I sure did trip him up, but I was just all ball in my head and I just didn't know what to do, but I just snapped back into it, and on 1st and 10, as you can see, I roll out of the pocket again, and this time I will put that ball on that ground. I was absolutely fired up. It's 21-24. My dad had always taught me to never back down, so I completed a pass to Jake Bobo. Coach will call a timeout with 7 seconds left on that clock, but with 6 seconds left, I will run that ball in and win us the ball game. And we were fired up, but I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 233 yards. Coming into our next game against 3-3 Stanford, started off in 10, so 2nd and 10, I was staying patient in that pocket, but I will complete a pass to Logan Lawyer, and he completes a big one. That's a way to take the momentum early on, but on 2nd and 10, I will lower my head and lower that shoulder and get to that first down with bad intention. On 1st and goal, Ncaa Badookie III will run right up the middle for 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, mid out of Molly runs it out in and gets wide open and takes it for a 28-yard reception. That's all we needed for this 245-pound quarterback to run that ball as hard as he can and boom, over him for a touchdown. Just when things were getting good on 1st and 10, he overjumps the route and he gets an interception, and that was just not going our way at all. That took our momentum a tad bit, but it was 14-14 with 8 seconds left on that clock, and as you can see, Ncaa Badookie III will come clutch when needed, and he throws a dot across the middle. And that would just put us in great field goal position, and as you can see, we will go on and win the game with a walk-off field goal, and we were intense and fired up, and I will end the game off with 2 total TDs and 305 yards. Going into our next game against 6-2 Oregon, Ncaa Badookie III put that ball on the ground early on, and on 2nd and 10, he will roll out, and as you can see, he hits that sideline and goes at it, boom, oh my god. He was just being a threat all night on the ground. On 4th and 8, as you can see, he hits it and goes up for another first down and jukes, but he gets brought down. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, he rolls out of that pocket and he will get up that field with bad intentions, break another tackle and go for the first down. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, he tucks that ball in 245 quarterback hurdles into the end zone. Going into this next play on 1st and 10, this D lineman was keeping up with me as I rolled that pocket, but I break the tackle and complete the pass to mid out of Molly. He made sure to put those feet down like Tony Toe Tapper, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, I hand the ball off to the running back. He breaks the tackle and goes in for 6. But here, as you can see, to put the icing on the cake, we end him the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and I get player of the game with 1 TD and 213 yards. Going into our next game against 3-4 Colorado, did not start off intense. On 1st and 10, I rolled out of the pocket and threw the ball all the way across the field, and he almost intercepted this ball for a pick 6. I put it aside and kept my head up, and on 1st and 10, I rolled out of that pocket, and as you can see, Ncaa Badookie III has the DB. Boom! He runs him over and gets pushed out of bounds. I just don't know what got into him, but on 3rd and 16, he was running that ball as hard as he could to get that first down, and he runs him over again. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 18, this was just not a so good game for Ncaa Badookie III. He throws another interception, this time to the linebacker. He goes in and try to tackle him, but his teammate brings him down. My dad always taught me to keep my head up, so I give it off to the running back on the next drive, and we going for 6. Push come to shove, I'm always gonna fight back. On 3rd and 10, as you can see, I complete a dot to mid out of Molly for a 30-yard reception. But here, as you can see on 3rd and 2, I think Ncaa Badookie III has found him a new favorite target as he completes a pass to mid out of Molly for 6. Every time something goes good, something goes bad. On 2nd and 8, I rolled out of the pocket and a linebacker throws me to the ground, and I mean, I just got back up and I could not walk straight. I don't know what was going on with my leg. Still going to win the game. I end the game off of 1 total TD and 252 yards. On to our next game against 3-5 Arizona. Started off intense. On 2nd and 11, I threw a deep pass to Cam Brown, and he was completely wide open, and he will go all the way and get pushed out of bounds. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I get a ball to Zach Charbonnet for 6, and he will take it in. Here, as you can see, I think I'm starting to have a problem. I'm forcing balls and that's not supposed to be thrown, and I'm just throwing interception after interception after interception. Something has to change, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, I drive down the field again, and I said I want to go up like Superman, and I will go in for 6. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 15, I throw a dot to DJ Justice, and he goes in for 6. Every time Arizona strikes, we're going to strike back with an inside zone to the running back. Going into the next play on 2nd and 2, we got a read option in Ncaa Badookie III. Everyone's blocked up and he lowers that shoulder and tries to go in, but he gets tackled. These running backs that we have at UCLA is going to fight to get in that end zone for another one. If we want a Pac-12 conference championship, we have to fight for it. And overtime, as you can see, Ncaa Badookie III will go in for 6. And that ties the game up, but on 2nd and goal, I tried to run the ball and got hit the wrong way, and I went down, and we go on and lose our first game. As you can see, I ended the game off for 3 total TDs and 379 yards. Going into our next game against 5-4 Washington. Didn't start off so well. I mean, I rolled out of that pocket, but that DN was coming so hard. They rallied the ball and sacked me. Just don't know what to do. The O-line is not blocking and they are rallying that ball as I go and get sacked again. And this time I will go down and I think it's my ribs. I've just been hurt numerous times this season, but as you can see on 2nd and 19, they are coming and sacked me for a safety this time. And I don't know what to do, but I had enough on 2nd and 10. I'm gonna tuck that ball every time they come and get to that first down with bad intentions, but I step out. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 12, the offensive line are holding up the blocks now, and I complete a pass to Jake Bobo, and as you can see, he breaks one tackle, make a miss, and keeps going. On 4th and 6, when we needed to tie the game up, DJ Justice comes through. Every time we strike, they strike back. On 2nd and 7, I complete a pass to DJ Justice, and he fights for a 6, but he doesn't get it. But you know who's gonna run that ball in Ncaa Badookie the third. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 11, the wide receiver runs a deep post, and I delivers a dot, and we go on and win the ball game. And I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 309 yards. On to our next game against 6-4 Arizona State. Started off intense on 2nd and 3. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket, and he has one man to beat, and he will beat him. And as you can see, he gets up that sideline with bad juke. Oh my God, he breaks another tackle and gets up the field. As you can see on 3rd and goal, he will tuck that ball and hurl up, and oh my God. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he sits back in that pocket and completes a pass to Cam Brown, and he takes it in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I find my tight end somewhere out there, and he will take it for a pretty big gain. Getting down to the goal line, I give it off to Zach Charbonnet for 6. This time we run it up, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will throw a dot to mid out of Miley. He catches that ball, and he will go for a pretty big gain. Getting later in the game on 4th and 9 when we need it, I find my other favorite target, Jake Bobo. He is starting to come back alive. He is getting it done, but also Ncaa Badookie the third is getting it done as he takes it in for 6, and we go on to win the game. And I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 369 yards. On to our next game against number 3, 10-1 USC. We have to break him off, and on 2nd and 16, I complete a pass to Logan Loya, but he steps out of bounds. Just when we were marching down the field on 1st and 10, I threw a dot, but it got intercepted, and I don't know what I was doing early on, but we were driving. After that interception, coach put me on the bench, but coming back in the 4th quarter, I throw a dot to Logan Loya again for 6. And it was kind of too late to make a comeback, but as you can see, I forced this pass in there and threw another interception, and I don't know what I was doing. As you can see, we go on to lose a game, and with losing this game right here, we have no chance of winning the conference title, and I end the game off with 1 total TD and 109 yards. Ncaa Badookie the third falls up short of being the Heisman, and he was 3rd contender on the list. We're going into our bowl game against 7-5 TCU. Started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket and throws a dot to mid out of Miley. That gave us the momentum early on, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket and he keeps going and throws a crazy pass to Cam Brown, but he gets boomed. He holds on to the ball, but I roll out of the pocket and throw it back across my shoulder to Jake Bobo, my favorite target, and he takes it in for 6. Here, as you can see, coming back down the field on 2nd and 4, he throws a dot to Jake Bobo again, and he takes it in for another one. We are running the score up. I hand the ball off to Zach Charbonnet for another TD. This is just a statement game going out to the Pac-12, showing that we were supposed to be conference champions, but as you can see on 2nd and 13, Jake Bobo catches a crazy one. We go on to win the game, and I end the game off for 3 total TDs and 402 yards. We are bowl champions, and this is the end of Ncaa Badookie the third freshman season. Going into my first practice of my sophomore season, I mean, we had a chip on our shoulder, and we wanted to go get that Pac-12 championship, and as you can see, I started off early running that ball and making them miss early. And I told coach I'm gonna come to practice 100% every play, and I was throwing dots. Ncaa Badookie the third is not playing. Get in later in practice. I know the DBs we have, and I'm gonna try them every time, and I threw a dot. The coach said, great job practicing. You're in no danger of losing your starting position. Going into our first game against Virginia, started off intense. As you can see on 2nd and 9, Ncaa Badookie the third took that ball and was not playing. He bounced it out, juke, get up that field, break a tackle, and was not playing. But going into the next drive and coming into our season opener, did not start off well. On 1st and 10, I just threw the ball up, and he got intercepted early on. And as you can see, he tried to return it for 6, but we brought him down. But here, as you can see on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket, and as you can see, he puts a dot in his chest, but he drops the ball, and it gets intercepted again. And at this point, Ncaa Badookie the third doesn't even want to pass the ball anymore. He ran it and hurdled and tried to get in that end zone. He didn't get in that time. He will get in that next play. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, getting out to that goal line, being patient, he throws another interception. This is by far the most interceptions he's ever thrown. But finally, on 1st and 10, he connects with his favorite target, Jake Bobo, and Jake Bobo will stiff arm into that end zone for 6. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 6, I thought I had my tight end wide wide open, but it gets jumped and he intercepted again. This is my 4th interception of the game, and I think I might have just lost it, but Ncaa Badookie III threw it up again, and that's his 5th interception that he's thrown. What's gotten into him, but he has to get it together, but he runs it in for 6. Getting late into the 4th quarter, I finally connect with my tight end for a TD, but it was too late. We go on to lose the game, and I ended the game off of 4 total TDs and 261 yards. Going into our next game against 1-0 Washington, started off intense on 2nd and 5. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and when he runs that ball, he juke break a tackle, breaks another one, but he gets tackled. And after losing his first game, he has had enough, and on 2nd and 2, he will run that ball in for 6. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, he sit backs in that pocket, and oh my God, Brandon Pegan is wide open, but he falls to the ground. And that could have been 6, but going into the next play on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I will launch that ball to mid out of Molly, and he catches that ball, but he gets shoestring. Getting down to that goal line on 1st and goal, you know that 245-pound quarterback Ncaa Badookie III will go in. On into the next play on 3rd and 1, I roll out of that pocket and complete a pass to Jake Bobo. He breaks a tackle, and he could go all the way, and oh my God, he is leaving him in the dust for 6. And as you can see, we will go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 242 yards. Into our next game against 0-1 Texas, as you can see, I launched that ball up, and it did not end that well. He intercepted the ball, but he will get tackled, and oh my God, what is going on? And Ncaa Badookie III has to get it together, but as you can see, he rolls out of the pocket, and I don't know what kind of throw that was, but he throws another interception. He is forcing every pass that he throws. If he has someone to count on, you know who he will count on. Jake Bobo. He throws a dot to him, and he will complete the pass, but he gets put straight down. But here, as you can see, going into the next play on 2nd and 10, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he throws a dot to mid out of Molly, and he will get up that field, break a tackle, and he could go all the way, but he gets pushed out of bounds. Ncaa Badookie III, he drop backs in that pocket and throws another interception. This is this DB's 2nd interception of the game, and things just are not going his way. But when throwing that ball fails him, running that ball could never fail you. Ncaa Badookie III, as he gets outside, break a tackle, and he is not coming down. Getting down to that goal line here, as you can see on 3rd and 8, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of the pocket. He will break one tackle and throw a magnificent pass to his wide receiver. That wasn't enough. We still lose the game, and I end the game off of 1 total TD and 302 yards. Going into our next game against 1-2 Utah, started off intense. As you can see on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III throws a dot to Jake Bobo when he gets hit. Getting a great field position, we get a ball to Keegan Jones for 6. Just look how athletic Ncaa Badookie III is as he rolls out of that pocket and completes a magnificent dot, but he will get wrapped and rolled. We're going into the next one on 1st and 10, we have a read option, and you know Ncaa Badookie III hits that hole, and he will go for another first down. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, it's 21-21, and I throw a dot to Keegan Jones, and he stiff arms his way, but almost gets in. Those took me out, but we still scored. But as you can see, we end them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and I ended the game off with 144 passing yards, no TDs. Going into our next game against 3-1 Colorado, started off intense on 2nd and 8. I throw a dot to Brandon Pegan, and he tried to stiff arm him off of him. These tight ends that we have are just awesome. I complete a dot to David Preby, and he breaks a tackle, and we'll go in for 6. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, I'm not gonna lie, this D-line was rushing me, and they were coming, and I tripped myself up, but I got sacked, and I went down injured. I think that might have been turf toe, but on 3rd and 10, as you can see, I get hit for a safety. And I kind of didn't like how hard I got hit, but on 1st and 10, I'm gonna retaliate and throw it to Jake Bobo for a dot, but he gets hit. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, I found my running back out of the backfield, Keegan Jones, for another one. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III doing what he does special, breaking tackles, and then rolling out of that pocket and putting that ball on the ground and juking, weaving, and getting up that field with bad intentions and making all of these defenders miss. Here, as you can see on 3rd and goal, Ncaa Badookie III will get tripped up and fall into the end zone for 6, and we will go on to win the game. I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 221 yards. Going into our next game against 4-1 Cal, started off intense on 1st and 10. I threw a dot to Josiah Norwood, and he almost went in for 6. Every time we get to that goal line, Ncaa Badookie III punches it in. We're going into the next drive on 2nd and 3. I complete a pass to Michael Ezeki for another touchdown. On 2nd and 10, boom! Oh my God, he hurt me. And I wasn't taking that, so I drove down the field and punched it in again and told him where was he at. Ever since that hit, I was toting the ball as hard as I could. On 1st juke, I was getting up that field with bad intentions and throwing defenders off of me. But as you can see, we go on to end them boys the old-fashioned way and win the ball game. And as you can see, I end the game off of 5 total TDs and 301 yards. Going into our next game against 1-2 Memphis, started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie III was being patient. He found no target, so he rolled out of that pocket, and he will hit that left sideline, make a miss, and as you can see, he goes down and gets boom! And he needs to start sliding more often. But going into the next one on 2nd and 10, he rolls out again and completes a dot to Michael Ezeki. He toe taps his feet down. One thing about Ncaa Badookie III, he is not afraid of contact. On 1st and 10, as you can see, he gets in open space space, and he was zigzagging and juking and weaving and getting down. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 6, Cam Badookie III will roll out of that pocket again and outrun this D lineman. Actually, he breaks a tackle of that D lineman and throws a pass before he goes out of bounds, and he dives and catches it. And being down 27-13, Cam Badookie III wanted to react, so he completes a pass to Mid-Ida Molly, and he says goodbye, touchdown. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 2, I told you about Cam Badookie III being physical. He goes down, boom, in the end zone for 6. With 29 seconds on the clock on 1st and goal, Cam Badookie III runs it in, and we go on to win the game. And I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 258 yards. On to our next game against number 4, 5-0 Oregon. Start off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, Cam Badookie III throws a dot to Logan Lawyer, but he steps out of bounds. But here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, he rolls out of the pocket and just launches a bomb up the field, but it gets intercepted by the DB, and the DB tries to return, and Cam Badookie III tries to come in and tackle him, but he misses. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, Cam Badookie III was not being patient and forcing balls all game, and he threw another interception, and this time he tried to hit him, and he ran right past him, and things are just not going his way at all. As you can see, going to the next play on 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III tucks that ball, and he will hurdle up, but he gets put down. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and goal, I said I'm gonna try again. I went up and went in for 6. But as you can see, that would be the only touchdown of the game. It is 35-7, and I break one tackle, and then I break another tackle, and I will roll out and throw it all the way across the field. Nearly gets interception, and we still go on to lose the game. And I end the game off of 1 total TD and 293 yards. On to our next game against 4-4 Stanford. Started off intense. As you can see, on 2nd and 11, I will roll out and throw that ball before he gets to me, and Logan Lawyer takes it. He breaks the tackle, and then he gets tackled. As you can see, we started off intense on 1st and goal. Cam Badookie III will take it in for 6. And we were absolutely fired up. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, I was sitting in that pocket and threw an interception. And I mean, I'm throwing an interception every game now, and that has to change. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III rolls out of that pocket again and throws a dot, and he will catch that ball and hit that left sideline, and he could go all the way, but he get pushed out. And that puts us in great position. But on 1st and goal, as you can see, I hit my tight end for 6. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III lowers his head, and he will run him over. Just look how physical he is. On 1st and 10, he runs him over and somehow gets the ball to Jake Bobo, and he toe taps his feet in. Getting back down to that goal line, as you can see, I roll out of that pocket and dump it off to Logan Lawyer. He goes in for 6. We will go on to win the game, and I end the game off with 4 total TDs and 326 yards. On to our next game against 3-5 Arizona. Did not start off well. On 1st and 15, I forced the ball in there, and it got intercepted early on, and I mean, I don't know what's been going on with me these past weeks. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I have a read option. I juke, get up that field and lower my head, and no one gets in my way. Going into the next play on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I will hurdle up and try to get in that end zone, but I don't. But as you can see, on 1st and 10, I was staying patient back in that backfield, and I threw that ball up, and he catches it, and he will deliver and keep going for more yards. To the next play on 2nd and 10, I hit him with a pump fake and rolled out of that pocket, and this D lineman was swarming me, and he gets me with a sack. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, we have a fake play action, and I roll out of that pocket and hit Sean Murrell, and he breaks one tackle and almost goes for 6. But going into that next play on 2nd and goal, I will roll back out of that backfield and go in for a tutty. And on 1st and 10, look how I step up in that pocket and throw a laser to Logan Lawyer. Here, as you can see, on 1st and goal, Cam Badookie III was sitting, see no target, so he tucked that ball, and he will go almost for 6, but he gets stopped. But on 2nd and goal, Cam Badookie III will have a play action, but runs in for 6. Going into our next play on 1st and 10, it is now 34-45, and we are down, and we need to score. And as you can see, I will complete a pass to Jake Bobo, and he keeps on going up that field for more yards. As you can see, it's a little too late, but on 1st and goal, I will go in and score. And coach said we need to go for 2, so we got back on that ball, and Cam Badookie III rolls out, and as you can see, breaks a tackle and goes in, and we go on to lose the game. And I end the game off with 5 total touchdowns and 400 yards. Going into our next game against 9-0 Arizona State, we have to knock them off. But going into the first play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I connect with Jake Bobo, and he fights for 6. We're driving down to that goal line every time, and I throw a laser to Logan Lawyer, and we are not playing. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I throw another laser to Logan Lawyer, and that's a 29-yard reception. Cam Badookie III has some heart. On 1st and goal, as you can see, he rolls out of that pocket, and he will go up like Superman 4-6, and he was fired up. And I just wonder, where was this at all season? I mean, we are running the score up on Arizona State, and they cannot stop us at all. And on 3rd and 13, I almost throw a dot to Jake. He dropped a one-handed pass. But as you can see, we going to win the game. I end the game off of 5 total TDs and 372 yards. Going into our next game against 5-5 USC. Started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, I connected with Brandon Pegan early on for a 22-yard reception. Just when we were driving driving down the field on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III, he is still forcing passes to his wide receiver and throws an interception. I get up and lay a hit on him. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, I complete a pass to Brandon Pegan, and he will get up that field and lower his shoulder, but he steps out. Going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I loaded back and threw a bomb to Jake Bobo, and he will catch it on 2 defenders. The big 245-pound quarterback will punch that ball in. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see, I'm sitting back in that pocket, and I will connect with Deshaun Burrell as he lowers that shoulder, and he lays that boom. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket, Ncaa Badookie III, and he will go, and he goes up, and oh my God, I about got injured. Going into the next play on 2nd and goal, I will roll out of that pocket, and Ncaa Badookie III goes in because he's strong. It doesn't matter how good of a game he has, we are still down 42-28. He will go out with some respect on 2nd and goal. He runs that ball, and he lays that boom, 4-6, and we lose the game. I end the game off with 3 rushing TDs, and as you can see, I get the Walter Camp Award, and I was the runner-up again. I was 3rd as the Heisman contender. Here was the ending of my stats from my freshman to my sophomore season, and it wasn't good. I might have had the most interceptions at quarterback in college football. With that being said, I will not attend the bowl game because I will be entering the transfer portal with 2 years of eligibility left. After having one of the worst seasons in UCLA history at quarterback, Ncaa Badookie III has chosen to enter the transfer portal, and he has committed to the University of Iowa. After having one of the worst seasons, Ncaa Badookie III has to bounce back, and as you can see, he's 2nd on that depth chart. He is not playing. He is running through juke and weaving, getting up that field with bad intentions and going for 6. And I mean, he's been in the lab all summer, and he's throwing the ball off of the back foot, doing other things that quarterbacks wouldn't do. And I think Ncaa Badookie III has finally found a great old line, but he's sitting back in that pocket and loads a bomb to the wide receiver for 6. Coach said, great practice. You could challenge that next string next week. Going into my first game at the University of Iowa against North Illinois, started off not too well. I mean, the quarterback got sacked early on, and things weren't going our way. I've been in this position before, riding the bench, and I know how to root my teammates on and be a great teammate and wait till my time will come. Seconds later, coaches called me in to hold the ball for their kicker, and we will go up 7-0. Ncaa Badookie III has entered the game on 2nd and 20. As you can see, he rolls out of that pocket, but he will get hit. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 15, I was sitting in that pocket, and I didn't have any receivers to throw the ball to, and I get sacked, but I end the game off for 2 rushing yards. Coach Kirk Ferentz has gave me the chance to move up the depth chart and be quarterback number 1, and I juking and getting up that field and breaking tackles and muscling up. I mean, I'm just a dog, but rolling out of that pocket, I throw a dot in my wide receiver chest, but he drops the ball. Getting in later in practice, Ncaa Badookie III drop backs in that pocket, and then he rolls out of that pocket, and as you can see, gets out that field and jukes, he makes a miss. Oh my God. And he is the man, but after talking to coach, he said, you are now number 1 on that depth chart. Going into my first start against 2-4 FCS Midwest, started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he will get loose, and as you can see, boom, runs right through him and breaks another tackle, and he is not playing. Over the summer, he has gotten so physical, and on 1st and 10, he rolls out of that pocket, and he will get loose, and as you can see, he could go in for 6, and he will. He was fired up with his teammates, but as you can see, on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket again and connect the dot was Sam Laporta. And I mean, we were striking them every drive we got down the field. We drive down again, and on 3rd and 4, Ncaa Badookie III goes in with another rushing TD. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 3, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he is in trouble. The D linemen are coming, but he makes a crazy pass to Sam Laporta, and he catches it. Going into the next play, Ncaa Badookie III will drop back in that pocket, and he is sitting there with the great online, and he has and connects a dot for 6, and we will go on and win the ball game. And I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 192 yards. On to our next game against 1-0 Iowa State, and as you can see, on 1st and 10, I started off intense by rolling out of that pocket and throwing a dot on a run to Brody Breach, and it was amazing. On 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III has a problem with tucking that ball because he is a monster, but he will go down and get hurt. But he comes back in on 2nd and 19 and rolls out of that pocket and has a wide receiver wide open. Sam Laporta will go for a 28-yard reception. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, my tight end absolutely did this DB the worst way and caught a touchdown. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III will tuck that ball and run straight up that middle, juke, and he will stay coast to coast, breaks a tackle, and he will almost go, but he gets brought down. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III was sitting in that pocket being patient, and he throws a dot, and it gets intercepted by the linebacker, and he tries to go for 6, and Ncaa Badookie III tries to come over, but he throws me off of him, and he gets hit by my teammates, and things are just going downhill. But as you can see, we end him the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and as you can see, we go on and win the game, and I get player of the game with 1 TD and 316 total yards. On to our next game against 2-1 Western Michigan. As you can see, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he will get up that field and get a first down. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and goal, he somehow, someway escapes and get in that end zone for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a play action, and I roll out of that pocket because that's my best thing to do. do, and I will throw a dot on a run to Sam Laporta. He breaks a tackle, but he gets brought down. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket again and throw another dot to Sam Laporta, but he was just short of the touchdown. We have a handoff to Caleb Johnson for a 1-yard TD. We're going into our next play on 1st and 10. I was sitting in that pocket, found no target, so I will get up that field with Badookie to juke weaving, getting up that field, and we'll go for a pretty big yard gain. And oh my god, that was disgusting, but on 2nd and 11, I was just short of that touchdown. But getting pushed back on 3rd and goal, I will punch that ball in for 6. Cam Badookie III is not here to play, and as you can see, we win the game, and I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 207 yards. On to our next game against 2-2 Minnesota. Started off intense. On 2nd and 8, I will roll out of that pocket, and Cam Badookie III makes an amazing pass to Brody Breeze. Going into the next play on 3rd and 8, my wide receiver had an out route, and I connected with Arlen Brewster Field. I'm a 245-pound quarterback, so Cam Badookie III will run it in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, you might as well label me as a running back as I roll out of that pocket, and look how hard I will run. Boom! Run him over, and I will go for a couple yards. On 1st and goal, sitting in that pocket, I connected dot to Sam Laporta. I'm not gonna lie, we started to run that score up a little bit, but on 1st and 10, I lay a bomb to Arlen Brewster Fifth, and that was amazing. Sitting in the pocket with the great O-line I have, I throw a dot to Sam Laporta, and he goes in for another TD. On 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III rolls out of that pocket what he loves the best, and he has no targets to throw it to. He will break a tackle. When you lower that head, you better get out of his way. As you can see, we are up 35-16, and we will run out of that clock to go on and win the ball game. And I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 279 yards. To our next game against 2-2 Michigan, start off intense. As you can see, I roll out of that pocket, and just look how hard I will run that ball. I juke and break so many tackles and lower my shoulder. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, Sam Laporta absolutely lost this DB and went in for 6. Driving back down the field, I will hand it off to Caleb Johnson to go in for another TD. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 7, we have a play action, and I throw a dot to Sam Laporta, and he will get up that field for a 33-yard reception. But on 1st and 10, I'm scanning all of my targets, and Brody Breeze gets wide open, and he will go in for 6. But here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will roll out of this pocket, and Arlen Brewster Fifth is wide open, and he could go all the way, but he steps out of bounds. But you know the 245 quarterback on 1st and goal will pound that ball in for 6, and he was fired up. He said he is coming. But on 1st and 10, look how special he is rolling out of that pocket. Cam Badookie III lowers. Boom! Oh my god, he makes him look crazy. And that was an amazing run, but we give it off to Caleb Johnson to take it in for 6 and put the icing on the cake, and we going to win the game. And I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 372 yards. On to our next game against number 9, 5-1 Ohio State. Started off intense. On 2nd and 4, I connected a dot to Brody Breach early on. And here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket, and I was juking and weaving and getting to that first down with bad intention. But going into the next play on 3rd and 19, I threw the ball absolutely too hard and tried to fit it in there, and it got intercepted by the linebacker, and that was on me. I didn't mean to do that. I cannot go back to my old ways. But going into the next play on 2nd and 15, I will throw a bomb to Nico Regani. That was a big game for us that we needed, being down 7-3. But going into the next play on 3rd and goal, I will roll out of that pocket and go on for 6. Here, as you can see, we are down by 1 point, and on 3rd and 9, we'll roll out of that pocket, and Cam Badookie III, he is dangerous when he boom! Oh my god, he made him look crazy. That's a way to run the ball as hard as you can. But on 1st and 10, I will throw a dot to Luke Lachey. We're going to nail the ball and put the icing on the cake, and we're going to win the game. And I get player of the game with 2 total TDs and 268 yards. Going into our next game against 5-2 Northwestern, did not start off intense. On 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III rolls out of the pocket, and he forces this pass in there, and it gets intercepted early on. Now I'm getting flashbacks from UCLA, but I just get sacked by this D lineman, and things are not going well. On 4th and 21, Cam Badookie III said he's going to put his pride aside and go get that first down and maybe more, but he gets shoestring. Going into the next play on 2nd and 1, I will hit that middle and go up like Superman and get 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I see no DBs and no linebackers, and I could go all the way for 6, and I will do so. Going into the next play on 2nd and inches, it was getting a rush, so Cam Badookie III rolls out of that pocket and hurdles up, and he almost breaks his back, but he stayed relentless, and on 1st and goal, he broke a tackle and goes in for 6. With 8 seconds on the clock, I give it off to Caleb Johnson, and he hits that hole, and no one can catch him. He will go all the way for 6. We will go on to win the game, and as you can see, I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 326 yards. To our next game against 6-1 Wisconsin, started off intense. On 1st and 10, Cam Badookie III rolls out of the pocket and connects with Sam Laporta early on. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket again, and this time I'm gonna put it on the ground, and I make him miss, and I have one man to beat, and he could go all the way, but he gets gets brought down. As you can see on 1st and 10, I roll out again, and Sam Laporta is my favorite target for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I will roll out of that pocket. I am not playing. Oh my God, juke. Oh my God, I made a miss and I juke, and oh my God, I'm just getting started. And that could have went for a pretty big game. But on 2nd and 10, I was not being patient and slung the ball up, and it got intercepted, and things started to go downhill. But it was one thing to do to pick it back up, and on 1st and goal, boom! Oh my God, Ncaa Badookie III is a monster, and he is not here to play, but he throws another forced pass, and it gets intercepted again, and this is his 2nd interception of the game. And it is now 24-24, but on 1st and 10, I was just being patient. The D-line was giving me no rush. They put me on a contain, so I throw a dot to Sam Laporta, and they must be crazy. As you can see on 2nd and 9, somehow, some way, I got stuck in a muddy situation, but I found a way out of it and hit that hole, and I juked, but I get boom. Being down by 4 points, I had to come up with something, and on 1st and 10, Sam Laporta was wide open and goes all the way for 6. But it was coming down to the knot, and on 1st and goal, I go in overtime for 6. It was 41-41, so I put my pride aside and say, I'm gonna put the team on my back and juke. Oh my God, I made all 3 of them a miss, and I will go on to win the game for my team. And as you can see, I will go on and get player of the game with 6 total TDs and 318 yards. On to our next game against 5-3 Purdue. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III was stuck, and he broke a tackle and ran right up that middle and juke and got that 1st down with bad intentions. Starting off as intense as Ncaa Badookie III did, on 1st and 10, he was just sitting in that pocket and throws a forced pass, and it gets intercepted. But on 2nd and 1, these teams are starting to contain Ncaa Badookie III, and he rolls out of the pocket and gets sacked for a pretty big tackle for loss. On to the next play on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III will roll out of that pocket. He said he doesn't care if you contain him. He's gonna boom you and get in that end zone with bad intentions. He is a monster, and on 1st and goal, he will run up that middle and boom, he runs him over. Oh my God. But on 1st and 10, we are down 31-19, and I force another pass, and it get intercepted again, and he is definitely going back to his old ways, and he cannot just get out of it. But there is no time for us to come back, and no chance. But on 1st and 10, I will gain my stat line up and throw a dot to Sam Laporta on the run, but he goes out of bounds. But as you can see, we're going to lose the game, and I end the game off with 2 total TDs and 264 yards. On to our next game against number 16, 8-2 Michigan. On 1st and goal, started off intense. I throw a dot in the back of the end zone to Brody Breach to start the game off. And we were not playing. We were driving down that field every time we get the ball, and I complete another pass to Brody Breach. But here, as you can see on 1st and goal, Ncaa Badookie III will run right up that middle and go in for 6. But going into the next play on 2nd and goal, we drive down the field again, and Ncaa Badookie III is going in for another one. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I roll out of that pocket again, and as you can see, I get up that field, juke weaving to get up that field, but I will get put down. But going into the next play on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I was sitting in that pocket, and I roll out of the pocket, and as you can see, I throw a dot to Deontay Bonds. He breaks a tackle and will go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I drop back in that pocket, and they were containing me, so I was just sitting there. I had crossing routes, and I forced a pass that should not have been forced, and I threw another interception. On to our next play on 2nd and 7, somehow, some way, Ncaa Badookie III was on a contain, but he rolls out of the pocket, and he did not run that ball. He throws it to Arlen Bruce the 5th for a pretty big yard gain. But here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I feel if Ncaa Badookie III is under pressure, he just folds. But as you can see, they were rushing me, and I threw something that should not have been thrown, and the ball gets intercepted, and that was totally on me. We still going to win the game, and I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 370 yards. On to our next game against 7-4 Nebraska. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket and boom, over him for a touchdown. Driving back down to the goal line again at 245, quarterback will roll out and go in for 6. But here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I hit him with a pump fake, and then I break a tackle, and as you can see, I will throw a dot to Sam Laporta. He will get up that field with bad intentions and throw him off of it. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I throw a head tap on his head, but the wide receiver dropped the ball. On 1st and goal, that 245-pound quarterback will boom, oh my God, for a TD. Going into the next play on 3rd and 21, Ncaa Badookie III throws a dot to Sam Laporta, and that linebacker just couldn't catch up. But going into the next play on 3rd third and goal. Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket and goes in for a TD. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I have a QB draw in Ncaa Badookie the third could, and he would go to distance and nobody will catch him. And just look at the amazing speed that he has. And as you can see, we go on and win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 7 total TDs and 286 yards. Going into the Big Ten Conference Championship against 8-4 Penn State did not start off well. On 1st and 10, I will get sacked by the D-line. Going into the next play on 2nd and goal, Ncaa Badookie the third hits the hole and he will go in for 6. But here, as you can see, on 2nd and 12, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket and throws a dot to Brody Breach, and he will goes in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have a play action, but I roll out of the pocket and complete a pass to Sam Laporta, but he gets boomed. Oh my God. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket and completes a dot to Brody Breach. Oh my God. We are not playing around early on, but we're up 31-21, and I throw a dot, but it gets intercepted by the D lineman by throwing it off my back foot. But we end the old-fashioned way and go and nail the ball. And we are conference champions, and you don't know how hard it was for Ncaa Badookie the third. But as you can see, I ended the game off with 2 TDs and 294 yards. Ncaa Badookie the third time finally has came. He is the Heisman this year. As you can see, he going to win the Robert Maxwell Award. He also wins the Walter Camp Award, and he also picks up the Davey O'Brien Award. And as you can see, we are in the playoffs, and we go against Georgia. Going into the round 1 of the playoffs, we're going against 12-1 Georgia, and they are number 1, so we have to come out intense. And on 2nd and 6, Ncaa Badookie the third has come and boomed him. Oh my God. And I refuse to go home. And on 2nd and 12, I roll out of that pocket, and that D line is swarming that ball, and I will get sacked. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 9, I will have a read option and juke. Oh my God, look at his ankles. Where are they going? And I will throw him off of me and going for 6. Going into the next play, we have another read option. I juke, and oh my God, they are not going, but I spin and throw him off of me, and I will go down and get injured, and things are not going well. But I told coach I'm not going to be injured. I came back on that field, and on 2nd and goal, I will go in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we are down 28-13, and I'm giving it all I got, and I am injured. But as you can see, I get brought down again, and this time it was my ribs, and I was hurt for the game. I really gave it all I got, but they will advance to the national championship, and I ended the game off with 2 total TDs and 226 yards. This is the end of Ncaa Badookie the third junior season. Going into my first practice of my senior season, start off intense. As you can see, I was juking and weaving and getting up that field with bad intentions on the first play of practice. So them boys, if they not coming to win a ring, then you might as well leave right now. But as you can see, I start off intense and threw a dot to my wide receiver. He went in for 6. At the end practice, on a good note, I ran that ball and boom, ran him over. But as you can boom, oh my God, he hit me hard. The coach told me great practice and you're in no danger of losing your starting position. On to our home opener against Ball State, start off intense. As you can see, on 2nd and 5, I was sitting in the pocket scanning all of my targets, but I couldn't find anyone. But I laid that boom on this defender and got up that field with bad intentions. This is the year that we step up to the plate and go get that national championship. But as you can see, I deliver a dot on 2nd and 10 to Tracy Conley, and he will go for 6. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I drop back in that pocket, and you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tuck that ball because I'm 245 pounds, and I will lay that boom all night. Here, as you can see, on 1st and goal, when things started to get good, I rushed the pass off of my back foot and threw my first interception of this season. I just cannot get back into that loophole. It is not good for me once I get it started. But on 1st and 10, when my team needed and we are down, I lay that boom to go get that first down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, as you can see, I roll out of that pocket like I do best, and I will scan all of my targets, and I found one down the field, Caleb Johnson for 6. Now, as you can see, it is 24-24 with 3 minutes left on that clock, and on 1st and 10, I throw a dot to Tracy Conley to try to score, but he drops the ball. But I was always taught to not cry about it and to go about your business, and I throw a dot to Luke Lachey, and he goes in for 6. We go ahead and nail the ball to put the icing on the cake, but as you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 4 total TDs and 338 yards. On to our next game against 1-0 Iowa State. It started off intense. On 2nd and 10, we had a play action, but I would roll out of that pocket, and I told Tracy Conley to go up the field, and I lobbed the pass, and he caught a dot and threw him off on him, but he gets tackled. We get all the way down the field on 1st and goal, but this D lineman was coming with bad intentions and sacked me. On 2nd and 2, I said there's no choice. I'm gonna get in that end zone and throw a dot to Deontay Vines. Every time Ncaa Badookie the third gets a hold of that ball, we're gonna drive down that field every time, and I throw a dot to Tracy Conley. Like I said, we were trying to run this score up this game, and I threw another TD to Luke Lachey. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third is scanning all of his targets, so he rolls out of that pocket, and he's gonna be patient and throw a dot to Tracy Conley, and he will get up that field for 34-yard reception. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 1, I will roll out of of the pocket, and I was scanning all my targets. My receivers were locked up. I didn't have nowhere to throw the ball, and the D-line was rallying that ball, and I got hit pretty hard. And this time, I went down with a bad injury, and I've been injured a lot throughout my career, and this one hurt. After being out for the rest of the game, we will go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 314 yards. Coming into our next game against 1-1 Boston College. Start off intense on first and goal. Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he will go in for 6 to start the game off. And that's one thing about Ncaa Badookie III this year. Every time he touched that ball, he wants to go score, but as you can see, he booms run him over Chilk. Oh my God, and he gets up that field with bad intentions. First and goal, you know who's getting that ball, that 245-pound quarterback Ncaa Badookie III, but on first and 10, we get a read option, and I get boomed. I didn't too much like that, but as we were driving down that field again, and on second and goal, I punched the ball in for 6 again, and on first and 10, I throw a dot to Alec Wick. That put us in perfect position to punch the ball, and I give a halfback dive to the running back, and he will take it in for 6, and we go and kneel the ball to end the game off. Boston College was fighting, but they didn't fight hard enough, but as you can see, we go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 470 yards. To our next game against 1-2 Pitt, did not start off intense. On first and 10, I drop back in that pocket, and I get sacked for a negative 10-yard loss. But here, as you can see, on first and 10, I drop back in that pocket, and I deliver a dot to Brody Breach for a 23-yard reception. Here, as you can see, on first and goal, I wanted to run that ball, and this linebacker hit me so hard, he welcomed me like I was a freshman. And I said, you want to hit me that hard on third and goal? I said, hit me hard again. I will run outside and score on you. I'm not scared. I am a 245-pound quarterback, so you better watch out. But on first and 10, as you can see, I roll out of that pocket, and I will throw a dot to Alec Wick. It was a 42-yard reception, but going into the next play on first and 10, we are down 24-7, and something has to give, and I throw it all the way across the field, and it gets intercepted, and I don't know why I threw that pass. That was just a not needed pass, and it turned into a big game for the defense, and now they're putting the offense in great position. But with 18 seconds left in the third quarter, I put my pride aside and said I want to win this ball game. We're down 31-7, and I went in for 6. Here, as you can see, on second and 2, I'm not playing. I complete a dot to Deontay Bonds, and I said we are gonna make this comeback, and I don't care what it takes. And on first and goal, it is 20-34, and I went in to take us 27-34. Time was a huge factor. We go on and lose the ball game, and I end the game off of 4 total TDs and 321 total yards. On to our next game against 0-4 Minnesota, we were in bad position early on, and on second and 30, Ncaa Badookie III throws him off of him, and he's gonna make something out of nothing to Addison Ostringer. When you need that player to get you out of a hole, Ncaa Badookie III on third and 20, he throws a dot to Tracy Conley, and he could, and he would go for a 66-yard reception. Here, as you can see, on second and 15, dropping into that pocket, Luke Lachey was wide open. I dumped it all to him for the first touchdown of the game. Here, as you can see, on second and 9, oh my God, Ncaa Badookie III is breaking tackles out there, and he will complete a pass to Tracy Conley. On second and 22, I mean, the seams were wide open all game, and I was throwing dots to Luke Lachey all day. But just because I'm a good passer, you can't forget about when I put that ball on that ground, and on first and 10, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he could, boom, oh my God, but he got tripped up. And I mean, he is just a monster, and on second and 10, he rolls out of that pocket, and he throws a dot to Tracy Conley, and I mean, he's having a spectacular game. Getting late in that fourth quarter, on third and 3, as you can see, I step back in that pocket, and I deliver a dot to Addison Ostringer. That puts us in great position to score, and on second and goal, Ncaa Badookie III gets a QB draw. He bounces it outside and goes in for 6. We will go on to win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 6 total TDs and 481 yards. Going into our next game against number 25-1 Michigan State, on first and 10, started off intense. Ncaa Badookie III wanted to go in for 6, but he just couldn't get there. Here, as you can see, on second and goal, after being pushed back, he said he was gonna get there regardless, and boomed it to the end zone. Here, as you can see, on first and 10, I thought I had my tight end wide open, but I threw an interception right to the middle linebacker that was right in front of me, and that was totally on me. But going into the next play on first and 10, we are down 30-7, and if something has to give, and these D linemen were coming, so I threw a dot all the way up the field to Luke Lachey. And I looked at Luke Lachey, and he looked at me back and said, I want it. So I gave him the ball again, and he goes in for 6, and we were absolutely fired up. At this point, we had no chance to win the game. With 10 seconds, it's 56-22, but I throw it down to Alec Wick. But as you can see, we're going to lose the game, and Payne Thorne had a better game than me. And I have to do better. I ended the game off of 2 total TDs and 344 total yards. On to our next game against 4-2 Northwestern. Started off intense. On first and 10, as you can see, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket and throws a dot to Brody Breach, and he goes for a 26-yard reception. On 1st and 10 on the slant, I throw a dot to Addison Ostranger for 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third, he sees no safeties, no linebackers, so he will touch that ball and juke and get up that boom. Oh my God, he will go all the way, and this could be the best run in history. He is an absolute monster, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, before I got hit, I threw a dot to Luke Lachey, and he gets up that sideline, and he would get pushed out of bounds. That put us in great field position, but on 1st and goal, Ncaa Badookie the third, you cannot beat him to that edge as I go in for 6. And coach came up to me and said, hey Cam, take their top off. So I said, okay coach, I got you. And on 1st and 10, I threw a dot to Tracy Conley as he go for a big game. To put the icing on the cake, I throw a dot to Luke Lachey for 6, and we will go on and win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 8 total TDs and 393 yards. On to our next game against 2-5 Purdue. Did not start off intense. On 3rd and 10, I had a wide receiver wide open, and he did not get the ball at all. And I was kind of frustrated because that was a touchdown, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket and completes a dot to Brody Breach, and he goes in for 6. And here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he will roll out of that pocket again, and as you can see, juking, weaving, and getting up that field, but he gets pushed out of bounds. And if he doesn't get in that first down, that 245 quarterback Ncaa Badookie the third will get in the second time for 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, Tracy Conley absolutely beats this DB off of the line and goes all the way for 6. Ncaa Badookie the third doing Ncaa Badookie things, running him over and trying to get in that end zone with bad intentions, and he will do so, and he is a hard runner. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, Deontay Vines takes his top off for 6, and we will go on to win the ball game. And as you can see, I get player of the game with 6 total TDs and 455 total yards. Going into our next game against 8-1 Wisconsin. Did not start off well. On 2nd and 14, I got sacked by this D-line. They were coming. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, I complete a dot to Tracy Conley, and that was a spectacular catch. But on 1st and goal, I will roll out of that pocket and throw a dot to Addison Ostranger for 6. I mean, it's like every time we score, Wisconsin was striking back, but Luke Lachey was wide open on this touchdown. They couldn't stop us. Honestly, they just couldn't. But on 1st and goal, I will roll out of that pocket, and Ncaa Badookie the third will get in that end zone. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 17, to put the icing on the cake and get Wisconsin this L, we got Tracy Conley wide open for a touchdown. I mean, I had a spectacular game. We going to win the game. I get player of the game with 7 total TDs and 399 yards. On to our next game against 3-6 Illinois. Did not start off so well. On 2nd and 24, I launched the ball up and thought my wide receiver was wide open, but his DB absolutely jumped the route. Ncaa Badookie the third was not off to a good start. On 2nd and 9, he rolls out of the pocket. He will break a tackle, and he will force a pass, and it's another interception, and this time he tries to return it, but we will bring him down. But here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I will roll out of that pocket, and on this quarter round, I hit Jacob Bosket for 6. And driving down that field again, Ncaa Badookie the third will go in for a TD, and we were absolutely running the scoreboard up. I hit Addison Ostranger across the middle for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will step up into that pocket, but roll back out of that pocket and throw that ball on a run, and the wide receiver catches the ball, and he could and he would go all the way, and we were fired up, and we were also running that scoreboard up. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket, and to put the icing on the cake, he juking and weaving and getting up that field, and oh my God, he made them all look crazy, and we going to win the ball game. And as you can see, I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 377 total yards. On to our next game against number 15, 8-2 Michigan. Started off intense on 2nd and 2. Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of that pocket, and he could get missing. They picked up the blocks, and he will hurdle up, but he gets boom. Oh my God. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, Deontay Vines is wide open, and I seen him late, but I will complete the dot for 6. And that was an amazing touchdown. But on 2nd and 10, this D-line was coming, and they laid a big hit on me. Every time you hit me, I will react, and on 2nd and goal, I drive down that field and score. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 5, I was under a lot of pressure and got a big hit laid on me, and you know I've been injured a lot, so I go down at the wrong moment. But I come back in overtime, and Ncaa Badookie the third will go win this team that game. We're going to win the game, and I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 252 yards. On to our next game against 4-7 Nebraska. Started off intense. On 3rd and 6, Ncaa Badookie the third rolls out of the pocket and completes a dot to Luke Lachey, and he throws him off of it. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, that put us in great position, and I will run that ball in and hurdle in for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, I will roll out of the pocket and throw it on the run to Tracy Conley for a big touchdown. We are running the score up. It is 31-6, and coach is finna take me out of the game, but I break a tackle and throw another dot to Tracy Conley, and he gets up the field with bad intentions, but we're going to win the game. I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 364 yards. Going into our conference championship game against number 1 12-0 Ohio State. Started off intense on 2nd and 6. Ncaa Badookie III threw it on the run to Deontay Bonds, and he gets up that field early. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III rolls out of that pocket, and he's gonna run that ball, so you better boom, watch out. I'm not playing with you. This is the conference championship game. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, I roll out of that pocket and throw a dot to Luke Lachey for 6. And that takes us up by 3. But going into the next play, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I throw a dot to Jacob Bostic. We are only down by 4 points, but on 1st and 10, I was making mistakes. I was running backwards, and they got me for a safety. Now we have to go down that field and score, but on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie III drops in that pocket. He has no one open, but he thinks he does and throws an interception, and that right there will go on and lose us the game, and that was on me. And Ncaa Badookie III has worked so hard to get where he was at, but this is his senior season, and this might just be it for him. I'm a 6'1", 250 middle linebacker, boom, out of Miami, Florida, and I am not here to play. As you can see, I will alert the ball too. This boy's an absolute monster, but as you can see, Ray Badookie IV booms this running back. He is not playing. Going into our first game against Castleberry, Ray Badookie IV has 0 offers, and he needs to step it up, but as you can see, he gets a pick early on, and he is not playing, but he will get brought down, and he was absolutely fired up to start the game off. His senior year has to be his breakout year, and on 2nd and 6, he booms this running back with bad intentions. Growing up with Ray Badookie IV, boom, growing up, it's just hard to stay in those books and stay on track. His grades has been struggling since his freshman year, but he's finally got on track this senior year, and this has to be his breakout year. Here, as you can see, Castleberry will drive down the field to put 3 on the board. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 13. The quarterback dumps off to the running back, and he absolutely stiff arms me, and that was disrespectful. But one thing about Ray Badookie IV, he will get revenge and remember your number, so he said number 40 will get in, went and wrapped and rolled him. Staying patient in my zone, I finally come out and make a hit on this wide receiver, and I'm making sure to shut down everything that comes across my face, and on 3rd and 2, they try to throw a pass, but I'm disrupting it. But as you can see, we going to win the game. I get player of the game with 5 total tackles, 1 forced fumble, and 1 interception. But without being ranked, I finally received my first star, and now I have received 3 entrance offers in South Alabama, Georgia State, and Georgia Southern. Going into our next game against Cooper City, did not start off intense. On 1st and 10, Ray Badookie IV misangled this tackle, and they got the first down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, he hit that hole so hard, and he went for another first down, but I brought him down. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Ray Badookie IV drops an interception. Oh my God, that was sick. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I made sure to meet him at an angle and knock him behind the line of scrimmage. And I absolutely had enough, and on 1st and 10, I boom this running back. I'm not playing. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, they have a screen, and I almost had an interception, but I read it too late, but I still went and got a tackle. But here, as you can see, Cooper City strikes first. They bring out the special teams to put 3 on the board. Going into the next drive, I'm not sure what defense we were in, but the wide receiver was wide open. But with 58 seconds, Ray Badookie IV knocks the quarterback behind the line of scrimmage, but that wasn't enough. We go on and lose the ball game. I end the game off with 5 total tackles and 2 tackles for loss. Each game, I'm getting a step closer to my dream come true first D1 offer, but I have picked up 3 entrance offers in UCF, Georgia Tech, and Mississippi State. Going into our next game against Port Orange, I came to play, and on 2nd and 10, I will run downhill and dive at his legs to make the tackle. As you can see, on 4th and 4, they will drive down the field to put 3 on the board. But on 2nd and 11, it's like Oklahoma days coming down that middle, but I mean, he just absolutely breaks the tackle on me. And after picking up some entrance offers, Ray Badookie IV is getting a little ahead of himself, so he needs to keep it together. But on 4th and 12, he's gonna show why he's picking up these entrance offers, and hopefully his first offer by getting an interception and almost taking it for 6. And we will go on to win the ball game. And as you can see, I end the game off with 2 total tackles and 1 interception. I pick up my first 2 offers from Coastal Carolina and Georgia State. Going into our next game against Revere Beach, did not start off so well. On 3rd and 1, as you can see, I came down in a cover 3, and he just broke my tackle, but he got boom. And things were not going our way early on. I lost my footing, but I got back up, and the wide receiver was wide open for 6. Here, as you can see, they have a jet option on 2nd and 10, and I shuffle and get to my opponent with bad intentions. But I think Ray Badookie IV kind of fell asleep in his zone, but he will wrap him up as soon as he catch that ball. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 13, we were man to man, and this was on Ray Badookie IV. He let the wide receiver wide open. He want big time offers, he has to step it up, but he almost has the interception as he deflect that ball. As you can see, we're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 3 total tackles. Not a so good game, but I pick up 2 scholarship offers from UCF and Troy. Going into our next game against 4-0 St. Cloud, started off intense. On 3rd and 11, I came down really hard, and my teammate almost injured me, and I was feeling that. But on 1st and 10, I was in man to man, and as you can see, he catches the ball, but I will put him down as soon as he catches it. But they got too much of a gain, and that was on me. And on 2nd and 7, this running back tried to manhandle me, but I would throw him to that ground. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I was a man to man again, and I made up for it, and I was strapping him up. He couldn't catch the ball. Going to the next one on 2nd and 10. Look how I fight through these blocks and make the tackle on him. And I'm a magnet to that ball, and on 1st and 10, I come down and boom, this running back, I'm back and I am here. And when you see me face to face, you better get out of my way, but this wide receiver catch the ball and I shoestring him. Going into the next one on 2nd and 10, we have another man-to-man because it was booming all game. And they are going to have to respect it, but I was guarding the tight end on this man-to-man. He didn't come out of the backfield, so I went over and slung the wide receiver to the ground as soon as he got the ball. As you can see on 3rd and goal, St. Cloud will run that ball in for 6. And as you can see, they will go on to end us the old-fashioned way and kneel the ball. And I ended the game off of 7 total tackles, and I also pick up a scholarship offer from Florida Atlantic. Going into our next game against 1-4 Tamarek. Started off intense on 2nd and 4. The running back ran it outside, but I wrapped and rolled him. Them Gator rolls are paying off. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I came down and boom, this running back. Good God almighty. That one hurt him, but on 2nd and goal, they have a sweep and the running back will run it in for a touchdown. Here, as you can see on 4th and 9, Ray Badookie, the 4th, is coming down and boom, oh my God, he's a special team player as well. Going into the next one on 2nd and 16, I absolutely missed this route, but I will regain and get a tackle on him. And that was on me, and I'm gonna make up for it. But as you can see, this quarterback steps up in that pocket, and I will come downhill and wrap and roll him for a tackle. Here, as you can see, we're going to win the game. I end the game off of 5 total tackles, and as you can see, I pick up a dream come true offer from Duke. Going into our next game against BBHS, started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, Ray Badookie the 4th got to that quarterback with his teammate, and I shook his hand and said, good job, bro. On 1st and 10, this quarterback absolutely got too much of a game, but I brought him down. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I shuffle and get to that quarterback with bad intentions, and I sling him down. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 2. This wide receiver ever sling, I absolutely try to take his neck off. Going into the next play on 2nd and 11, they have a sweet play, and Ray Badookie the 4th runs all the way across the field to throw him down. But here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he catches that ball and I sling him to that ground. I'm like a magnet to that ball. Every time I see it, I'm attacking it with a boom. But here, as you can see on 3rd and 1, we were in man-to-man, and Ray Badookie the 4th got caught slipping, and he will take it all the way for 6. And that was absolutely on him. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, this wide receiver will catch the ball and hit it up the field for another TD. But our offense came in clutch, and we were still going to win the game. And I pick up a dream come true offer from Miami and Florida State. Going into our next game against 5-2 Sweetwater. Started off intense on 1st and 10. Ray Badookie, boom! Oh my God, he wasn't playing. This is win or go home, so you either man up or just take it all off. But I'm not gonna lie, Sweetwater was attacking. They drove down the field on us for their first touchdown of the game. Here, as you can see, I made sure to come downhill as fast as I can and hit him as soon as he caught that ball. But going into the next play on 3rd and 1, we made so many missed tackles, and he got up that field and scored another one. Sweetwater wasn't holding back. They drove down again for 6. But I said I'm not going home, and I'm gonna go out with a bang as I boom the running back. I wasn't playing. But as you can see, we go on and lose round 1 playoff game. And I ended the game off of 4 total tackles. And I pick up an offer from Wake Forest. But as you can see, I'm faced with the biggest decision of my life. Out of all of these schools, I only have a couple Power 5 D1 schools. And I have a lot of schools that I could walk on and got preferred walk-ons to. Being the hardest decision of my life, I didn't know where to commit to. But after going over it with the family, I finally came to the conclusion of where I want to commit to. And there's no way I could skip over the University of Miami. Coaches gave me a full ride scholarship. He also has gave me my number 52, and I'm number 1 on that depth chart, so there's no way I could let him down. After receiving a $1.5 million NIL deal from Coach Mario Cristobal, I cannot let him down. I told them boys they better come to practice all day, and as you can see, boom, I was intense all night. Coaches told me to keep it up. You are in no danger of losing that starting position. Going into our home opener game against Florida Atlantic, start off intense. On 1st and 10, he tried to tuck the ball and run it, but I made sure to put him down. And this is my first collegiate game, so I'm getting all of the jitter outs, but I was starting off intense. I was actually making a lot of tackles early on. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, he dumps it off to his check down, and I come over and boom, oh my God, good tato mighty. I was making sure to knock those buckles loose all night, but on 2nd and 3, I dive at his legs and made sure to make that tackle. And on 2nd and 6, they had a read, boom, oh my God. I mean, this freshman is nothing to play with. On 1st and 10, Ray Badookie the 4th, oh my God, he's laying that hit all night. Going into the next one on 2nd and 14, they had a read option. I made sure they wanted no parts of me. He got nowhere, and that was a tackle for loss. And this is the way to get your name out, to come out that first game and show the college world who you are. You come down and boom all night. Here, as you can see, it's 14-0, and if we want to keep that donut, you know who's going to intercept that ball, Ray Badookie the 4th, but he doesn't go anywhere. He gets hit in that end zone, but we were absolutely fired up. up. They had one more chance to throw that ball up just to get 7, and I dropped the ball, but we will go on to win the game, and I get player of the game with 10 total tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 1 assisted tackle, and 1 interception. On to our next game against 1-0 Florida Gators. As you can see on 1st and 10, I came down and boom, I knocked his buckles loose. Not gonna lie, early on they were running that ball and getting down that field with bad intentions. But no one ever said it would be easy. On 2nd and goal, they try to run that ball, but I made sure to wrap and roll them. And I told you nothing was gonna be easy, so they go ahead and put 3 on that board. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, they drive back down and got a read option, and boom, good God almighty, I'm not playing. I am here, and I am here to stay. And they called me the little Ray Lewis because I hit so hard, but on 2nd and goal, I made sure to hit this quarterback before he gets in that end zone. On 3rd and goal, I creep up and I'm making sure every play that they field Ray Badookie to 4th, and on 4th and goal, we will get off that field, and we not playing. Going into the next play on 3rd and 12, as you can see, I almost have an interception, but I dropped the ball, and we will go on and win the ball game. I ended the game off of 7 total tackles and 3 tackles for loss. Going into our next game against FCS SCS, another rainy game, and it did not start off well. As you can see, they were driving down the field. On 4th and 5, they bring out their special teams crew to go 3-0 early on. I took offense to that. I said I'm not letting no sorry team come out here and do that to me, but as you can see, I get an interception. I said I'm gonna make change for us. And it wasn't just one. On 3rd and 13, I said, give me that. I want another one. And this time it might just go for 6, but I get shoestring. I think them boys forgot who Ray Badookie the 4th was. On 3rd and 4, I said, hold on, I want another one. And this time I will get brought down. And I want to do anything I can to make change for my team. And on 1st and 10, I grab another interception, and he could and he would go all the way 4-6, and I was not playing. I told my team, that's how you take the momentum early. And it's only the 3rd game, and I have broken the school interception record already. But as you can see, we go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 2 total tackles and 4 interceptions. On to our next game against 1-2 South Florida. On 3rd and 3, it started off intense. I came down and boomed him on that slant route. I said you would not catch that ball in front of me. On 2nd and 4, I made sure to come down and knock this quarterback buckles loose. I said it's a 1-on-1, you and me. Boom, I'm gonna win. Here, as you can see, it looks like the quarterback crossed the line of scrimmage, but on 1st and 10, he still completes a pass all the way down the field. Coach said it was donuts on him if we kept a no-scoring game. As you can see, I said, I got you, coach. I intercept that ball, and I will outrun that lineman, and I could, and I would go all the way 4-6. And I threw that U up and said, let's go. But on 2nd and 16, they have a read option. I made sure to hit his ankles and wrap and roll. But South Florida finally drives down the field and puts 3 points on the board. But as you can see on 2nd and 5, I come down and lay that boom. But as you can see, we're going to win the game. And I get player of the game with 6 total tackles and 1 interception. Going to our next game against 2-2 Georgia Tech. Didn't start off so well. I mean, he got too much of a game for me, but I still brought him down for the tackle. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 5, he run that ball. He was trying to stiff arm my teammate, so I came over to help him out and tackle him. I don't know what's going on with Ray Badookie before, but he literally ran right past the running back and let them go in for 6. Going into the next play, he's finally starting to get things together. The quarterback runs out of that pocket and he booms him. Oh my God. Not just once, but on 1st and 10, he comes down. Boom! He made sure to hit him in that chest, and on 1st and 10, he welcomed him to college. Oh my God! He told him to sit down. Here, as you can see on 4th and 11, I made sure to hit him behind the line of scrimmage, and I got up with my teammates, and I said, let's go. As you can see, we going to win the ball game. I ended the game off of 6 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and 1 sack. On to our next game against 4-1 North Carolina. Did not start off intense. On 1st and 10, he gave me the stiff arm, and I fell straight to the ground. And in my life, I've never been disrespected like that. And on 2nd and 10, they have a screen, and I made sure to shut it down before it got started. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 1, he dumps it off to the wide receiver, and I'm coming over and make sure to hit him in his chest. I'm gonna make this team respect me. On 1st and 10, he dumps it off to the wide receiver again. I boom him. I'm not playing. They done made me mad. I get angry. On 2nd and 5, boom, got almighty. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 9, staying in my zone, Drake May almost throws me an interception, but I dropped the ball. But here, as you can see on 2nd and 13, look at my break. As soon as he caught that ball, I made sure to knock him back. But as you can see, we're going to win the game. I end the game off with 7 total tackles and 2 tackles for loss. Going to our next game against number 24, 5-2 Wake Forest. They tried to get up that field early on. On 2nd and 11, they had a dump off, and he went up for an 8-yard reception. Ray Badookie the 4th came in on that next play and made sure to knock this quarterback loose. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, Wake Forest will strike first as they go in for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, he dumps it off to the running back, and I boom him. I made sure to shorten his neck. But we just didn't give it enough. They're going to end us the old-fashioned way, and they will go on to give us our first loss. But I ended the game off with 4 total tackles. Not a so good game. I'm going to try this game against 6-1 Florida State. Started off intense on 3rd and 12. As you can see, I wanted to get off that field. They had a screaming. I boomed this running back. I said, let's go. Coach always talking about setting that momentum. So I said, I'm going to come out intense every game and rap and roll. But going Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, they have a read option. I made sure to take ACL, MCL out on this quarterback. Coaches always told me to maintain my gap, and I sure would as I knock them backwards. And I told them they would not gain a yard coming through my gap, and as you can see, I will shut it down every play. I'm telling you, that's one special thing about me. I'm filling those gaps, and I'm laying that boom all night. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, I almost have an interception, but I hit him down instead. And that interception will come, but on 3rd and 10, the very next play, as you can see, I almost have another interception. They keep trying Ray Badookie the 4th. Going into the next play, as you can see, soon as this wide receiver catches that ball, I drop him down. But as you can see, we're going to win the game. I end the game off of 8 total tackles and 1 tackle for loss. Going to our next game against 5-4 Virginia Tech. Started off in 10, so 2nd and 10, I came down and boom, this running back. I was not playing, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I made sure to come in and dive at his ankles to get the tackle. I was giving out headaches all night. On 2nd and 6, I boom him again. Oh my God, I am not playing. And on 1st and goal, this quarterback will bounce it outside and go in for 6. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 10, I made sure to wind up and get a boom angle, and I was not playing. But on 2nd and 10, they have a read option, and I come down and get the tackle on the running back. But I mean, we just could not hold on to this running back. He got to that outside, and there was no catching him. He went in for a TD. Here, as you can see, it's 14-13. We're down by 1 point, and we need that ball back, and Ray Badookie the 4th gets an interception, and I was absolutely fired up. After we went down and got a field goal, they come back down with 7 seconds and kick a field goal to go on and win the game. And as you can see, we go on and lose the ball game, and I end the game off with 6 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 interception. Going to our next game against 6-3 Duke. Started off in 10, so 2nd and 4, I came down and made sure to hit the hole, but he got the 1st down. Even though they're getting yardage, I'm gonna make sure and come down and boom them to make sure that they feel what they have worked for. And I don't care how many yards you get, you're gonna feel me. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I got caught lacking in my zone, and he threw the ball, and as you can see, he breaks the tackle, and I made sure to tackle. But I mean, it's just not my game right here. I'm not having so good of a game, but on 2nd and 14, I made sure to lay the tackle, but we going to win the ball game, and I end the game off of 4 total tackles. Not a so good game. Going to our next game against 4-6 Virginia. Start off in 10, so on 1st and 10, I came down and laid that boom. Good God almighty, he felt me. But to the next play on 1st and 10, I made sure to hit him as soon as he catches the ball so he couldn't have any yak yards. But on 2nd and 8, I come around, and as you can see, I dive for a sack, and I was fired up. That was my first sack of the season. And that absolutely fired me up. But going into the next play, I was in man-to-man, but this wide receiver is kind of tall, so I took him down and chopped his legs out. But going into the next play, it is 4 seconds on that clock, and the quarterback's going to throw it up to see what he gets, and they actually get a touchdown out of it, but it wasn't enough. We still go on to win the game, and as you can see, I end the game off of 4 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 sack. Going into our next game against number 7, 10-1 Pitt. Started off in 10, so on 1st and 10, I made sure to meet this running back outside and lay him down. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, they drove down the field, and the wide receiver was wide open for a touchdown. I mean, Pitt wasn't playing. Every time they touched the ball, they were putting points on the board. They put 3 up. Big time players make big time plays in big time moments. I laid it, boom, and made the running back fumble and caused the turnover, and my teammate will pick that ball up. And as you can see, I got up fired up and told them boys I want some more. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I made sure to hit that running back behind line of scrimmage for a tackle for loss, and we go on to win the game. I end the game off of 4 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 forced fumble. To the ACC Conference Championship against number 23, 9-3 Florida State. Start off in 10, almost had a pick 6. I deflect that ball early. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, he dumps it off to the running back, and I made sure to hit him, but he still got a pretty big game. But going into the next play on 2nd and 9, I was sitting in my zone and absolutely obliterated the quarterback. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was giving this quarterback a long night. On 2nd and 3, I made sure to wrap and roll him, but going into the next play on 3rd and 3, he had a read option, and I made sure to wrap and roll him again. They just could not hang with us. It was 31-8 in the 4th quarter, and I made sure to lay a big hit on that quarterback. And as you can see, we are ACC Conference champions, and this is a dream come true to be a freshman to go to a conference championship early on. I ended the game off with 8 total tackles, but as you can see, I was not a runner-up for the Heisman, and I'm just confused, but I have to remember that I didn't do so good at the end of my season. I also picked up a Chuck Benarkey Award, and as you can see, I picked up the Dip Butkus Award. After being ranked number 7 and not getting put in the playoffs, we still have a bowl game to play, and it's against number 8 Utah, and we started off in 10s by making a tackle early. And they were not playing. They drove down the field to tie the game up 3-3 early on, but going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I was sitting in my zone. They have a screenplay, but I made sure to come down and lay that boom. And even though that we're not going for that national championship ring, we're going to get a bowl ring, and I'm going to lay that boom all night. But as you can see on 2nd and 10, going into the next play, I come down and boom, oh my God, I'm giving out headache. Going into the next play on 3rd and 10, they are driving down that field, and I missed it in my zone, and I still made the tackle on them though. But on 4th and goal, as you can see, to get them boys off the field, Ray Badookie the 4 makes them fumble, and we turn over downs, and we are bowl champs. And this is an amazing experience for Ray Badookie the 4th as being a freshman and getting to do the things that he's done. But here is his final stats of his freshman season. Going into Ray Badookie the 4th sophomore season, he laid that boom boom, and told him what type of day this was gonna be. Not only did we fall short of that national championship, but this year, we're coming for respect. I told the offense, y'all better come out and test, because the defense is booming all day. I literally set him down, but as you can see, Coach, you're in no danger of losing that starting position. After twisting my ankle in practice, I missed the whole first quarter, and I came back in on 2nd and 10 and made a tackle on the quarterback. And they thought they were safe, but they weren't. On 1st and 10, as you can see, the quarterback tried to scramble up that middle, but Badookie IV is gonna stop him. That still didn't stop Miami University from driving down that field and putting 3 on that board. That was a long field goal. Here, as you can see, I come down and boom, this running back, I creep down on him. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, I was in man-to-man coverage, but I didn't locate the ball, almost had an interception. Going to the next play on 2nd and 14, I come down and horse collar this wide receiver. I wasn't playing. But on 4th and 17, Coach said, let's get off of that field, and he dumped it off to the running back, and I will hit him to end the game, and we going to win the ball game, and I end the game off with 6 total tackles. On to our next game against 1-0 Pitt. Start off intense. I laid that boom early on to show him who I am. We'll make sure to have your bell ringing, but as you can see, I will get to that ball with bad intentions every time. But going into the next play on 3rd and 2, I made sure this running back couldn't get through, but he still got the first down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had a cover 3 zone, and I came down, he dumps it off to the running back, and boom, got to Marty. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, I was sitting in my zone, but this tight end was wide open, so I tried to go for him, but it was a little too late. He stiff-armed into the end zone. But I told my team, I said, we are all we got, and on 1st and 10, we got to that running back with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I had a cover 3 zone again, and he dumps it to the running back, and boom, we going to win the game. And as you can see, I end the game off with 7 total tackles and 1 forced fumble. Going into our next game against 0-2 Nebraska, didn't start off so well. As you can see on 2nd and inches, they had an inside zone, and the running back hit that hole so hard, but I shoestring tackled him. Coming down on 1st and 10, I absolutely boom this running back. Got to Marty. And I'm gonna make sure they feel every bit of it. And on 2nd and 4, I boom this quarterback. Oh my God. Coach told me my favorite phrase before the game: go out there and knock their buckles loose. So I boom. So I said, I got you, Coach. I kind of think Nebraska had enough of it. This running back absolutely threw me to the ground, and I wasn't really having it, but we still going to win the game. And as you can see, I ended the game off with 4 total tackles. Going into our next game against 2-2 Wake Forest. Started off intense on 1st and 10. As you can see, this quarterback got too much of a game, but I still came and drilled them. Absolutely drilled him. Wake Forest was driving down that field, but I was in full stride to go over and wrap and roll him when he got the first down. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 12, I went over to get the assisted tackle with my teammate, and we just couldn't hold Wake Forest back from running that ball, and the quarterback runs it again, so I kept him on a contain, and I went over there to hit him out of bounds. It's like every time I made a tackle, they was getting a first down, but I brought him down as soon as he got the first. Here, as you can see, Badookie IV on 2nd and 6 come over and drill this running back. Oh my God, he was not here to play. And this is when he started to give out headaches. On 3rd and 14, he came downhill and boom, this wide receiver made him do a front flip. As you can see, we're going to win the game. I ended the game off with 6 total tackles and 1 tackle for loss. Going into our next game against 1-3 Virginia, did not start off so well. On 2nd and goal, as you can see, they drove down the field and scored a touchdown on us early, and we had to get the momentum somehow, so I came down and boom this running back. He was gonna feel me, and I will not be disrespected. But on 30 inches, they have a screen play, and I come over and hit this running back, but he got a pretty big game. Things just wasn't in our favor. As you can see on 1st and 10, I will trip over my teammate, and the running back goes in for 6. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 14, I come down with bad intentions and almost missed the tackle, but I redirect and get the tackle. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, I come down like a monster and lay that hit. He did not get up after that one, but they have an inside zone right up the middle. He kind of ran me over, but I still brought him down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 7, bad, and boom, made him fumble that ball. I'm a monster. And I want a ring, but going into the next play on 3rd and 7, I came down, lay a big hit on this running back, but we're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 7 total tackles and 1 forced fumble. Going into our next game against 4-1 Florida State, our offense was not off to a good start. They threw a pick 6, and they special teams come out to kick the extra point. I mean, we have to get it together, and on 1st and 10, I went over to make a stop on that running back. He was going nowhere. I mean, we were having trouble with Florida State. They drove back down again and scored 6 again. And we have to turn the momentum up, and you know who's going to do that. Badookie IV comes over with the big hit. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 10. He heard my footsteps, so he dropped that ball. And he knew better because he was scared. But on 2nd and 6, I come down and boom, oh my God. And not just one time, but on 2nd and 11, I'm going to make sure to boom him and knock that ball out that cause a turnover for my team, and we pick it up, and I was absolutely fired up. I told them boys I want it all. But as you can see, they end us the old-fashioned way and kneel the ball, and we will take our first loss of the season. But as you can see, I ended the game off of 5 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 sack and 1 forced fumble. On into our next game against 4-1 Georgia Tech. Started off a little rocky. On 1st and 10, I went down low and rocked that running back for a hit, but he still got a gain of too much. And on 2nd and 11, I'm not gonna lie, I was supposed to blitz, and I did not do my assignment, and they threw it over top for 6. But I wanted revenge. On 3rd and 4, I came down and boom, boom, that quarterback, I wanted smoke. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 8, that running back ran it up the middle, and he will go for a first down, but I bring him down with a tackle. And Georgia Tech did not let back. They were driving down that field. As you can see, they kicked through, but we're going to win the ball game. And as you can see, I end the game off of 4 total tackles. Going into our next game against 4-4 Ole Miss, did not start off well. As you can see on 2nd and 10, he dumps it off, and I missed a tackle, but I will get the tackle, but he got the first. And these teams are not playing with us this year. They are striking early, and they going for 6. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 12. I come across that field and lay that boom on that quarterback. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he rolls out again, and I absolutely sit him down. I said, get over here. But here, as you can see on 3rd and 5, I say technique sound, and I came down and laid that boom. Oh my God, that's how you shorten somebody's neck. The Ole Miss did not just give up. They will put 3 up on that bowl. We're going into the next play on 1st and 10. I came down and laid that hit. I said, good God almighty. The end of the game offense style, I came in, boom, the quarterback. Oh my God, but we going to lose the game. And as you can see, I end the game off with 6 total tackles. On to our next game against 5-3 Duke. Started off a little shaky. On 3rd and 6, I tripped over my feet, but I got back up and I got to that ball and laid a big hit on that quarterback. Coach said, I want you to shorten his neck all game. So I came in and boomed him. Oh my God, he felt that one. I'm not leaving out here till my respect is given. And on 1st and 10, he will run that ball again. And I dive and miss the fumble. It happened too fast for me. But on 2nd and 9, boom, oh my God, I laid a big hit on him. And we will go on and win the ball game. And I end the game off for 3 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 sack. On to our next game against number 19, 8-1 UNC. We have to knock them off. And on 3rd and 2, I got done up on this man-to-man coverage. As you can see, they get down to the goal line, and I just get blocked up, and the quarterback will go in for 6. We have to get it together. They lost one game for a reason, and as you can see, I make the tackle on the running back. Coach said he wanted change, and I'm gonna give him change. On 3rd and 6. I will intercept Drake May, and as you can see, Ray Badookie the 4th, he would, and he could go all the way for 6. And that absolutely put the dagger in the game. On 1st and 10, I will lay him down as soon as he catches the ball, but he still got a gain of too much. But as you can see, UNC drives back down the field on 3rd and goal, and they will go in for 6. That wasn't enough. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off of 4 total tackles and 1 interception. Going into our next game against 6-4 Virginia Tech. Start off intense. On 1st and 10, I wrapped and rolled this running back, and I was not playing. By starting the game off on 1st and 10, I boomed him to get that momentum going. But going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I came downhill and boom, oh my God, good almighty. But here, as you can see, on 2nd and 3, I came down again and laid that boom. I was laying them out all night. I was not playing. But boom, that quarterback had to feel me. But going into the next play, Ray Badookie the 4th started to come alive with an interception, and he will go the other way, and he could. Boom, oh my God, he ran him over, but he goes out. But on the next play, as you can see, on 2nd and 4, I will hit him low, and we will go on to win the ball game. And I get player of the game with 8 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 sack, and 1 interception. Going into our next game against 6-4 Arkansas State. Started off intense. On 2nd and 10, they had an outside zone, and I went and got his legs and wrapped and rolled him. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 11, as soon as he caught that ball, I made sure to throw him to that ground. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, they had a sweep play, and I came down and absolutely boomed him. Oh my God. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I came down and laid a big hit on this running back. But going into the next play on 3rd and 11, as you can see, I was in my zone and made sure to lay him down as soon as he caught the ball. And into the next play on 2nd and 12, I came down and laid a big hit and made him fumble that ball, and my teammates jumped on it. But here, as you can see, on 2nd and 6, I came down and rearranged his jaw. I made sure that he felt that one. But on 4th and 14, as you can see, I stayed in my zone. He threw it to the tight end, and they went in for 6. But here, as you can see, on the next play on 2nd and 10, I had a cover 3 zone, and I was staying in it, ready to play, and got an interception. And as you can see, I get brought to the ground, and I was absolutely fired up. As you can see, we going to win the ball game, and I end the game off of 9 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. As you can see, we made it back to the ACC Conference Championship game, and it's against Florida State. And as you can see, I come down and lay a big hit on this running back early on. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I came down. They had a read option. I laid that boom on the quarterback. I'm not gonna lie, our offense was putting it together. We were up 21-0 early on, but Florida State said they are not gonna hold back with a long field goal that they hit, but we're gonna strike back every time. But on 1st and 10, I came down and lay a big hit and made them fumble that ball, and as you can see, we pick it up for a turnover. But on the next play on 2nd and 13, I was in man-to-man coverage, but the quarterback came out and got boomed. Oh my God. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I was in man-to-man, and I read it like a book, and I will intercept that ball, and Ray Badookie the 4 breaks 1 tackle, and he would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, we are ACC champions again, but due to our rank being number 7, we did not make it to the playoffs. That wasn't a contender for Heisman again, but as you can see, this is the end of Ray Badookie, the 4th sophomore season, and I have not played my bowl game due to me entering the transfer portal. Here, as you can see, Ray Badookie, the 4th has entered the transfer portal, and he has committed to the University of South Carolina. And Coach Shane Beamer has told me that I will be an instant starter if I commit here, so it was no other choice for me and my fam but to come. And when Ray Badookie the 4th said he's coming, he is coming. Going into my first practice as a Gamecock, I have to come out here and prove myself. And even though I'm an instant starter, I cannot put a bad look on my name. And I told Coach when I signed those papers, I'm coming here for one thing and one thing only. I want a ring. Getting later in practice, the offense run a screenplay, and I come down late and boom on him. Oh my God. After talking to Coach after practice, he said, great practice, and you're in no danger of losing that starting position. Going into our home opening game against North Carolina, started off intense. On 1st and 10, we made sure as soon as he caught that ball that he got put down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, Drake May dumps it off to the running back, and I make sure to come over there and knock his buckles loose. I made sure to welcome him to college, but on 2nd and 8, as you can see, he dump it off, and I will wrap and roll him. Them Gator rolls are paying off. Not only that I'm a defensive player, but I can also be a special teams player. I come down, they did not block me. Boom! Oh my God, I laid him out. Good God almighty. And I might be the hardest hitter on the team, but I will alert that ball as well. Ray Badookie the 4th, he could and he would go all the way for 6. And I mean, he was absolutely fired up with his teammates. But going into the next play on 2nd and 4, he jumps it off to the running back again, and I made sure to come over and lay a big hit again. And on 2nd and 8, I'm sitting back in my zone, and he throws the ball, and I'm such a hard hitter, you will not catch that ball on me. As you can see, we're going to win our home opener game, and I end the game off with 8 total tackles and 1 interception. Going into our next game against the number 1 seed, 1-0 Georgia, we have to come out intense, and we sure did. On 3rd and 11, I came down and laid that boom on them. Oh my God. And I know one thing, you might not know my name, and we might not be a ranked team, but you will feel how hard I hit you. I must have had some type of beef with this wide receiver, because I tried to take ACL, MCL out. Going into the next play on 3rd and 9, Stetson Bennett was sitting in that pocket, and he didn't know what to do with it, so I went to go get the sack on it, and I was fired up. I said, come on, I want some more. But this number 19 for Georgia absolutely had enough of me. I mean, he caught a deep pass, and it looked like he could, and he would go all the way for 6, and I said that was because I hit him so hard. And I said I'll get him back, but as you can see on 2nd and 8, he dumps it off to the running back, and I will make sure to hit him, but he still gets the 1st down. But going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I was in great coverage. I just couldn't get to the ball, but I still made the tackle. I mean, I'm having a ball out game, and on 3rd and goal, I absolutely misangled this running back, and they will go on and win the game. And as you can see, I ended the game off with 7 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 sack. Going into our next game against 1-1 Vanderbilt, started off intense. On 1st and 10, he had a slant route, and he got boom. Coach said quarterback set him up. And I just came out to this game very aggressive. On 2nd and 10, I said, give me that ball. I want it, but they got it recovered. I said, I don't care what it takes. You're not, boom, getting in this end zone. I'm going to lay that hit all day, but on 2nd and goal, they will punch that ball in for 6. And I was very disappointed we didn't hold them to 3, but on 1st and 10, boom, this quarterback was getting tripped up, and I picked him up. Here, as you can see, we're up 14-7, and I almost have an interception, but I dropped the ball. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, he had a slant route, but I made sure to put him down, but he still got a gain of too much. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, this wide receiver was wide open on this curl route, but I'm not scared to put my body on the line to make a tackle, and I will do. We're going to win the game, and I end the game off with 7 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Going into our next game against 2-1 UCF, I mean, they started off intense. On 1st and 10, the quarterback rolls out of that pocket. He gets a gain of too much, but I throw him to the ground. I always get us fired up by coming down and booming everyone every game. And I will always set that momentum, but on 1st and 10, he runs the ball up the middle for a big 1st down, and I still tackle him. Here, as you can see, I'm like a magnet to that ball. On 2nd and 10, I will get to him and wrap and roll him like them Gator rolls are paying off. On 1st and 10, they have a read option, and boom, I'm his worst nightmare. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 6, sitting in my zone, I will put him down as soon as he catch that ball. But going into the next play on 4th and 7, I was sitting back in my zone again, and I will catch that spectacular interception, but I get put down, and we go on to win the ball game. I end the game off with 7 total tackles and 1 interception. Into our next game against 1-3 Kentucky, started off intense. As you can see, Ray Badookie the 4 comes down and make a tackle as soon as he catch that ball, and I told my teammates I'm fired up early. Going into the next play, the running back ran it right up that middle, but I said, you're not going anywhere. Sit down. I'm starting to think these SEC teams are having enough of me. I come down and he gets stiff-armed. Oh my God. Going into the next play, I said I wanted revenge on 2nd and 9, and a one-handed interception. Ray Badookie the 4th has never done this in his career. He is acting unordinary. We're up 20-0, and to end the game off in style, I come down and boom, the quarterback set him up, and we're going to win the ball game. I end the game off for 3 total tackles and 1 interception. On to our next game against the number 12 seed 5-1 Arkansas. Started off intense. As you can see, he did not catch that ball, and we will spot that ball for the defense early. We have to keep him down here. On 3rd and 10, I spotted that ball, and we'll get to it with bad intentions. Here, as you can see, see on 2nd and inches, the quarterback will tuck that ball and run. He gets the first down. That is too much of a game, but I will bring him down. Going into the next play on 2nd and 9, I read a screen from a mile away, and I will fight pressure with pressure and knock this running back right on his back. I'm not playing. Going into the next play on 3rd and 4, he has a running back out of the backfield, and he catches it for a first down. On 4th and goal, Arkansas wanted to put some points on that board to take the game 7-3, but I said, that's it. You're not getting any more. And on 1st and 10, I came down and boom, got somebody. He is going to be hurting tomorrow. And on 1st and 10, I get him again with a boom, and this time he fumbles that ball, and we recover it. Here, as you can see, we're going to win the ball game. I end the game off of 10 total tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Going into our next game against the number 14 seed, 5-1 Tennessee did not start off well. I mean, they kicked 3, and that was a long field goal early. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I made sure to come down and boom, shorten his neck early on. I'm not playing. And I mean, I'm feeling the beat gap all night and laying big hits. But going into the next play on 2nd and 6, he hit that hole and boom, I made him fumble, but they will recover that ball. And if I'm not the hardest hitter in college football, I don't know who is, but on 2nd and 12, I come down and boom, rearrange his guts. Oh my God. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 4, literally seconds later, I would have had an interception, but I put him down as soon as he got the ball. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, he was coming across that middle, and I should have lit him up, but I didn't. And on 1st and 10, the quarterback rolls out of that pocket, and I made sure to wrap and roll him and tell him to sit down. You're not going anywhere. Getting down to the goal line on 2nd and goal, the quarterback scrambles out of that pocket, and I'm making sure that they're not getting in that end zone. And as you can see, like I said, they will be kicking 3, but that takes them up 9-7. And our offense didn't do anything with that ball, but boom, I will go out with a bang. But as you can see, we're going to lose the game. I end the game off of 12 total tackles, 1 tackle for loss, 1 sack, and 1 forced fumble. Going into our next game against the number 18 seed, 6-1 Missouri. Started off intense on 2nd and goal. I mean, they were driving down that field, but I still wrapped and rolling for a tackle. Going into the next play on 3rd and 5, he dumped it off to the wide receiver, but I mean, he ran me over, but I still got him down. I'm not gonna lie, Missouri was attacking us early on 3rd and 10, he throws a dot on 2 defenders. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, they have a sweep play, but I get blocked, and they go in for 6. I started to turn things up a little bit on 1st and 10, he tried to roll out of that pocket, and I throw him on that ground and say, get over here. I'm not the one to be played with. Badookie, the 4th on 3rd and 3, comes down and lay a big hit on this running back. I'm not playing. Going into the next play on 2nd and goal, we finally got what we needed. We got a gang sack, and this time we brought that quarterback down, and he was injured. I don't pray on injuries, but we kind of needed that. We're down 10-0. Now it's 13-0, so we need change. And on 2nd and 6, I come down and lay a big hit on his tight end. Going into the next play on 2nd and 5, there's no more seconds on that clock, and I nearly have an interception, but I hit him instead. And as you can see, we going to win the ball game, and I end the game off with 10 total tackles and 2 tackles for loss. Going into our next game against 4-3 Mississippi State. Started off intense on 2nd and 4. This quarterback rolled out, and I mean, I wrapped in and rolled those legs. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, it's me and you. Boom, I'm gonna lay that boom all night. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 10, he has a slant route and the quarterback bout set him up, but I hit him as soon as he caught the ball. On to the next one on 3rd and goal, I was sitting in my zone being patient, and I will intercept that ball. And as you can see, I get brought down, and we will go on to win the game. I end the game off with 3 total tackles and 1 interception. On to our next game against the 11C 7-2 Florida Gators. As you can see, started off intense. As soon as he caught that ball, Badookie the 4th laid that hit on him, and I was fired up. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I was sitting in my zone and came down and boom, this running back. I'm not playing. But as you can see, getting down to that goal line on 3rd and goal, they had a screenplay. He dumps it off to the running back, and he will go in for 6. Going to the next play on 1st and 10, this quarterback will tuck that ball and try to get out, but I boom him. I'm not playing. You would not get any forward progress. But on 1st and 10, boom, I'm not playing. I'm creeping down every time, and on 1st and 10, boom, I'm knocking them buckles loose. Here on 2nd and 10, I'm giving out headaches as well. I'm not playing. But to put the icing on the cake, on 1st and 10, he comes across that middle, and I almost intercept that ball, but I dropped it, and we will go on to win the game. I end the game off of 6 total tackles. Going into our next game against FCS East, started off a little rocky. On 3rd and 8, I mean, they converted the first down, but I still got the tackle. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, Badookie the 4th will get downhill and drive at his legs to get the tackle on him. Going into the next one, set, boom, oh my God, I laid the hit on him, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I made sure to hit him so he couldn't catch that ball. On 2nd and 10, we're up 16-0, and I'm not scared to put my body on the line to make the hit. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 14, I will come downhill and lay that hit on that quarterback. And coach said donuts on him if we keep a no-scoring game, so you know me, I'm gonna throw him to the ground with bad intentions, but we're going to win the ball game, and I end the game off with 6 total tackles and 1 tackle for loss. Going into our next game against the number 18 seed 7-4 Clemson, start off intense, and it was on special teams. Boom! Badookie the 4th came down in 10. Going into the next play on 2nd and 13, the quarterback had no option, so he tucked that ball, and you know I'm gonna sling him to that ground, but he still got the first down. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, he will run it outside, and I'm gonna put my body on the line and wrap and roll him. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I caught him in the hole and laid that hit hit on them all night. That still didn't stop Clemson from driving down that field and putting 3 on that board. But going into the next one on 2nd and 4, I was staying in my zone being patient, but I intercept that ball. Badookie the 4th will go all the way for 6. Put the icing on the cake. On 1st and 10, I came down and boomed him and made him fumble that ball, and we would get a turnover downs. And as you can see, we're going to win the game. I get 8 total tackles and 1 forced fumble and 1 interception. But here, as you can see, we lost too many games to make it to that SEC Conference Championship. But as you can see, this is the end of Badookie the 4th junior season. Declared for the NFL draft and got drafted round 7 to the Baltimore Ravens. My name is Badookie the 5th, and I'm a 5'8", 185-pound running back, and I'm known for that speed. As you can see, I will burst out with a burst of energy all the way for 6. And I'm from Maryland, but as you can see, I have 0 offers going into my senior season, and I have to come out here for my respect. The talk has always been that he's too short to play at the next level, but I'm here to prove them wrong, and I promise you my senior year, I will get an offer. Going into our first game against Southgate, start off intense. As you can see, Lil Badookie going for 6 early on, and going into the next play on 1st and 10, he had an outside zone, and he would hit that outside, and as you can see, he could, and he would go all the way for 6. And I mean, we were absolutely fired up. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have an inside zone, and I will hit it and hit it back outside, and as you can see, I have a strong arm. I will stiff arm and get him off of me, but he will bring me down. And not only could I run that ball, but I will catch that ball out of the backfield, which is special as a running back, and I will juke my way up that field for another TD. And all summer, I've been working on catching that ball out of the backfield, because it's a special thing to do. In my freshman, sophomore, junior year, I did not do it well, and as you can see, I catch another pass on 1st and 10 for a big game. Going to the next play on 3rd and 1 with Lil Badookie the 5th gets coast to coast. It is no catching him. He will go all the way for 6. The thing I was taught as being a short running back is follow those blockers, and as you can see, I'm juking and weaving and getting up that field with bad intentions. I would break a tackle and go in for a touchdown, and I told them boys I want some more. And I'm just shocking the high school world right now. They did not know that Lil Badookie the 5th had it in him, and as you can see, when I said I wanted some more, I went and got another one. I ended the game off for 7 total TDs and 501 yards, and as you can see, I pick up my first 3 entrance offers in Pittsburgh, Penn State, and Maryland. On to our next game against Potomac. Started off intense on 1st and 10. I had a sweet play, and I would hit that hole, and as you can see, look at the burst of speed as I cut back in, and Lil Badookie the 5th, he could and would outrun the whole team for a touchdown. Not only that, I will outrun you, but on 2nd and 5, boom, good got Tamati, I will run you over. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 13, I have an inside zone, and I will hit that hole and juke and get up that field with bad intentions, but I will get brought down by a swarm of defenders. They were all coming to that ball. This is what separates me from all the other running backs. On 1st and 10, I catch that ball out of the backfield, juke, and I get up that field and break a tackle, and as you can see, I break another one, but I get brought down. On to the next one on 2nd and 11, we have a stretch, and as you can see, I will follow my block and hit that outside, and when I hit that outside, there is no catching me, but they will absolutely catch me. On to the next one on 2nd and goal, I will come down and lower my shoulder and run in for 6, and I give all praises to the Most High. As you can see, on 2nd and 1, I did the unbelievable. I hurdled up and I get boom, but as you can see, I will get back up and run in for 6, and I was absolutely fired up. We absolutely ran a score, but we're going to win the game. I ended the game off with 6 total TDs and 299 yards, and as you can see, I am now a 4-star recruit, and I pick up my first 3 offers from Oregon, Louisville, and Penn State. Man, this is a dream come true. I would have never thought out of my 3 years of high school. On to our next game against BH High School. Started off intense on 2nd and 8. I had a sweet play, and I will read my blocks and hit that hole, and there was no one in front of me as I see the end zone for 6. Going to the next play on 3rd and inches, I will hit the hole again and read the block again and hit the outside again, and as you can see, I try to outrun him, but he will hit me down low. Getting down to that goal line, you know who's going to get that ball on a halfback draw for 6, Lil Badookie the 5th, and going into the next play on 1st and 10, I'm being special, catching that ball out of that backfield and getting up that field. Going to the next play on 1st and 10, I hit the hole, boom, oh my God, I ran both of them over and got the first down. He is little but strong. He will follow those blocks on 1st and goal for another TD, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole, and as you can see, juke, get up that field, break a tackle, break another one, then I got brought down. Here, as you can see, we're up 37-3, and coach said pound that clock out, and I will pound that ball every time I touch it. On to the next play on 13, I have an inside zone, and boom, oh my God, that was personal. I wanted to run him over. Here, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game, and as you can see, I get player of the game with 4 total CDs and 367 yards, and I'll pick up a dream come true offer from Alabama and Wake Forest. On to our next game against Kearney. Started off intense. As you can see, we had a jet read option on 1st and 10, and Lil Badookie the 5th will get up that field with a 16-yard rush. On what I do special, catching that ball out of the backfield, I will catch it and juke. I try to get up that field, but as you can see, I would not get the first down due to that. I told coach, let's go for it, and on that jet read option, option, I will hit that outside and get the first down and more for 6. On to the next drive, coach told me to go down and run the Texas route, and I would and go in for another TD. But on 2nd and 3, as you can see, I hit that outside, and I will get up that field with bad intentions, and there is no stopping me as I get pushed out of bounds. On to the next play on 2nd and 2, we have another jet read option, and I will cut that thing up and get in that end zone. The jet read option is by far my favorite play as I hit the hole. It was wide open for 6, and I was absolutely fired up with my teammates. I said, let's go. It's 34-7, and put the icing on the cake for Carney. As you can see, I will hit that hole, follow those blocks, and I'm good at following my boxes. My name is Lil Reed, and I will go in all the way for 6, and I was fired up. I said, that's another one. Ooh, we're going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 358 yards, and I get a dream come true offer from Texas. On to our next game against RHS. Started off intense on 1st and 10. I ran it right up that middle, and I lowered my shoulder and said I wanted all the smoke early on. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I have a jet read option. As you can see, I will break a tackle and get up that field with bad intentions. Lil Reed Badookie, the 5th, could, and he would go all the way for 6. Every time we touch that ball, we are driving down that field, and on 1st and 10, I hit the outside with another TD, and guess what? We drove down the field again, and I will go in for another TD. I'm not playing. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I have another jet read option. As you can see, I will hit that outside again, and juke, I will get up that field. Didn't go anywhere, but I still get brought down. On to the next one on 2nd and 2. As you can see, I have an outside zone, and I will make him miss. I will redirect myself, get up that field with bad intentions, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6. I mean, we absolutely ran the scoreboard up, and as we go on to nail the ball to end the game. And as you can see, I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 425 yards, and I also pick up a dream come true offer from Georgia. On to our next game against Bel Air South. Started off a little slow. As you can see, on 4th and 3, I will convert, doing what I do special, catching that ball out of that backfield and getting up that field with bad intentions. On to the next one on 1st and 10, I have a jet read option. I will hit that hole. As you can see, Lil Reed Badookie the 5th. When I say I will run coast to coast, I'm not scared to run right up that middle. I'm little with a big head. I will break a tackle, hit that outside, but I will get brought down, and I'm not playing. Out of all of my years that I've been down there, I finally want my respect, and on 1st and goal, I bounce it outside for another TD. Every time I touch that ball, I'm going for 5 and more, and on 2nd and 3, I will hit that outside, and I have 4 defenders chasing me, but I will get brought down, and I'm not playing. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I have a sweet play on that goal line, and boom, that dude got boomed. Oh my God. Going to the next one on 1st and 10, catching that ball out of that backfield. I'm a special threat, and I make all 3 of them miss. Oh my God, I get up that field with bad intentions, but I finally will get brought down. I said, Lil Reed Badookie the 5th punched that ball, and I said, I got you, coach, for 6. And on 4th and 2, to put the icing on the cake, I ran into my team. I said, get out of my way, man. And I went all the way for 6, and I was fired up. I said, hold on, that's no more. I can't keep going. I get player of the game with 7 total TDs, 193 yards. And I also pick up an offer from Notre Dame. On to our next game against ER High School. On special teams, I was being a threat. As you can see, I will hit that hole. It was wide open, and I mean, everybody got laid out, and I see nothing but that end zone, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6. In this game, I came out totally different. On 1st and 10, I will outrun everybody and hit that right sideline, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6, and I'm not playing. And going into the next one on 1st and 10, I will hit that right side again, follow my blocks, and get up that right sideline, and I'm not playing. Every time I touch the ball, I will go for 6. On to the next one on 1st and goal. As you can see, I throw him off of me and say, you are a little boy to me. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 4, I get a sweet play, and as you can see, I make a defender miss, and I get up that left sideline, and I could, and I would get pushed out of bounds. Getting down to that goal line again, I will punch that ball in for 6 and give all praise to the Most High, man, and I said I want all of it. Here, as you can see, we're up 45-3, and doing what I'm doing best, catching that ball out of the backfield. I will catch a touchdown out of the backfield, and I was fired up with my teammates. As you can see, we going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 7 total TDs and 304 yards, and I also pick up an offer from Wisconsin. To our next game in the round 1 playoffs, he's either win or go home, and on 1st and 10, as you can see, Lil Reed Badookie reads his block, cut it up, and hit that outside, and he is not playing juke and get up in that field with bad intentions, but he get pushed out. On to the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that hole again, and that right sideline is my best friend, but as you can see, I will get brought down. But like I said, I have a small body with a big head. On 1st and goal, I will go up high and hurdle for 6, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I was being patient, then I strike out with a burst of speed. Lil Reed Badookie the 5th, he could juke, get up that field, but they are swarming that ball. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 9, on this jet read option, I was tying a little bit. I said, hold on, come on. They was too slow for 6. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, I catch the ball out of the backfield and get up, juke. Oh my God, I made a miss, and I will go, and I will get brought down. Here, as you can see, coaches put me in a slot, and I ran a slant round and caught that ball, and you know I'm getting 5 and more every time I touch the ball, and I'm not playing. To go ahead and put the icing on the cake, on 1st and 10, Lil Reed Badookie the 5th will take that ball in for 6 and give all praise to the Most High. And as you can see, we going to win the game. I ain't game off for 3 total TDs and 312 yards. As you can see, I pick up an offer from Stanford. Going into round 2 of the playoffs, like I said, it's either win or go home against Southgate, and on 1st and 10, I juke and weaving and getting up that field to get that first down, and I told them boys I'm starting off intense early on. Here, as you can see, like I said, coast to coast on 2nd and 7, I run it straight up the middle, break a tackle, and oh my God, I will go in for 6. Like I said, every time we get that ball, we are driving down that field, and on 3rd and 2, I will take it in for 6, but going into the next play on 2nd and go, I will hurdle up. I got a big head, and it's a perk of being a short running back. You could just fall behind those holes, and they will not see you, but he will wrap and roll me, but I get an 18-yard rush. Going into the next play, we have a halfback draw, and I will bounce it out left. There were no DBs over there, so I said I'm going to take advantage of it and outrun the linebackers and go all the way for 6, and I was fired up, but as you can see, we will go on to win the ball game. I ended the game off for 5 total TDs and 276 yards. Also pick up an offer from TCU. Going into the 3rd round of the playoffs, ER High School tries to get their revenge on us, and on 1st and 10, I started off intense and said, y'all have no chance, and I will take it all the way for 6. Going into our next play on 1st and goal, I will take it in for another TD, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I'm running around at that backfield. You know I'm going to catch that ball, juke, get up that field with bad intentions for another TD. Now, I mean, these linebackers cannot hold me when I run around at that backfield, and on 1st and 10, I get a pretty big gain. Here, as you can see, running around at the backfield, there was no one to guard me, and I'm wide open, hurdle into the end zone for another one. Go ahead and knock off ER High School again on 1st and 10. Lil Badookie the 5th will put the icing on the cake. He striked out like Flash, and he will go give all praises to the Most High. And as you can see, we were going to win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 239 yards, and I also pick up an offer from Washington. Going into the state championship game against RHS, started off intense on 2nd and 4. As you can see, I hit that hole and juke get up that field with bad intentions, and I'm not playing. I get down to the goal line and punch that ball in for the first touchdown of the game. Going into the next drive on 2nd and 4, I catch that ball out of that backfield, break 1 tackle, and I will get brought down. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 5, I have a jet option, and I will hit that left sideline. Oh my God, I get back up that field, redirect, and get in the end zone for 6. I mean, every time I touch that ball, I will get in that end zone, and I mean, we're running the score. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that right side, and as you can see, I will go all the break a tackle, and I could go all the way, but I will get brought down. Here, as you can see, it's 28-7, and I hit that hole, follow my block, because my name Lil Reed, and I will go in for 6, and I was fired up with my teammates. But going into the next play, getting down on 4th and 1, I will punch that ball in to go on to put the icing on the cake, and we will go on to win the state championship. And I end the game off for 8 total TDs and 362 yards, and I pick up an offer from West Virginia. When I say time flies, time flies. I am now faced with the biggest decision of my life, and I did not even notice that I had all of these Power 5 D1 offers, and I don't know where I should commit to, and I have to go over with my family. After sitting down with my family, I was still clueless of where I wanted to go for my college career, and I mean, I had to come to a conclusion very soon, and I finally came to that conclusion, and I will commit to the University of Louisville. And after talking to Coach Jeff Brom, he said you could be the next thing coming through here, but the only problem was I was 3rd string on that depth chart, and I had some work to do. So going into my first practice at the University of Louisville, I kind of got a chip on my shoulder. I mean, I'm 3rd string and I'm 5'8" coming in running back, so I have a disadvantage. But one thing my mama always told me is that I couldn't be stopping juke. As you can see, I was getting up that field with bad intentions, breaking tackles. I'm that man. And I was talking trash in practice all day, telling him that I'm the best freshman. Juke. Oh my God, he was begging for help, and I'm a freshman. He cannot stop me. But coach told me that I was doing well and that I could challenge the next string next week. Going into our first game, and I'm the 3rd string running back, so I had no chances of touching the field. But as you can see, I was watching the running back run that ball, and I have some competition that I have to compete with. And one thing that I've always done is never back down, so I want all the smoke. I'm ready for the next practice, but I ended the game off with no stats at all. Coach just gave me the chance to move up the depth chart to running back number 2 against the running back Jawar Jordan. And this is the moment that I've been waiting for. I mean, coach is seeing my progress, so I have to go out there and keep competing every day. But going into the next play, as you can see, I have an outside zone, and I will get up that field with bad intent. You get up that field, but they will bring me down. Right there won me that position number 2 on that depth chart. Going into our second game against FCS East, I am still on the bench watching our offense drive down that field, and as you can see, they were absolutely driving. But as soon as you know it, coach called me in, and on 3rd and 1, I punched that ball in for my first career TD. But I still remained on that bench, and it wasn't too much of a good feeling. Tyon Evans, I'm coming for your position. But as you can see, we go on and win the ball game. And I ended the game off with 1 rushing TD. After going to our film session on Sunday, I had a great talk with coach, and he said, I'm putting you up to the test to challenge the number 1 running back, Tyon Evans. And with that run right there, that's all coach said he needed to see from me. I am now the number 1 running back on that depth chart, and there is no letting back. This is what I've been waiting for. Boom! Oh my God, Badookie is not playing. He is that man as a freshman. He will take it all the way way for 6. Coach said, congratulations, you are now the #1 running back. Going into my first game as a starter against 1-1 Kentucky. Started off intense on 1st and 10. I had a counter outside, and Lil Badookie the 5th breaks the tackle and get up that field with bad intentions. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 3, juke, oh my God, right up the middle weave, and he would get up that field with bad intentions. He is not playing. And where he came from, there is no looking back. Boom, oh my God, he made sure to lay a big hit on him. As you can see, it's 16-3, and I'm ready to run that score up, and on 1st and 10, I will outrun everybody because my speed is a 4.3, and I'm not here to play. Like I said, I'm a coast-to-coast player on 1st and 10. Oh my God, he shoestring me. I was almost gone. Going into the play on 4th and 7, I told Coach to get me that ball. I will get you that first down. There's no reason to get that ball back to him. And look at the air for about a 5'8", 185. He will get in for 6, and he was absolutely fired up. But we were going to end them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and as you can see, we going to win the game. I ended the game off of 260 yards and 2 total TDs. Going into our next game against 1-2 JMU, it's time to break the record. On 1st and 10, we have inside zone, but I bounce it back outside, and as you can see, I was almost gone, but he shoestrings me. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have the same play. I bounce it outside. That right sideline's my best friend, Juke. Oh my God, I made a miss. He was crazy out there, and I will go all the way for a TD. I told them boys, hey, we are getting started, and on 2nd and 2, as you see, I caught Juke. Oh my God, I will get up that field, break a tackle. Oh my God, break another one. I'm bad. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, look at the burst of speed as oh my God, weave. I get up that field with bad intentions, and he could and he would go all the way for 6. But doing what I'm doing special and doing the things that got me recruited on 1st and 10, catching that ball out of that backfield, I will go all the way for 6. I went over to Coach and I said, feed me on 4th and 10. He threw me the ball, and I'm going to convert every time for you, Coach. And on 1st and goal, they give me that ball, and I will punch it in for 6, and I was fired up. Here, as you can see, we're going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 219 yards and 3 total TDs. To our next game against 2-2 Temple, I almost brought the house down. 1st and 10, on my weave, I was getting out of that way, breaking tackles. I almost break loose, but they would tackle me. I told Coach, every time I touch that ball, I'm taking it for 5 or 10. I don't care, it might be a TD, but I get shoestring tackle. We're going into the next play. As you can see, we have a halfback draw, get up that field. Juke, oh my God, he made a miss, and I get shoestring again. Getting down to that goal line, you know Lil Badookie the 5th gonna punch it in, but getting down to that goal line again, the next drive, I will punch it in again. But here, as you can see, it's 31-17. We're going to kneel the ball to end them the old-fashioned way. We will go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 225 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-3 Rutgers. Started off intense on 2nd and 6. Lil Badookie, that right sideline is his best friend, and he will hit it with bad intentions, and he could, and he would go all the way for 6 to start the game off. As you can see, we drive down again, and oh my God, I strike a burst to hit the hole for another TD. But going into the next play on 2nd and 8, I will hit that middle and break tackles, but I get tackled at the 1st. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was weaving and zigzagging and getting up that field with bad intentions for another one. But on 2nd and 10, I boomed him. Oh my God, this might be the best run in history. On 2nd and 10, I could get up that sideline with bad intentions, and I could go all the way, but he will hog me down and shoestring tackle me. But I said I might not have got y'all that time, but on 1st and 10, I will hit that right sideline again, and this time, I promise you, you will not catch me. I will go all the way to distance for 6, and I was absolutely turned up. We're going into the next play on 2nd and 7. With the speed I have, I hit the outside every time, and that's your worst enemy, but I will break back inside, and they will tackle me. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole and bounce it back outside. Lil Badookie the 5th could outrun everybody and go in with another huge touchdown for the team. It's 41-7. We're completely embarrassing him, but look how he sneaks through that little hole, and he could burst with a speed. Lil Badookie the 5th could go all the way for 6 again. Oh my God, he's trying to break all of the records. To put the icing on the cake for Rutgers, on 2nd and 9, I will hit that hole and bounce it back outside. You are too slow for me, and you cannot keep up with me, and I will go all the way for 6. And as you can see, we are turned up, and we go on to win the ball game. And as you can see, I get player of the game with 519 yards and 7 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-1 UCF. Started off intense. I will hit that middle, and as you can see, I will make him miss and hit it right back up the middle, and I will go coast to coast. Lil Badookie the 5th to start the game off as the 10. I made sure to slam that ball down. I said, shh, this is my house. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole, and oh my God, I got shoestring. We get down to that goal line, and I get a sweet play, and I will walk into the end zone for 6. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, I'm running out of that backfield. I will catch that ball. Chook, oh my God, I made a miss, break another tackle, and I will bounce it back out, and I could go to distance, and I would go all the way for 6. I am not here to play. And I told Coach before I signed those papers that when I come here, I will be the best freshman in NCAA history, and I was not playing, I will go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, he didn't want to hit me. I will hit it up that middle and bounce it back outside. And at this point, I was playing with him. I almost ran into my blocker, but I'm so fast I outrun him and kept going for another TD. Here, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 332 yards and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-4 South Florida. Started off intense. We drove down the field early and we had a read option. He pitched it to me and I dived in for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, I hit it right up the middle for a 1st down and I was not playing. But on 2nd and 4, I have an outside zone and you know me, I'm not gonna play with ya. I will boom him and get through it with bad intentions. On 1st and 10, I will creep up that sideline. Boom, got to Monty. He was on his back. But we're going to win the ball game. I end the game off of 1 total TD. On to our next game against 3-4 Charlotte. Started off intense. On 3rd and 2, as you can see, I bounced it outside, but then I will bounce it back upside and I will break 1 tackle and they will bring me down. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole. I almost said goodbye, but he shoestringed me. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I hit the middle and bounced it back outside, and somehow, some way, he almost found a way to get in that box, but he didn't. But Badookie the 5th was fighting all night. As you can see, he was breaking those tackles and getting up that field with bad intentions. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, I will run around at the backfield, do what I do special and going for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will bounce it outside. Juke, I stumbled him for a little second and I will outrun him because I'm that man. But I finally get pushed out of bounds. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 3, Badookie the 5th was still trying to find a way to break away and he almost broke again, but they will bring him down for a tackle. But we will go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 264 yards and 1 total TD. On to our next game against 6th and 3 Houston. We're coming out intense like we have every other game, and on 1st and 10, I will bounce it outside, and you know I'm dangerous when I get outside, but they will finally bring me down. On to the next play on 2nd and 15, I will hit that middle, and as you can see, I break a tackle and still go get that 1st down. But on 2nd and 4, as you can see, I bounce it outside, break 1 tackle, and the perk of being 5'8" is high behind those blocking. Somehow, some way, I will burst out and almost go, but I get hit. But to the next play on 1st and 10, I bounce it outside, and I finally found what I was looking for, that edge, and I could and I would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 5, I hit it right up that middle and go in for another TD. And as you can see, I break the rushing TD record, and I was fired up with my teammates. Ooh, going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 267 yards and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-5 Memphis. I'm not gonna lie, on 1st and 10, I don't think they want to be out there on the field with us. I was out running everybody, and I would hit that right sideline and stiff arm throw him off of me. I'm not playing early. I run so fast downhill, and on 2nd and 11, as soon as I got the ball, I strike like a lightning bolt, and I'm in the end zone for 6. And every time I touch that ball, it's either for 10 or a TD, and on 1st and 10, I take it all the way for another one. And on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball out of that backfield. Joke. I will get back up that field with bad intentions, hit that right sideline, and no one is catching Badookie the 5th. Going into the next play on 2nd and 3, I was greedy for another one, but I got hit pretty good right here. But there, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I end the game off of 234 yards and 2 rushing TDs. On to our next game against number 7 seed 10-1 Cincinnati. Didn't start off so well. On 1st and 10, he hit me behind that line of scrimmage, and it's the first time Badookie the 5th was getting shut down. But I said not so early, bucko. On 3rd and 1, I hit that inside zone, and I could hit the middle for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I catch that ball at that backfield and juke. Somebody pick his ankles up off of that floor because they are sinking. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, I catch the ball at the backfield again and going for 6. On 1st and 10, as soon as I got the ball, he hit me, and I did not like that at all. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I seen a big hole, and I will hit that big hole, and I will make him miss, but then I got tackled. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, I will hit right up that middle, try to hide behind some blocks and get some more yards, but then I get tackled. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, I have an outside zone, and I'm not scared to go up and hurdle up, and somehow, some way, I got in for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 1, I hide behind my blocks and almost break away again, but one man tackled me. But we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 245 yards and 2 total TDs. It is always a dream come true to come your freshman year and go win a championship. We won the American Championship, and it's a dream come true to be a freshman and get Heisman. Badookie the 5th. Here, as you can see, I will pick up the Robert Maxwell Award, and I will also pick up the Walter Camp Award, and I will also pick up the Doak Walker Award. But now it's time for the playoffs, and we go against Tennessee. But we are finally facing competition, going against the number 4 seed 12-1 Tennessee. It is time to knock them off in the playoffs. It's when to go home. In 1st and 10, Badookie the 5th act like he has been here before. Going into the next play on 1st and goal, I try to go in and hurdle up for 6, but they will shut us down to no scoring. But on 1st and 10, I come back down, and they are not playing. They are rallying to that ball. Going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I will hit that whole bounce outside, and you know me, I will hit that left sideline, and these SEC boys cannot hang with Lil Badookie the fifth. I don't care who you are. Here, as you can see, it is 20-10, and I want to run that score up as much as I can because I want to go to that natty. And as you can see, I dive in for 6, but going into the next play on 1st and 10, I bounce it outside again, and I will lightning bolt all the way up the field, but I get shoestring. But we get down to that goal line on 2nd and goal. Lil Badookie said he wants to run that score up by any means, but as you can see, we will send Tennessee home. We are going to that natty, and I ended the game off for 365 yards and 3 total TDs, and as you can see, we have the big Alabama going to the national championship game against 11-2 number 2 seed Alabama. Start off intense. I dive into the end zone to start the game off, but going to the next play on 4th and 6, we had some nerve to go for it, and I told coach I wasn't playing. Give me that ball and I'm gonna get you that first down and more for 6, and I'm not playing. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball out of the backfield, juke and weaving again back up that field with bad intentions, but they will push me out of bounds. But going into the next play on 2nd and 4, I will bounce it back across the field, break a tackle, and I will make sure that I could get enough for that first down. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, boom, I get set down, and I did not like that at all, but we go on to kneel the ball to end those boys the old-fashioned way, and we are national champions. Here, as you can see, I ended the game off of 264 yards and 2 total TDs, and it is amazing to be a freshman on your first year to come and be a national champion. Drop in a comment down below if Lil Badookie the fifth is coming back for a 2P. Going into my first practice of my sophomore season at Louisville. Started off intense. As you can see, I told them boys this is why I was high. I came to practice with the mindset, if y'all want to go win another one, we have to come out to practice every day intense. Lil Badookie the fifth showed no mercy as he hit that outside, and he does best what he does best, that speed like a lightning bolt, and coach said you're in no danger of losing that starting position. Going into our first game against 0-1 Marshall. Started off intense. On 2nd and 7, I hit that hole with bad intentions, bounce it outside, break one tackle, break another one, and I finally get brought down. Lil Badookie the fifth was coming out a little different this season. He was breaking tackle, juking and weaving and getting up that field, breaking another one, and saying he is a grown man. Just look at the absolutely hard running on 1st and 10, staying behind those blocks and giving them the meanest stuff from get off of me and getting in that end zone with bad intentions. Every time I touch that ball, I want to go for 6, and on 2nd and 2, I cut that thing up field, break a tackle, and as you can see, they were rallying to that ball. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have an outside zone, and I will cut that thing back up, and as you can see, I have one man to beat into Eve. Oh my God, I get around him with bad intentions, and I could, and I would go all the way and be the best running back in NCAA history. Going to the next play on 1st and 10, I have an inside zone, and I will hit that B gap, and I will go, and I will break another tackle, and I was the man. As you can see, we're up 21-11, and to put the icing on the cake, as you can see, I'm making defenders miss. They just don't want to be here, and I was absolutely fired up, and we go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game, and as you can see, I ended the game off of 288 yards and 3 total TDs. Going into our next game against 0-1 Kentucky. Started off intense. On 2nd and 3, as you can see, Lil Badookie hits that outside, and he creeps up that outside sideline, and he is not playing early. It's a rainy game, and Lil Badookie the fifth does not like rainy games. That made him angry, and on 1st and 10, he will take it all the way because he is pissed off. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 7, I had an outside zone, and I cut it back up, and as you can see, I hit that hole, and I would get that first down. But going to the next play on 2nd and goal, I will go in for 6. We are absolutely running that scoreboard up, and on 1st and 10, Jill, oh my God, I get up the field with bad intentions, break a tackle, and we get up that sideline, and they have to bring me down. Here, as you can see, I've never been afraid of a challenge, and on 1st and goal, I said I want to go up high, and I take it up high and go in for a hurdle touchdown. Coach told me to stop doing it because you might get hurt, but I went up again. I said, Coach, you can't tell me to stop doing something that I love doing. But I didn't get in, and on 1st and goal, I came down and boom, came to make sure I got in that time, and I was fired up. Again, down to the 4th quarter on 1st and 10, Lil Badookie the fifth bounces it outside and put the icing on the cake. He will take it all the way for a 6, and it is now 49-13. As you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 320 yards. On to our next game against 1-1 JMU. Start off intense on 2nd and 6. As you can see, I have a stretch play, break one tackle, juking, weaving and getting back outside. Oh my God, Lil Badookie the fifth will go all the way for 6, and that was the craziest run in history. When something don't work out, you find another resort, and on 1st and 10, the right side was locked, so I bounce it back left, and Lil Badookie the fifth, he could and he would break again for a long rushing TD. I mean, he just feels unstoppable in this game, and on 3rd and 4, boom, oh my God, I ran both of them over, and I'm not here to play. But when things were getting good in the game, I went up and hurdled. The coach told me to stop hurdling, and this time I went down for a turn. I got hurt, and it was not good. But I said, my fault, coach, and returned to the field and went on 1st and goal, broke a tackle and went in for 6. I said, I got your back, coach, and on 1st and 10, I will hit it right up that middle and boom him. Oh my God. Putting my 5'8" height to a good use, I was staying behind those blocks and fighting for another TD. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, I catch that backfield and juke. Oh my God, he was not here to play. And coach took me out and told me to stop doing all that juking and run coast to coast. And on 2nd and 9, I said, I got you, coach. I'm gonna run it outside, but I get you a big gain, and I sure did. As you can see, we're going to win the game. I ended the game off for 4 total TDs and 343 yards. On to our next game against 0-3 Cincinnati. Did not start off well. As you can see, they were rallying that ball, and they got me for a tackle for loss early. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 10, we had a halfback draw a delay, and as you can see, I was making them miss and outrunning them with that speed that little Badookie the 5th got, and he could and he would go all the way for 6. On 1st and 10, the quarterback about set me up. I caught the ball and got boomed. Oh my God, that one was a close one, QB. I told him, you don't have to throw me that ball, just hand it off to me, and on 2nd and 5, I will make something out of nothing and get up that field weave. Oh my God, get him out of my way, break a tackle, and I will get up that field, and they finally bring me down to the 1. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I have an inside zone, and I will hit that hole and get that 1st down, and I try to go for more, but they all rally the ball. But going to the next one, 1st and 10, I hit the hole, and oh my God, weave, oh my God, get him out of my way, and I will get up that field with bad intentions, and I couldn't, I would go all the way for 6. But here, as you can see, we would end them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, but as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 2 total TDs and 280 yards. On to our next game against 1-3 Temple. Started off intense. As you can see, every time I touch that ball, I will take it for 5 or 10 or even more. This game, I told you I don't like that rain, so I'm angry, and I will hit that outside, make a miss. Oh my God, I will get up that sideline. They cannot catch Lil Badookie the 5th, and he could and he would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, he bounces outside again, and he almost breaks again, but he has 1 man to beat, and he will bring him down and rally that crowd. On 4th and goal, I will punch that ball in. Coach, I said I got you, and on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will catch that ball out of that backfield and juke and get up that field with bad intentions, and I had 1 man to beat, and he brings me down. I'm a risky player. I'm doing what got me hurt. I went up for 6 again, and as you can see, this time I got it, and I was not hurt. And on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole and juke. Oh my God, I will catch my balance, but they bring me down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, it is 41-18, and as you can see, I break a tackle, and I will bounce it outside, and as you can see, I can almost get up that corner, but they will shoestring tackle me. And I told coach I wanted to go out with a bang, and I heard her again, but no one wanted any parts of me. But we will go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 4 total TDs and 292 yards. On to our next game against 3-2 Charlotte. I started off intense. On 2nd and 3, I about took this thing to the house, but they stopped me at the 2nd level. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, we had an outside zone, and I will hit that hole, break 1 tackle, and get up that field with bad intentions, but I finally get brought down. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting close to close on 1st and 10. As you can see, I plant my foot and get up to that 1st down. Every time I touch the ball, I was going for 5 or 10. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I had inside zone, and boy, I got loose, but I got shoestring. But going into the next play on 2nd and 1, we have another outside zone, and I follow those blocks, and as you can see, I dive in the end zone with bad intention, and I was fired up. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and goal, that hole was so wide open, and I punched the ball in for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I read all of my blocks and hit that outside, and they cannot catch Lil Badookie the 5th as I hurdle into the end zone. Here, as you can see, we go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 3 total TDs and 274 yards. Going into our next game against number 24 seed 501 UCF. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, as you can see, they redirected me, but I will get back up that field with bad intentions and get that 1st down for my team. I went up to coach and I said, Coach, I'm hungry. Feed me that ball. On 2nd and 11, I stuck through those holes, and I would hit that outside, and Lil Badookie the 5th is dangerous when he hit that sideline, and he made the defender miss, and he could and he would go for 6. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I'm even hungrier, and I'm gonna get to that 1st down with bad intentions every time, and I made him miss, and as you can see, I was trying to get up that field, but they rallied the ball. But getting down to the goal line, I will punch it in for 6. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, they're gonna let that monster out the cage, because I am coming. And as you can see, I hit that outside, and he will go down low and shoestring me. But going into the next play on 2nd and 11, I bounce it outside juke. Oh my God, I get up the field with bad intentions at juke. Oh my God, I break a tackle for 6. Like I said, every time I touch that ball, I'm going into that end zone for another one. But going into the next play on 3rd and 2, as you can see, I hit that hole, and look at the burst of speed as he hit that sideline. Lil Badookie the 5th, he could and he would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, we go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 5 total TDs and 423 yards. On to our next game against 0-7 South Florida. We had to treat them like they haven't won a game, and we did. So on 1st and 10, Lil Badookie the 5th will take it all the way. I mean, they just could not catch him. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 5, I will hit it right up that middle, and I was juking and weaving, making sure to get up that field with bad intentions, and they just could not bring me down. I break a tackle, I almost break loose, but he will shoestring tackle me. Oh my God. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will hit it outside again, and as you can see, I juke, but he stayed patient, but I would get a first down. But as you can see, on 1st and 10, I hit that outside again, and it's one-on-one. Boom, I'm gonna win every time. But after going up 28-7, I kind of figured why they were 0-7. I mean, they had no speed on the team to keep up with Lil Badookie the fifth. He was outrunning everybody all game, and he was absolutely fired up. But going into the next play on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I hit it right up the middle and get the first down and almost more, but they will rally that ball with bad intentions. But going into the next play on 2nd and goal, you know who's gonna punch that ball in. Lil Badookie the fifth. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, we have another inside zone, and I mean, I'm killing them every time I touch that ball. I'm going for first downs and more. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will hit that outside to put the icing on the cake, and they were not stopping us. It was 55-7. But here, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 391 yards and 6 total TDs. On to our next game against 7-1 SMU. Started off intense on 2nd and 5. As you can see, I was falling behind those blocks. I break a tackle, almost break another one, but he finally brings me down. But going into the next play on 2nd and goal, as you can see, I hit it right up the middle for 6. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I will hit it outside again, and when I hit that sideline, there is no catching Lil Badookie the fifth. He could and he would go all the way for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it back left and then bounce it back right, and Lil Badookie the fifth is tearing this defense apart. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, that sideline is my best friend. I bounce it outside every time. I'm juking and weaving and getting up that field with bad intentions, and no one is gonna stop me. I have the mindset of do not be stopped. As you can see, once we gain a big lead, we were up 31-10. There is no coming back from that. We will take advantage of it the rest of the game. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I will bounce it outside, bounce it back up, because they just don't know what they are doing out there, and I will take it all the way for another TD, and that put the icing on the cake. As you can see, we're going to win the ball game. I get player of the game, 352 yards and 5 total TDs. Going into our next game against 3-6 Rutgers. Started off intense on 4th and 3. I told coach to give me that ball. I bounced it outside, and I told him I'm gonna make enough of nothing, and as you can see, I will take it all the way for 6. And I told coach, I said, I got you. I told you give me that ball. But going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see, I bounced it outside, and as you can see, I will get up that field. Juke, oh my god, I made a miss, and I will keep going up that field, but they bring me out of bounds. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, as you can see, I bounce it outside, and it can get dangerous when I hit that sideline. I dive in that end zone for 6, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I bounce it out again, and oh my god, burst the speed. As you can see, once he hit that sideline, it could get dangerous, but he gets brought out of bounds. Going into the next play on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I bounce it back outside again, and Lil Badookie the fifth, he could and he would go all the way for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have another outside zone, and I would juke weave and breaking a tackle, and oh my god, he could and he would go all the way. He is that man at Louisville. Oh my god. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, he have a read option, and he will pitch me that ball, and as you can see, I bounce it back up for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, to put the icing on the cake, it's 35-38, and we are down, and I said, no, it's no letting back. I will take it all the way for 6 to win us that ball game. And as you can see, we're going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 487 yards and 6 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-6 Memphis was a high intensity starting off game, and on 2nd and 9, as you can see, I hit that outside with bad intentions, and he went to go make that block, and oh my god, he almost got me, but he was too slow, and as you can see, I was fired up early. Going into the next play on 2nd and 14, as you can see, I hit that outside again. It came down and boomed him. Oh my god, and he pushed me out. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I bounced it outside and hit that sideline again, and I will get up that field juke, but I stepped out of bounds, and I was almost gone. But on 2nd and 1, I run it straight up that middle, and boom, oh my god, I will lower that shoulder and dive in for 6. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I juke, get up that field with bad intentions, and they will not catch Lil Badookie the fifth. He will go in for another TD, and as you can see, we will go in the end of the old-fashioned way and kneel the ball. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, as you can see, I have an outside zone, and I will get up that field with bad intentions. I will outrun him because he just cannot be on my level. I run a 4.3, and you are not faster than me, and I will go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, we're going to win the ball game. I end the game off for 322 yards and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 7-4 Houston. Did not start off so intense on 2nd and 6. As you can see, I stumbled in the grass, and then they were rallying that ball, but I went down with an injury, and things were not looking good early on in the game. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that outside, and I was juking and weaving to get up that field to make sure that I got that first down. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, I read that linebacker, hit it back up the middle, juked, oh my God, and got up that field for more yards. Here, as you can see on 2nd and goal, he hit me with a sweep play, and I will take it all the way in for 6. But going to the next play on 2nd and 7, I will hit that outside and get up that field with bad intentions, and I was juking and weaving and getting up that field, and they could not stop Lil Reed Badookie the 5th, and he absolutely was fired up. He slammed the ball and said, "Shh." We were going to lose our first game, and I ended the game off with 2 rushing TDs, and as you can see, we won the American Championship, and as you can see, I've gotten back-to-back Heisman. I'm that man. On to our next game against the number 8 seed 10-2 Oklahoma. Started off the way we needed it to. On 3rd and 15, I ran him over and got up that field with bad intentions. After being ranked number 11, we cannot make it to that natty, and we did not get to go to the playoffs, so this is our last game, and we have to give it all we got, and on 4th and 1, I will convert, get up that field with bad intentions, but I will get brought down. Going into the next play, they were not letting me get in that end zone, but I was getting up that field with bad intentions, making sure to get 10 or more. But as you can see, going into the next play, I hit it back outside. I juke up the field, and he was not going for it. They rallied to that ball, but we got down to the goal line, and as you can see, I ran him over and punched it in for 6. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 5, I will juke, and he will hit me, and they will go on and be the champions of the bowl game, and we went on to lose the game. Here, as you can see, I end the game off with 1 rushing TD, but this is the end of Lil Reed Badookie the 5th sophomore season. Lil Reed Badookie the 5th has entered the transfer portal due to the ACC getting too weak for him. He wanted SEC and he wanted competition, so I've committed to Tennessee Vols. Going into my first practice as a Vol, started off intense. I mean, coach told me coming in that you would be a day 1 starter for us. You've been Heisman 2 years in a row. And I said, coach, not only does that not mean nothing to me, but this year I'm going for another Heisman, so I'm coming out to practice intense every day. But as you can see, I was running that ball as hard as I can, and I will juke. Oh my God, he need to pick himself up. But coach said you were in no danger of losing your starting position. Going into our first game against FCS East was a statement game. I have to show all these SEC teams and SEC coaches why I belong here, and the 5'8" height doesn't mean anything. Juke, and I get up that field with bad intentions early. But I mean, after a great run, I try to run the ball again, and I got a 0-yard rush. But going into the next one on 2nd and goal, as you can see, I will hit that middle, bouncing back outside, and run him, get off of me for 6. But I mean, I'm running like there is no tomorrow. On 2nd and 3, I will take it for a first down. Every time I touch that ball, I'm taking it for 5 or more. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, I got to Mighty. Look how Lil Reed Badookie the 5th hit that hole, and he could and he would go all the way for a 6, and he was absolutely fired up. Is he a threat running that ball? But he's a threat catching that in that backfield, and as you can see, he will get up that sideline, which is his best friend, for a pretty big 28-yard reception. As you can see, we are up 27-0 and juke. Oh my God, I made them miss, and I will go for a first down and more. But as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 197 yards and 3 total TDs. On to our next game against 0-1 Western Kentucky. Start off intense on 2nd and 2. As you can see, you have an inside zone. I will hit that outside because they are too slow. And as you can see, I will stiff arm him because I'm strong and get off of me, and I will go in for 6. And I told them boys, welcome to the SEC because I'm here. Every time I touch that ball, I will tuck my head and get up that field with bad intentions. But going to the next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I hit it right up the middle, break 1 tackle, almost go in for 6, but I didn't. I got brought down, but on 2nd and 2, they tackled me for a loss. Coach came up to me and said, Lil Reed, get it together, man. I said, I got you, coach. On 1st and 10, I would hit it right up the gut weave. Oh my God, I made him miss, and I could get up that field for another TD. Just look at the incredible moves. I run into a D lineman, throw him on the ground, bounce it outside, juke. Oh my God, I get up that field, made him miss, but I tripped myself up. Here, as you can see, we go on to end them the old-fashioned way and nail the ball, and as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I end the game off for 239 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against the number 9 seed 2-0 Oregon Ducks. Did not start off intense. I mean, they stopped me and it was 4th down already. But as you can see, going to the next drive on 1st and 10, I got hit soon as I got the ball. I had enough. When I say I had enough, I had absolutely enough. So I take it all the way to the crib, and I told them boys, let's rock. And they have unleashed the beast on 1st and 10. Get off of me. I would hit that right sideline, my best friend, and I could go, but he pushed me out of bounds, and I still broke his tackle. But on 1st and goal, I punched that ball in. As you can see, on 2nd and 7, I catch the ball out of the backfield and get the first down for my team. But that wasn't enough. On 1st and 10, we have a read option. He pitches me that ball, and I hit that outside, and as you can see, I could and I would outrun. I got 1 minute beat, and he could, but he would hawk me down at the 2-yard line, and things did not go good. I got injured. This just couldn't be happening to me when I'm at my happy place, but I get hit with a tackle for loss, so we're going to nail the ball to end them the old-fashioned way. As you can see, we're going to win the game. I end the game off of 321 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against the 1-1 Florida Gators. They were booing us early because I think they wanted me to commit there, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I would take it for a first down. I'm going to show them why I did it and why I committed to Tennessee, because we're going to blow y'all out. Going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see, I have a read option, and I will get that first down, throw him off of me, and get up that field with bad intentions. But going to the next play, he hit me for a tackle for loss. I'm not going to lie, he got me. But once you get me one time, you will piss me off, and on 2nd and 10, I will hit that outside, because none of y'all are faster than me. I don't care if we're in the SEC, ACC, Pac-12, I don't care where I'm at, I will still be the best at what I do. I will prove all the doubters wrong, because they said since I was playing against no competition, that's the reason I won Heisman. But as you can see, I get hit for a tackle for loss. But going into the next play on 2nd and 3, I will get y'all back. I will make sure that I get that first down and stiff arm him, but he will hit me out of bounds. As you can see, it's 3rd and 10, and we have a screenplay, and we are down by 4 points, and he absolutely boomed me, and then he was celebrating. So I told coach, no huddle it and run that same play back, because I want that ball. So he did it on 4th and 12. Coach gave me the ball. I would catch it out of the backfield and make sure to get up that sideline. I told y'all I'm not losing this game. Get off of me. Getting down the field on 3rd and 7, I told Henry Hooker, throw me that ball. I will make plays for you. I throw him off of me, but I get hit out of bounds. But going into the next play on 3rd and goal, I run a route and I was wide open. He didn't throw it to me, but guess what? We will get in that end zone for 6 and go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 218 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-1 South Alabama. On 1st and 10, started off intense. As you can see, look at the stick work as I hit that outside, and you are not faster than me. And I would hit that sideline, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6 at home, and the crowd was fired up. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 7, I get the ball again, and I will take it up for 6 again and throw him off of me. But on 1st and 10, I will hit that hole again, and every time I'm running coast to coast right up that middle. Going into the next play on 3rd and 10, I will hit the hole again. Juke. Oh my God, he was reaching for help, and I stiff arm him. He almost face masked me. But going into the next play on 2nd and 2, oh my God, I made him miss. Oh my God, I made him miss, and I could get up that field with bad intentions. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I was running around at the backfield, and I was all the way down the field, and the DBs got confused, and I would dive. I don't know why I just didn't run, but I missed the touchdown. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I would bounce it outside. I stayed patient behind those blocks and went in for 6. I mean, I was absolutely fired up. It was 44-14. We're going to win the game. I get player of the game with 237 yards and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against #1 Georgia. This is a statement game. We have to knock them off, and on 2nd and 6, I make one miss, but I get that first down. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I hit it right up the middle, and I will make sure to get that first down every time I touch the ball. And on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will bounce it outside and outrun him, and I boom, oh my God. I think they underestimated us coming into this game, and on 3rd and 1, I made sure to go get a first down and more. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I bounce it outside again, but I will get tackled. Going into the next play on 2nd and 8, as you can see, I have a sweep play, but I bounce it inside, bounce it back outside, and I will go out of bounds. But going into the next play on 3rd and 7, as you can see, I will head it outside. We have 35 seconds left to go, and I will get that first down and more, but we will go on and win the ball game. I end the game off with 156 yards and 1 TD. On to our next game against 2-4 South Carolina. Started off intense. I have a screen play, and on 3rd and 12, I will make them 2 miss, get up that field, juke, break 1 tackle, and almost go, but I get shoestring. But on 1st and 10, I get boomed by this number 2, and I did not like that at all. I sure did get him back the next play. I broke his tackle and said, get off of me, kiddo, and I hit that sideline on 2nd and 20, and I could and I would go all the way for 6. Going into the next one on 1st and 10, we have a jet sweep. I bounce it back inside, bounce it outside, boom, boom. Oh my God, get out of my way. I'm trying to go for 6, but I get shoestring tackle. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I have an outside zone, and I will hit the outside, outrun everybody, and I could and I would go on for 6. Being 5'8", 185, I was hiding behind those blocks and working my way up that field, and I will get first down and more. But as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game 169 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against the number 9 seed, 6-1 Alabama. It's going to be a tough game, and on 3rd and 2, I went and got that first down early on. But on 2nd and 13, as you can see, I have inside zone. I break a tackle and get up that field with bad intentions early. And every snap that I get, I'm trying to run as hard as I can, because the O-line is not blocking as good as they usually do. But with that run right there, as you can see, I have broke the school rushing yards record. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm just getting started. And on 2nd and 7, as you can see, I was trying to follow those blocks, but that defense was rallying that ball. But going into the next play on 2nd and 10, I catch that ball out of that backfield, and I would juke, weave, and get up that field and almost get the first. Things were just not falling in our favor. On 4th and 3, I boomed him, but the defense was rallying the ball, and they get a turnover down. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I catch the ball out of the backfield again, and this time I will get the first down and more, but then he hit me. We have no chance to win, so I try to take ACL MCL out. At this point, I'm trying to hurt you, but we're going to lose our first game, and I end the game off with only 50 rushing yards and 0 TDs. To our next game against 4-4 Missouri. Started off intense. On 1st and 10, I catch the ball out of the backfield, and as you can see, I run both of them over. I break a tackle, and I almost get up that field with bad intentions, but I get brought down. But on 2nd and 2, I will punch it in for 6. 6. Going to the next play, me and the quarterback just did not connect. I was wide open, and that could have turned into a TD, but on 3rd and 4, I said, you know what? I'm going to put that ball in my hands, and I'm going to break a tackle and get up that field. I mean, on 1st and 10, just look at this elusive running as I break a tackle, bounce it back out right, and I could, and I would beat one man, but he shoestring tackled me. But going to the next play on 2nd and 7, I will get hit for a tackle for loss, and things went downhill. Now, I always say, when something drop, you pick it back up, and on 1st and 10, little Badookie the 5th, he could, and he would go all the way for 6, and I mean, he absolutely outrun that Missouri defense. Going into the next play on 2nd and 12, as you can see, he will hit that hole, and he has one man to beat, but he will get brought down. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I have an outside zone, and oh my god, I break a tackle, spin move, oh my god, I get back up that field with bad intentions and could be the best run in history. He is that man, but we were going to win the game, and I will end the game off of 304 yards and 3 rushing TDs. In this game against 6 and 3 Auburn, start off intense on 2nd and 5, juke, oh my god, juke again, and I will get up that field. I made 3 defenders miss, and I have one man to beat and weave, oh my god, I get around him with bad intentions for 6 early on. Going into the next play on 3rd and 7, I'm not gonna lie, I only got a 1-yard rush, but going into the next play on 2nd and 11, I made sure to get off of me. I made sure to make him fall to the ground. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 6, doing what I do best, catching that ball out of the backfield, juke, oh my god, I break a tackle and we'll get up that field, but they will all rally to that ball. But on 2nd and 10, I hit it right up the middle, but I get hit at the 1st down, but we will go on and win the ball game. I didn't have the greatest game with 155 yards and 1 rushing TD. On to our next game against 3 and 7 Vanderbilt, did not start off so well. On 2nd and 12, I was knocked behind the line of scrimmage for a tackle for loss. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I have a halfback delay draw, and as you can see, I juke and weave and break a tackle, and I could get up that field, and I would, but going to the next play on 4th and goal, I will punch that ball in for 6. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I will hit that outside. It's 14-6, and they cannot catch me, and got Tamati, I stepped out. And they got real lucky, but on 1st and goal, I will punch the ball in for another one, but we were going to win the game. I ended the game off 121 yards and 2 total TDs. On to our next game against 7 and 4 Kentucky, started off real intense on 3rd and 1. As you can see, I break a tackle with a burst of speed, break another one straight up the middle, and I could and I would go all the way for 6 early to start the game off, and that's how you start the game off intense. And on 1st and 10, I will break it back left, break a tackle, and as you can see, I tried to stiff arm, but they will push me out. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I'll bounce it all the way back out. I didn't hit that hole because of my running back IQ, but I will go on and get tackled. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I hit that outside, and that right sideline is my best friend, but they will bring me down. Going into the next one on 1st and goal, I will punch that ball in again, but on 2nd and 6, as you can see, I have an outside zone, and I have one man to beat, but he pushed me out of bounds. And that's how I know he fears me. But on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I hit him with a crazy route. Oh my god, look how I redirected for 6. But as you can see, we end him the old-fashioned way and kneel the ball, and we will go on and win the ball game. And I'll end the game off for 305 yards and 2 total TDs. On to the SEC Conference Championship game is our revenge game against Alabama. And on 3rd and 8, it did not start off well. I mean, they were rallying to that ball early. On to the next play on 1st and 10, I had a sweet play, but they were going for nothing. I mean, they hit me for a tackle for loss, but on 2nd and 8, I bounced it outside. I said, I'm not being restrained anymore, and I will get up that field with bad intentions, break a tackle, and said I almost could have took it for more. But on 2nd and 3, I will go get that 1st down, and I'm trying to get us in that box, but we will settle for 3. But on 1st and 10, I hit that right sideline. I said, I got you, coach. I'm going to take this one all the way because they are not holding us back, and I will go all the way for 6. It is now 10-17, so something got to give, and I come to boom, oh my god, I ran him over, and I'm getting up that field. I tried to juke, but they hit me, but on 1st and 10, I will hit it right up that middle. Boom, oh my god. And as you can see, on 1st and goal, right up the middle, I will punch the ball in for 6, but we will go on and lose the ball game. They marched back down that field, and we lost the SEC Conference Championship game. And I ended the game off for 2 rushing TDs, but as you can see, my junior year, and I have won Heisman again, and I am not playing. And after talking to coach, I have chosen not play the bowl game because I have entered the NFL draft. I am Ncaa Badookie the 6, and I am a senior out of Texas, and this is my year. I have 0 offers, and as you can see, I will dunk it on your head, and I will get back up and run it in like nothing happened. And things have to change. I'm a 7-foot receiver with 0 offers or interest, and I'm not playing this year. And as you can see, I'm very physical, and I will run you over, and I will also boom you because I am not playing. Get on the ground. And growing up where I'm from, I mean, many don't make it out, and many don't stay in football or stay in those books. So it is time for Ncaa Badookie the 6 to turn the page because this is his year. We're going into our first game against Del Rio. real, Daquantavius needs to turn the page and turn it up so he could get some offers or maybe some interest offers. But as you can see, on 1st and 10 early on, he will score his first touchdown of his high school career. And moments later, he goes in for a slant for a second touchdown of the game. And on 3rd and 4, he is acting unordinary. He's almost put it on his head, but the DB deflected that ball. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, oh my God, look at that speed that Quantavious Badookie the 6 has. And going into the next play, he is outrunning everybody. And I mean, he could and he would go all the way for 6. And I mean, like they said, mama, there goes that man. And on 1st and 10, he goes up again. Oh my God. But he will get brought down by 2 defenders. And Daquantavious Badookie the 6 says he is going to get his respect and he's going to earn his key. I went up to coach and I said, this cover 3 that they in or cover 1 or whatever they in is not working. And I'm finding a hole every time. Throw me the ball. Boom. Oh my God. And I went up to Steve Merker and I said, these boys fear me. And on 1st and 10, throw that thing up every time. This DB is too absolutely small. So throw it up. Here, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 16 receptions, 376 yards, and 4 total TDs. And I pick up my first 3 interest offers in Arkansas State, and Baylor. This is a dream come true. Going to our next game against 1-0 Victoria on 2nd and 10. Start off intense. Boom. Oh my God. Woo. I'm crazy. For this DB to get on the ground. You're not strong enough to be in my club. And on 2nd and 10, I hit him with a whoop whoop. Oh my God. Catch that ball. And oh, I about went in for 6, but I stepped out. Going into the next play, I hit him with an outright and I almost went in for 6, but I got shoestring tackle. But going into the next play, as you can see, I call for that ball and he throws it up and I put it on his head top and I said, get off of me, but I wasn't strong enough to peel him away. But as you can see, I got up like the man. Going to the next one, 1st and goal, I had an out route, but I went for a slant instead because I'm a player of the game and boom, oh my God, you're not on my level, kid. And it's 38-0. We're playing with him at this point. I said, hey, Steve, throw that ball up. Boom, dunked on him again. I mean, coach is just coming up to me and like, where was this at your freshman, sophomore, and junior year? I mean, I said, coach, I just didn't have it in me. I got that dog in me, but I get player of the game and 5 total TDs. But as you can see, I pick up 3 scholarship offers from Kansas, NC State, and Arkansas State. Man, this is crazy. Going into our next game against 1-1 Far. Started off okay. I mean, on 1st and 10, I got the first down. That was an incredible ball by Steve Merker. But on 1st and 10, it got even better as I got this outside release, caught that ball, almost went in for 6, but I got tackled at the 1. And I didn't go in for 6, but we did punch it in. But on 2nd and 10, I put it on his head top and said, get up, kid. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, this DB was trailing me. But as you can see, one hand, you cannot stop me. And I mean, all coach has to do is say, Daquantavious Badookie the 6, go on a flat route, and I will break a tackle and go in for 6. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, I don't know what these DBs were doing. They were asleep, but I went down and they hit me low. And I told coach, every chance I get, I'm trying to break records. I mean, I need anything to better my family and get out of the place that I'm in. And on 1st and 10, I catch a crazy catch. And Far needs to change their DBs because I don't know what they're doing, but 1 foot, oh my God, Tony Toe Tapper, he is crazy. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, I burned him again, but this time I will run right out of bounds. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I get an inside release and I will take it in for 6 and give all praises to the Most High. I am that guy, and we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 18 receptions, 446 yards, 5 total TDs. And here, as you can see, I pick up 2 more offers from Texas and SMU. I'm starting to become the man on camp. Going into our next game against 1-2 Monahans. Boom! Oh my God! It started off intense, and on 1st and 10, somehow, some way, I burnt this receiver, and look how I touched those feet down. Oh my God! I'm that. Boom! I'm that kid on cam. And when I don't have that ball in my hands, I'm delivering that blow. And on 2nd and 8, I will catch it in the back of the end zone for 6. But on 4th and 15, when you need that guy, big time players make big time plays at big time moments. You could definitely call on Daquantavious Badookie the 6. But going into the next play on 2nd and 2, as you can see on his head top, and I will get loose and go for 6. When I tell you I'm wearing them out, I'm wearing these DBs out every chance I get. And on 4th and 1, I turn something out of none into 6. But going into the next play, as you can see, I run a streak route again and break a tackle, and they cannot stop Daquantavious Badookie the 6, but we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 9 receptions, 294 yards, and 5 total TDs, and as you can see, we won 58-0. But as you can see, I pick up another offer from Arizona State. Oh my God! Going into our next game against 4-0 Burger, it's time to give them their first L, and on 2nd and 10, I burnt this DB, ran him over, and got tackled from behind. But on 1st and goal, we will start the intensity off turned up. up. I go in for 6 early. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, I go an out route and bam, oh my God, Ncaa Badookie the 6, he couldn't, he will, oh my God, he tripped himself up, but he would go down to the 2, but going into the next one on 1st and 10, he was wide open and he couldn't, he wouldn't beat one man, break a tackle, and he will get brought down. Come on, man. And I mean, he is an ultimate threat in that goal line. He goes in with a slant route for 6 and told his teammates, let's keep running that score up, and on 2nd and 10, he will go on a fly route and catch that ball. He lost that DB, so he couldn't, and he would go all the way for 6. That Ncaa Badookie the 6 is that man. And hold on, mama, there go that man on 2nd and 10. As you can see, he runs another fly route, and he could break one tackle, break another one, and he could go all the way for another TD. And I mean, he is breaking records, but we will go on and win the ball game. He would get player of the game with 12 receptions, 373 yards, and 5 total TDs, and he picks up another scholarship offer from Wisconsin. Going into our next game against 2 and 3 Cedar Hill, not only that I'm a player on that offense, but I'm also a player on that special team. Ncaa Badookie the 6, he could and he would go all the way, but he would get pushed out to put us in good field position, and on 1st and 10, boom, he lays a block for his teammate to go in for 6. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 1, he burns him and dives in the end zone like the man, but on 2nd and 10, as you can see, he will burn him again and go in for another one. But Ncaa Badookie the 6 is starting to just gain all the attention at school, and it is not affecting him not once. It's doing nothing but making him come out here and put on a greater show. I mean, he is going for the top 5 receiver. As you can see, I mean, those hands are some grippers. I mean, he absolutely manhandles this DB, but as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 11 receptions, 236 yards, and 4 total TDs, and I pick up another offer from Washington State. I'm that man. On to our next game against 1 and 5 Plainview, we are going to treat them as such, and on 1st and 10, he is not a grown man. I put it on his head top and almost kept going, but I stepped out of bounds, and on 2nd and 10, I will route him up again, and I catch another crazy one, and he just looks crazy out there. I mean, I go all the way for 6. But here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I didn't think Steve Merkel was going to throw it, but I changed of direction when to go catch the ball for another TD, and on 3rd and 10, I said, throw that ball up, and I catch another one on this DB. He needs some help out there, and on 2nd and 10, oh my God, I'm putting it on his head all night, and I mean, they are fearing Ncaa Badookie the 6 with another TD, and they hit him out of bounds, and I said, hey, let's go, y'all boys, I'm fired. Boom, oh my God, I'm not playing. And I'm gonna say it one more time, mama, there go that man, and on 3rd and 2, I catch another pass, and I mean, they are absolutely fearing me. On 1st and 10, I told him to throw it up, and I went to go get it with bad intentions, and I said, there is no one out here that can stop me. But here, as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 332 yards, and 6 total TDs, and I will pick up another scholarship offer from Washington. This game against 5 and 2 Houston, on 1st and 10, it started off intense as I catch that ball and get up that field with a 26-yard reception, and on 1st and 10, I said, I want it, throw me that ball, and I will go in for 6. But being 7 foot is low-key an advantage to myself. I mean, every time I get a little DB, I say throw that ball up because I feel like I'm that man, and I have no fear in you if you're a little DB. And as you can see, I will slide past them for another TD. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, look at my route combination. It's the same as all. I want a streak route, and I will break one tackle, but I will finally get brought down. But that is my favorite play. And on 1st and goal, I get it in a Tony toe tapper back of the end zone. Here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, we are absolutely running it up. I catch another one in the back of the end zone to shush the crowd, and I told them boys, this is what they want. We gonna give them what they want. And on 2nd and 10, I catch that ball and juke. Oh my God, I made them fall, and I will get back outside, and I could, and I would. Ncaa Badookie the 6 will go all the way for a 6, but there is a problem. There was a flag on the play, so that would be getting called back. Going into the next one, 2nd and 9, I told Steve Merker, throw me that ball. This DB was backing off of me. I guess he fears me, and on 2nd and 10, he did it again. So I will catch it and go in for another TB, and these boys are scared of Ncaa Badookie the 6, but we going to win the game. I get player of the game with 14 receptions, 387 yards, and 8 total TDs, and I pick up another offer from Stanford. On to our next game against Del Rio, I said we need to start this game off intense, and on 1st and 10, I said Steve Merker, throw that ball deep. I went on a deep post, catch that ball, break a tackle, and finally get brought down, but on 1st and 10, I ran outside and gets the ball for 6. Boom, I absolutely cleaned this clock. I'm gonna teach them a lesson, but on 4th and 10, as you can see, I went up and said big time players make big time plays, and I got back up and went in for 6. Oh my God. But here, as you can see, on 2nd and and 2, I will catch another streak route, and when I catch that ball, I'm going to distance, and I could go all the way 4-6, and I was fired up. I told them, boys, stay patient, y'all time is coming. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I run another streak route, and I could, and I would go all the way for another TD, and Badookie the 6 is trying to break all of the records, and on 1st and 10, they keep leaving me wide open. I tried to juke break a tackle, and we will go on and win the game. It's getting too easy. I didn't get off of 13 receptions, 365 yards, and 7 total TDs, and I pick up an offer from Arkansas. Going into our next game against 5-2 Plainview on 1st and 10, I got an inside release. The ball was behind me, but I still caught it and went and got the first down. But on 2nd and 10, I will outrun this DB and catch that ball. Oh my God, it looks so beautiful. I go in for another TD, but going into the next one on 1st and 10, I will catch it again 4-6, and on 3rd and 10, I will absolutely outrun him, and I could and I would go all the way 4-6, and that's how you start the game off in 10. I mean, I'm just starting to think Badookie the 6 is only good at streak routes, but I mean, it's working. But on 1st and 10, I run another one, and I just sit in the end zone because there was no one to be found. And I mean, they absolutely need some help out there. On 2nd and 7, I will outrun him again, and I could and I would go all the way 4-6, and I was absolutely turned up. I went to my teammate and said, it's getting too easy. And on 1st and 10, I was wide open, and I could go for another huge one for my team. And I mean, we are going to that championship. We're not playing. Here, as you can see, we were going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 10 receptions, 346 yards, and 6 total TDs. And as you can see, I pick up another offer from Texas Tech. Going into the national championship game in Texas against 5-2 Fart did not start off intense. As you can see, they threw it up to me and it got intercepted. And I mean, Steve Merker did not start it off so well, but I mean, that was kind of on me. I called for that ball. Here, as you can see, going into the next drive on 2nd and 10, I finally got a little bit of separation. I got the first down and more, but I really want that touchdown. And on 1st and 10, we got all the way down that field, and as you can see, I will catch it in that end zone for the first touchdown of the game. And on 3rd and 1, I will catch another crazy pass and touch those feet down. But here, as you can see, on 3rd and 4, oh my God, I lost some. Look at the feet work. I was just sitting in the end zone for 6, but I'm going into the next play on 2nd and 10, head top, I will tap his head again. These boards are too little when I get up like the man. But going into the next play on 2nd and goal, I catch another goal line touchdown. Boom! Oh my God, they need to hit the weight room. You are not a grown man. Get on that ground. Get on the ground again. And as you can see, boom, I was putting fear in their heart all night. They were scared of Badookie the 6. He catches another one, and as you can see, we will go on and win the national championship. And I get player of the game with 14 receptions, 235 yards, and 4 total TDs, and I pick up an offer from Oklahoma State. This is the end of Badookie the 6 season, and he is faced with the biggest decision of his life out of all of these schools. He's finally a 5-star recruit in high school after his senior year. Badookie the 6 was faced with the biggest decision of his life, and that was his commitment. And as you can see, he committed to Kansas, and he is gonna have some haters. And the reason why he has committed here is because he's gonna be a day 1 starter with an NIL deal. Who could beat that? Going into my first college football practice, I had the jitters, but as you can see, I caught the ball early on to get him out. It's all that Badookie the 6 needed. As you can see, he goes up high and he catches that ball with bad intentions. And as you can see, he runs that ball, break tackle. Hold on, he's not down. He gets back up. Hold on, he catches his balance and gets to that outside and almost breaks loose. When I say coach was going crazy over that, coach was going crazy. I went deep again, burning these DBs with another TB. They can't hold me. And coach said, good job practicing. You're in no danger of losing that starting position. On into our first game against 1-5 FCS Midwest. As you can see, I go on his head top early, put those feet down, get back up, and then get tackled. And boom, get on that ground. I'm not playing. I'm being physical coming out my first game. Badookie the 6 will set that tone for Kansas early on. And on 1st and 10, he goes in with another TD. He is not playing. And on 3rd and 9, I go deep. And as you can see, he will outrun everybody with that speed he has. He might be 7 foot, but he's flashing like a lightning bolt out there. Here, as you can see, going into the next one, 1st and 10, you might as well call my favorite route that fly route, because every time I do it, they cannot catch me and they can't seem to guard it. But I will go all the way for 6. But going into the next one on 2nd and 13, I got another fly route, and these DBs are just cannot stick me. I mean, I might need to transfer to the SEC because this Big 12 is not it. I mean, that was an 85-yard reception for Badookie the 6. And as you can see, we going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 8 receptions, 364 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going into our next game against 1-0 Rice, you know I had to come out here and start it off intense. These DBs just did not guard me. I don't know if they were in a cover 3, cover 1, whatever they was in, it didn't stop me. But on 1st and 10, I go deep again, and as you can see, he is getting toasted all day, and I'm not playing. I'm going into the next play on 1st and 10. Badookie the 6 is gaining a crowd at Kansas. Oh my God, he dives in because he's Superman. I'm going into the next play on 3rd and 13. I got him beat again, and he took me down low. I need to be careful and stay a little lower because I could get hurt like that. But on 1st and 10, I tried to dunk on him, but this DB wasn't going. I said, you can't stop Badookie the 6. Boom, get out of my way, 1st 6. But going into the next play, as you can see, I have a post route, and I go in with another TD, and I was absolutely turned up. Boom, get on that ground. We were going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 8 receptions, 309 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going into our next game against 1 and 2 LA Tech. I mean, their DBs was playing close on me, but I finally get separation, get the first down and a couple more yards. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I get an outside release, catch that ball, but I get hit, and I will fumble the ball, and they will pick it up, and I've made my first turnover in college football. And I'm explaining it to the quarterback. I'm like, man, what is going on? That's on me. I said, man, I will get that fixed up, and on 1st and 10, throw me that ball, but it gets intercepted. Things are not going our way at all. I went up to him after the play. I said, we got two options. Either drop our head or pick it up and pick this game up and pick the intensity up, and I will take it all the way on 3rd and 11 because I said I'm not playing. And on 1st and goal, I will catch another one for another TD because I'm turned up now. Badookie the 6 might just be the next thing in college. As you can see, he dunks on him and dives in that end zone because he is just too comfortable out there. And as you can see, he burns him again, but he steps out of bounds. I went up to Jalen Daniels and I say, throw that ball up again because this DB is asleep. I catch it and step out again. That could have been 6. But going into the next play on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I said, throw it up again, and I will dunk on him, stiff arm him, almost gets him off of me, but he almost breaks my arm. That was a crazy game. We will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 9 receptions, 292 yards, and 3 total TDs. On into our next game against 3 and 1 Texas Tech on 1st and 10. As you can see, I catch a great ball for a 25-yard reception, but on 1st and 10, going into the next play, as you can see, I catch the ball. Tony toe tapper. Oh my God. I mean, when Badookie the 6 gets separation, I mean, you could just say bye-bye. He's going all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 4 on that goal line, I use my size to my advantage, go up and catch it with one hand, and I will go on to break the school receiving TD record already. But going into the next play on 3rd and 15, I have him burnt, and I think I belong in the SEC. And I mean, no disrespect, but growing up from Texas, that's some of the greatest football. But going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I burnt him. Oh my God, left him at the line. Shoot, get up that field and almost break another tackle, but I get brought down. I mean, it's 35-0, and I wanted to rip their heart apart some more. And on 2nd and 3, I dive in that end zone with another TD, and I told my teammate, it's too easy out here. But we're going to win another game. I end the game off with 9 receptions, 310 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going into our next game against 4 and 1 TCU started off very intense. As you can see, I run a fly route, and I will put it on his tail top, get off of me, and I will go all the way in for 6. And I started off very intense. But going into the next play, I burn him again, and oh my God, I tried to escape, but he will bring me down very low. But going into the next play on 3rd and 1, I was testing him all game, but he shoestring tackled me. And at the rate that I'm going, I will be a top 5 prospect in the NFL draft, and I will only play 3 years of college, being realistic at the rate that I'm playing if I keep playing like this. And Badookie the 6 is only gonna evolve throughout his college years, and things are gonna get better. But we going to win the ball game. I end the game off of 7 receptions, 235 yards, and 1 total TD. On to our next game against the number 15 seed 5 and 1 Oklahoma on 2nd and 6. This was a statement game. Boom, get off of me. And as you can see, we were showing these boys early that we are not scared to play a ranked team. And on 3rd and inches, I put it on his head top. These boys suck. Going to the next play on 2nd and 10, Badookie the 6 calls for that ball, and he sees nothing but that end zone, and he could, and he would go all the way for 6, and he is fired up. Going to the next play on 2nd and 10, look at the release off of the line. Oh my God, he is a king at that. And on 2nd and 10, he sees that end zone again. But going to the next play on 3rd and 9, he is not playing. He's calling for that ball. He dunks on him, but he gets a pretty good hit on him. Getting down to that goal line on 1st and goal, I go a slant route and made him look like a little boy. But on 2nd and 4, I will burn the other DB, and I could and I would take it all the way for 6. But going into the next play to put the icing on the cake, on 1st and 10, I catch it on that sideline, break a tackle because you can't stick me, boy, and I will go all the way 4-6, and I was turned up. He absolutely did the job and went out there and showed them boys that was a statement game. But I get player of the game, 11 receptions, 455 yards, and 8 total TDs. On to our next game against the number 10 seed 5-1 Baylor. This is another statement game, and on 1st and 10, whoa, I stepped out of bounds. I was almost gone, and on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I will dive in like I'm Superman, because I'm that man, and I break another receiving TD record, and I am not here to play at Kansas. I'm that man. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will absolutely burn him, break one tackle. Oh my God, I tried to stop and keep going, but I got brought down. Here, as you can see, it is 7-7, and I will separate us with another TD to take us up 14-7. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run across that middle and dive in the end zone because I wasn't going to make it if I would have kept running. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I don't know what this DB was doing. He was backing away from me, but I will take it because I will go all the way for 6. I mean, Badookie the 6 is a player that will take the heart out of a team. It was 31-28, and he will take it all the way for 6 late in the 4th quarter, and he breaks another school receiving TD record, and he is not playing. This freshman is amazing. But we were going to win the game, and I get player of the game with 8 receptions, 303 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going to our next game against 4-3 Texas Longhorns, and this is my rival game because they thought, boom, I was going to commit there, but I didn't. And on 3rd and 5, as you can see, that was a crazy run over, and he could go all the way for 6, and that was crazy. And on 3rd and 3, he will go deep and catch another TD early. Badookie the 6 did not have to do them like that, but he is showing Texas Longhorns why he did not commit there. Their defense is horrible. But going into the next play on 3rd and 3, I catch another TD because I'm not playing with them. Going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I catch a long pass, and I about got loose, but I got shoestring. And coach talked to me after the game, said, we will need you over here, but y'all not getting me. I'm going to the SEC. But I get player of the game with 6 receptions, 248 yards, and 4 total TDs. Going into our next game against 5-3 Oklahoma State. As you can see, I drove him out of the club and put him out of bounds because that boy was not strong enough. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I go up and get that ball, but I get hit as soon as I caught it. But on 3rd and 5, as you can see, I run a slant across that middle and go in for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, oh my God, I hit him with a crazy move. Got back outside and catch that ball, and I will, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, going into the next play on 2nd and 12, I left him again, and this time I will break a tackle, try to go back inside, but he came and rallied that ball. But on 3rd and 20, I catch it across that middle, break a tackle, break another one, and almost broke loose. Here, as you can see, we are down by 10, so I catch another pass to try to get us back in that game. But as you can see, we have now taken the lead, and on 2nd and 10, I catch that ball, and I said I'm going to separate us from these boys because these boys are not on our level, so I take it all the way for 6. I told coach, don't take me out of the game. I want to run the score up on 1st and 10. Boom, get out of my way. I ran him over, and I will keep going all the way for 6. And as you can see, I score another one. We going to win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 10 receptions, 407 yards, and 5 total TDs. To our next game against 6-4 West Virginia. On 1st and 10, I get the outside release and catch the ball and get up that field with a 35-yard reception to start the game off early and 10s. And on 1st and 10, I catch another pass, and this time I'm going for 6. I dive in that end zone because I'm that man. Badookie the 6, the freshman coming in at Kansas, has just been outrunning all of these DBs every single game with the fly route, and that is just impressive. I mean, oh my God, juke, and he gets up that field with bad intentions, and that was just nasty. But I feel like he deserves to be in the SEC or a stronger program where competition is needed. On 2nd and 14, he catches another pass, and he cannot be stopped, and as you can see, he goes in with another one. Going into the next play, he had a slant route, but he went on a fly route instead, and juke, he breaks a tackle, gets up that field, and he has 1 minute beat, and he could juke, and he gets hit. He almost kept going, but as you can see, he breaks another school receiving yard record. But going into the next play on 2nd and 14, he is going on that streak route, and he will not be catched. He could and he would go all the way for 6, and we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 12 receptions, 427 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going into our next game against 3-7 Iowa State. On 1st and 10, I had outside release, but I came back inside, caught that ball, broke a tackle, and almost broke loose. Badookie the 6 is that man, and on 1st and 10, he runs a streak route, about got interception, but he caught the ball somehow, some way. But here, as you can see, going into the next one on 2nd and 11, he thought I was going inside, but I bounced it back outside, and as you can see, I caught that ball, and that boy is bad. bad. He breaks a tackle and get up that field with bad intentions and dives because he's that man again, once again. And on 2nd and 5, he catches that ball and he will get loose. He has one man to beat him. You will not catch him. He will speed boost to that end zone with bad intentions. But going into the next play on 3rd and 5, as you can see, they were in some type of cover 2 and the DB didn't stick me, but I go in for another one, and on 2nd and 10, I catch that ball and juke. Oh my God, he about broke loose. But things got serious. It was 38-38 in overtime, and he throws it up to me and the ball will get intercepted. And I got mad and went and go hit him. But going into the next play, we get another chance on 4th and 10, and this is me, but I dropped the ball. And as you can see, we were going to lose our first game, and I ended the game off for 7 catches, 252 yards, and 3 receiving TDs. Going into our next game against the number 23 seed 8-3 Kansas State on 1st and 10, started off intense. I run a deep post and caught the ball and got tackled with a 30-yard reception. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will break one tackle, and when I hit that outside, there is no catching Ncaa Badookie to 6. Oh my God. This is the conference championship game. Whoever wins will win this conference, and as you can see on 3rd and 10, I will catch that ball and get up that field with bad intentions. Here, as you can see on 2nd and goal, I will run a slant route and score for the TD, and he tackled me. That was a flag for delay hit. But on 2nd and inches, as you can see, I will tap 1 foot Tony toe tapper. Oh my God. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I will catch the ball again, and this time I will dive in that end zone. But going into the next play, I just wanted to relay the message that we are the new team to beat in town. And on 2nd and 3, I could and I would go all the way for 6. And as you can see, we will go on to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 8 receptions, 333 yards, and 4 total TDs. And as you can see, Ncaa Badookie the 6 win Heisman. And he will also pick up the Robert Maxwell Award, the Walter Camp Award, and the Ncaa Award. And doing this as a freshman is just incredible. On to our next game against the number 4 seed Georgia Bulldogs in our bowl game on 3rd and 4. I had to relay the message that I am a SEC breed, and I will show y'all that I am not scared of you. And on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the 6. Oh my God, he breaks a tackle and will go in for 6. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 7, he runs a fly route, and these DBs were still scared of him. He dives in the end zone because he's that man. And on 2nd and 1, oh my God, look at the separation that he created. He will go all the way for 6. But going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see, he runs another streak route and he jukes. Oh my God, he breaks a tackle. Juke. Oh my God, he made him look crazy, but he gets brought down at the 1. That would have been a crazy TD, and he burns him again, and he is gone all the way and dives in the end zone to bring his team to 28-42. And he catches another crazy pass, and this time he will go all the way, and he gets tripped up. Here, as you can see on 1st and goal, I wasn't letting back. I was trying to bring us back in the game, but that just was not enough. The Georgia Bulldogs go on and beat us, and I end the game off of 13 catches and 436 yards and 5 receiving TDs. But as you can see, this is the end of Ncaa Badookie the 6. Reason why Ncaa Badookie the 6 entered the transfer portal, he wanted to go to a bigger division, and he picked UNC because of Drake May as the upcoming newest best quarterback that's going to be in college football. And I said, why not? Let's go get a ring with the best receiver core with Josh Downs and Antoine Green. There was only one problem. I was 2nd on that depth chart, and I was not going for that, so let's get it. Going into my first practice as a Tar Heel, as you can see, me and Drake May was connecting early on, and these DBs just could not keep up with Ncaa Badookie the 6. I was burning them all day, and I mean, when Coach said help was on the way, he meant help was on the way. Ncaa was on the way. And last year, the Tar Heels made a pretty good run, going to the ACC Conference Championship, but losing to Clemson. This year with Ncaa, we are going all the way, and as you can see, I burnt him again. Oh my God. And Coach said great practice, and you will be able to challenge that next string next week. On to our first game against South Carolina. This was the battles against the Carolina, and this was a great first game to go against an SEC team. And on 2nd and goal, Ncaa Badookie the 6 gets his first touchdown of the game. And as you can see, oh my God, he catches that ball and almost breaks loose. I told Drake, man, all you have to do is put that ball in the air and I will go get it, because his arm is phenomenal, but I will go get that ball and take it all the way to the house. And if you haven't got the memo, as you can see, Ncaa's favorite route is a streak route. He will dunk on you, he will outrun you, and do all kinds of things to get that ball in his hand. As you can see, he goes for another TD, and on 1st and 10, look at the release off of that line, and you can see he hit that sideline and he gets up that field with bad intentions, because man, he is that guy. And all of the great wide receivers that came out of Carolina, De'Ami Brown was the most recent that had got drafted, so Ncaa Badookie the 6 is next. Here, as you can see on 3rd and 4, I run a streak route and I left him in the dust. He cannot catch me, and it's 49-44. I put the dagger in their heart. But as you can see, we go on to win our first game, and I get player of the game with 11 receptions, 422 yards, and 6 total TDs. The time is finally here. Coaches gave me the chance to move up the depth chart and be wide receiver number 1, and I started off intense by burning these wide receivers, and oh my God, he went up to get that ball with the bad intentions early on. That catch right there gave Coach Mac Brown all he needed. I'm the number 1 wide receiver on the depth chart, and I went up on 4 defenders, but as you can see, I am now the number 1 wide receiver. On to our next game against 1-0 Middle Tennessee. It was a rainy one, and on 2nd and inches, I went up and got that ball, and I will break a tackle, get back up that sideline, and go all the way for 6 early on. But on 3rd and 10, I said, throw that ball up, Drake, man. I went to go get in the back of the end zone. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball and juke. Oh my God. He will get up that field with bad intentions because he's that man. He said, hey, y'all gonna know my name. Mama, there go that man. Ncaa Badookie the 6 is just gonna be a threat in college football, and this is only his sophomore year. Going to the next play on 2nd and goal, I will run a slant route and go in with another TD. It is 42-10, and I get another slant route, get up that field, and oh, that boy is trying to get loose up the middle, but he did not. He got set down, but we were going to win the game. I get player of the game with 9 receptions, 316 yards, and 6 total TDs. Going into our next game against 2-0 Georgia Tech on 2nd and 5, I was on that left sideline, tried to tap my feet down and try to dive, but I didn't get there. And on 2nd and 6, I ran another streak route and caught it on his head top. I broke the tackle, but his teammate rallied to that ball. Every time we got to the goal line, I just couldn't find a way to get in the end zone, but I kept catching the ball for pretty big gains. And on 2nd and 10, I will burn this DB, and I could and I would go, but then I get hauled down and then boom, get on the ground. Sometimes I just wonder, who is gonna stop Ncaa Badookie the 6? I don't think any DB can lock him down. He is tall, he is fast, and he could do it all. But as you can see, he breaks the Ami Brown school receiving TD record, and I mean, this is only his sophomore season. He's doing fantastic things like this. I mean, he is owning every DB. If you were a senior, I would be embarrassed. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, he catches another one and dives in for another TD. Boom, get on the ground. We were going to win the ball game, and I ended the game off for 7 catches, 256 yards, and 2 receiving TDs. Going into our next game against 2-1 East Carolina on 2nd and 11. As you can see, I catch a back shoulder touchdown early on, and on 1st and 10, the ball would get intercepted. Things were going good, then it started to go downhill. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, as you can see, I called for that ball, and I went to go get it, and oh my God, I made them trip over each other, and I could and I would go all the way for 6. But going into the next play on 2nd and 6, I found a crease between the DBs, but he pushed me out of bounds. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, Ncaa Badookie the 6 goes up top and dunks on his head. Oh my God. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, he burns him again. They need some new DBs that could stop him. But as you can see, he breaks another school receiving yards record, and that was Hakeem Nicks. He is a legend. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I could and I would go all the way for 6. Told them boys, come on, I want some more. But going into the next play on 1st and goal, as you can see, I catch a slant route and ran right up the middle, and we were going to win the ball game. I ended the game off of 9 receptions, 319 yards, and 6 total TDs. On to our next game against 3-2 Virginia Tech, and on 2nd and 10, this game was personal. And as you can see, I separate myself from little boys, and I will take it all the way for 6. And going into the next play on 2nd and 1, I catch that ball with bad intentions, hit that sideline, you would not catch. Ncaa Badookie the 6, that man is a monster. Mama, there goes that man. On 3rd and 15, he will burn him, and he was out of bounds. He was fired up, he was pissed. He said, you know what, he is not gonna tuck his tail on the next drive. On 1st and 10, he burnt him, and this time is going for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I said, throw that ball up, Drake, man. I will dunk on these little boys. And I'm sorry, I separate myself from little kids and grown men, but on 1st and 10, I go in with another TD, and on 3rd and 1, I will put that icing on the cake and go in with another one and dive like I'm Superman. And I will get player of the game with 11 receptions, 394 yards, and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against the number 14 seed, 4-1 Miami. I slipped and fell on my face, and Drake made through an interception early on, and they will return it for 6, and I was beyond mad. But on 2nd and 10, I said I wasn't gonna drop my head, I was gonna retaliate, and I catch that ball, and I could and I would go all the way. I said, this gonna be a game, fellas. They are not coming to play, they are coming physical, so y'all either better man up or leave, cause I'm not here to play, and I want a championship, and I'm not gonna lose no games this year. I told them boys, we are all we got, so y'all boys stay fired up and into, oh my God, you gotta get up that field with bad intentions. But as you can see, we are down down by 9 points and Drake made throws and interception. And I told them boys, y'all better stay in tune because I'm not giving up. Every second I've been through games like this, and I will take it almost to the house, but I get shoestring. Then Coach Mac Brown told me I was going to come here and be the change. He said that UNC Tar Heels used to give up and blow games, but as you can see, we going to win the game. I get player of the game with 10 receptions, 337 yards, and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 3-3 Boston. As you can see, we drove down that field, and on 3rd and 10, Ncaa Badookie the 6 will take it in on that goal line for 6, and on 1st and 10, he catches a slant route, runs him over, but they will rally the ball. Here, as you can see, on 3rd and 4, I get an outside release. Drake May puts it on the money. Bam! Get off of me, and I throw the ball because you're not on my level, son. Going into the next play on 2nd and 10, they are starting to play over top. That Ncaa Badookie the 6 likes to take their top off, but he's going to go on that left side and take their top off, and they go down low and shoestring tackle me because I was almost gone. And on 3rd and 12, I try to take their top off, and oh my God, you cannot stop him. Over top and underneath is nothing you can do. He is the next big thing, but once Boston College figured out that they cannot take the over top, it was just nothing they can do at all. So on 1st and 10, I took it again, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse because I will go all the way for 6. Just when I thought it was a field day, on 3rd and 7, I went up and caught the ball and landed the wrong way, and this was my first injury of the season, and we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 410 yards, and 4 total TDs. On into our next game against 4-3 NC State was our rival game, and on 3rd and 10, Juke and Weaving getting up that field with bad intentions. I was gone, and I mean, there was a flag on the play. I mean, it was on the tight end Bryson Nesbitt, and it was coming back. That didn't stop one thing. On 2nd and 10, the very next play, I absolutely took their top off, and they need help. But here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, he was guarding me pretty closely, but I catch that ball, and oh, that boy felt me. And on 3rd and 4, I will go up and catch it. Oh my God, look at that catch. And I mean, the University of North Carolina has finally get over the hump, and on 2nd and 4, they are tired of losing, and we are down, so you know who's gonna change the ball game. Ncaa Badookie the 6. I mean, it's like every time we score, they are striking back, so we got something for you, NC State. On 1st and 10, I will take it for another one, double that, and they will not bite back that time, but I wanted to put the icing on that cake and dive in for 6, and we will go on and win the ball game. I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 491 yards, and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against 5-4 Virginia. This is going to be a blowout, and on 2nd and goal, I take it in early for 6, and on 3rd and 15, Drake makes bombs one, but I step out of bounds, and I was very frustrated with myself, but on 2nd and 8, I will get him back and put it on his head top like a little kid because he's a little boy to me, but on 3rd and 5, I will catch that ball and step out. I was almost going for 6. Going into the next play on 3rd and 12, I will go get that first down because I'm a converter. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, that streak route is my favorite route. You have to take it away from me, but you can't. I will break a tackle and go in for another TD. As you can see, it is 28-7, and I want to change that scoreboard some more. And on 1st and 10, I could and I would go, but I get shoestring tackled almost, but we will go on to win the ball game. And I end the game off with 7 catches, 204 yards, and 3 receiving TDs. On to our next game against 6-3 Pittsburgh. I mean, their crowd brought that intensity. On 1st and 10, I went up high. He could not bring me down because he was so short, but on 1st and 10, I will outrun him and catch that ball and step out. I about got loose. But going into the next play on 2nd and 4, as you can see the separation, and I could and I would almost break loose. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, this DB, I didn't know what he was doing, but I created separation, and out of anger, he came and intentionally face masked me, and I got kind of mad. I almost put my hands on him, but I got to remember, smart football. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball with bad intentions and get up that field and get tackled at the 2. But Coach Mac Brown brought me and Drake May to a side, and he said, y'all need to separate this game, and it's 28-28, and I had to do something. I caught that ball, and Drake put it on the money, and we are like Drake and Josh. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I catch another one. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, when Coach said turn it up, I mean, we absolutely turned it all the way up. And going into the next play, I go in for another one. But I end the game off with 11 catches, 332 yards, and 4 receiving TDs. On to our next game against 5-6 Old Dominion. They do not belong out here with us. And on 1st and 10, I will absolutely burn this DB like he just wasn't there. He's not on the same level as me. And I go in and run him over. And as you can see on 1st and 10, boom, oh my God. I need to hit the weight room because I'm coming out here for all of my respect. And on 1st and 10, Tony Totabro, oh my God, he is a fool. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I would catch the ball again and run him over and come come down with him. I mean, that Quantavious Badookie the 6, before he gets on that field, he can already read what their coach is calling. And I mean, he could and he would take it all the way 4-6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, he did the same route on the same side and took it all the way 4-6. I mean, they need some help. And it's not even funny. They don't even belong on the same field as us. But on 1st and 10, Drake May throws a bomb and I catch it and almost execute, but I step out. And on 2nd and 10, I will catch that ball and juke. Oh my God. That was embarrassing, but we were going to win the game. I get player of the game with 8 receptions, 362 yards, and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against 3-8 Duke, our rival in basketball. Started off intense on 2nd and inches. As you can see, it's a snowing one, but it doesn't matter what weather conditions. Quantavious Badookie the 6 is in. He is still going to come to play. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will just outrun this DB, hit that sideline, he dived and missed, and I could and would go for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, he will throw it up, and as you can see, I will break one tackle. I was trying to get loose, but they all rallied that ball. It's 21-21, and there's some separation needs to be done. And on 4th and 16, I told Drake May to throw me that ball, and he has trusted me to go for it on 4th. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, it is just getting easy and easier every time I touch the ball. Going into the next play on 1st and 10, I run a slant route and go in for another TD. But on 3rd and 6, I will run a fly route and hit that left sideline. He dived and missed again. And as you can see, I will break the school receiving TD record. It was my own record. How crazy. But I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 458 yards, and 7 total TDs. We are back to the ACC Conference Championship after losing to Clemson last year. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I dunk on them early. I said, I'm not losing this one for y'all. I got y'all. And on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball across the middle and go in for 6 because y'all are my brothers. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, oh my God, that was the craziest spin move in history. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, we are running that score up because that's how you set the tone. And I will go all the way 4-6 because nobody out here is on my level. I'm a different breed. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, he thought he had me, but I had him burnt. And as you can see, I go on with another one. But on 3rd and 16, I hit that right sideline because that's my favorite. And you can never take the top off on that Quantavious Badookie the 6 because he's that man. I mean, this is redemption from last year. We are blowing them out. It is 40-17, and I want to run that score up some more. So on 1st and goal, I will go in for 6 to run that score up. And as you can see, my boy Drake May got him a conference title, and so is Quantavious Badookie the 6 and the rest of the UNC Tar Heel team. And I will go for Heisman again. And as you can see, the runner-up was Drake May. And it's all love. You're still that man. But we're going to the playoffs against Kansas State. Going into the playoffs against 10-2, number 6 seed Kansas State, and we came out intense on 1st and 10. I got that 28-yard reception, 1st down. But on 1st and 10, I catch that ball for 6. That's how you start the game off. But on 3rd and 6, I absolutely did this DB filthy, and I would go break a tackle and almost broke another one, but he brought me down. But on 2nd and 1, I run another street route, catch that ball, and this time I will dive because I'm Superman. Here, as you can see, it's 21-7, and on 3rd and 10, he will dive again. He is having fun out there. Quantavious Badookie the 6 is having fun. And on 3rd and 5, he will go for another one. Oh my God. Quantavious Badookie the 6 could get drafted this year. He would be the number 1 pick. But as you can see, he takes their top off again. And as you can see, we are going to the national championship. And it's on. We're going against Ohio State. Going into the national championship game against the number 2 seed, 12-1 Ohio State. Boom, he hit me pretty hard. But this is the game everybody wanted to see. And on 2nd and 10, I mean, it is packed out there. And Quantavious Badookie the 6 is going to put on a show. But going into the next play on 3rd and 4, as you can see, he burns him again, but steps out. And I'm not going to lie, we are off to a pretty good start. On 3rd and 5, I catch another deep one, and I could and I would go all the way for 6. But on 3rd and 10, things started to go downhill when this DB hawked the ball and I fell on that ground. Their offense absolutely took off, but we strike back and put 21 on that board. But every time they touched the ball, they were scoring. But on 1st and 10, I said, we're not going to get up. Y'all going to pick y'all heads up, and we're going to win this ball game. And on 2nd and 8, Quantavious Badookie the 6, he could and he would go all the way for 6. Things are getting fired up out there. On 4th and 1, I told Drake May throw me that ball, ball, and as you can see, I was absolutely turned up. I said, oh, let's go. There was one thing. We had to get the 2-point conversion, and Drake May runs it up the middle and was short, and they are the national champions. That was a hurtful way to go out. This is the end of Daquantavius Badookie the 6th sophomore season. Going into Daquantavius Badookie the 6th junior season, he starts it off intense. Drake May connects, and he goes for 6 early. But going into the next ball, 1st and 10, he will go all the way for 6, and he was absolutely fired up. And I mean, Missouri had no chance of sticking in this ball game with us. And as you can see, I will tap those feet down with bad intentions. And oh my God, look how I separate myself from little boys. I will take it all the way for 6. Daquantavius Badookie the 6th has came a long way. If he has a ball out season this year, he is gonna be a top pick in this NFL draft. But on 2nd and 10, just look how he does it. Oh my God. And mama, there go that man. He is the truth. But as you can see, I get player of the game with 12 receptions, 398 yards, and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 0-0 Stanford on 1st and 10. I told Drake May to throw that ball up, and we took their top off early, but he shoestring tackled me. And I think that Daquantavius Badookie the 6th is just a different breed. He separates himself on a different type of level. And on 2nd and 10, he goes in with another one. The type of stats that I put up last year, it was no way that I could not come back. And me and Drake May is gonna take over the ACC, and we are not playing. But as you can see on 1st and 10, I go in with another one. Here, as you can see on 1st and 10, coach gave me a streak route, and I ran a streak route and separate myself. And good God almighty, that boy is a fool. But as you can see, I was fired up on my teammate, and I said, hey, that's 5. Now that's 5. But on 1st and 10, I caught that ball, and he stripped it out, and they intercepted it. And this could be the craziest thing that could have happened. There's 5 seconds going into halftime, so we're not gonna drop our heads. We're gonna pick it back up. And on 1st and 10, oh my God, that was one of the craziest catches of Daquantavius Badookie the 6th career. But on 1st and 10, he burns the DB again. Oh my God, he thought he almost stepped out of bounds, but he kept going. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, he burns him again, and this time he is out like a light. He could be gone all the way for 6, and he is absolutely fired up. But we're going to win the ball game, and as you can see, I will get player of the game with 17 receptions, 572 yards, and 8 total TDs. Oh my God. On to our next game against 1-1 East Carolina. It's time to put on a show, and on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball and boom, get out of my way, kid. I am not here to play. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, we had a tunnel screen. I get that ball and got up that field with bad intentions. Just when we were moving the ball on 3rd and goal, Drake May puts it in the back corner, but he intercepts it and put his feet down. But we will go into the next drive, and on 2nd and 18, I got him back. I burnt him, and oh my God, I dumped like I'm the king. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 10, I had a deep post, but I ran a streak route instead because I could read the defense off the back of my hand, and I will take it all the way for 6. But going into the next one on 3rd and 1, when things get good, something has to go bad. We throw another interception. I went over to Drake May. I said, do not hang your head. We are down by 4 points, and it's time to put on a show. On 1st and 10, I break a tackle, and I could and I would go all the way for 6, and I was not playing. And on 2nd and 10, I told him I'm gonna keep my foot on that pedal all night because I want it, and I'm gonna go get it. And on 2nd and 10, I take it for another one. But on 3rd and goal, I will run a slant while I catch that ball. I'm fired up. I said I'm not playing. Bam, get on that ground. And we were going to win the game. I get player of the game with 12 receptions, 495 yards, and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against 2-2 Notre Dame. It is a rainy game, and on 2nd and 10, I don't really like that rain with catching the ball, but I will run them over, and I have to toughen up. But going into the next one, 1st and 10, I will take it all the way for 6. I mean, Daquantavius Badookie the 6th has built a fan base at North Carolina and made a name for the Badookie family. And I mean, everyone on campus is so hyped about him when they see him, and he is just fired up. I mean, he is amazing. He could be intelligent on and off of that field. But going into the next play on 3rd and 6, I run a slant route and run him over in the end zone. But going into the next play, I hit him with a fake go. Oh my God, he made him look crazy out there, and he goes all the way for 6. But we were going to win the ball game, and I end the game off for 10 receptions, 431 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going to our next game against the number 17 seed 4-0 Virginia Tech on 2nd and 10, I absolutely burnt him with the speed like a lightning bolt. But on 2nd and 3, as you can see, I run an out route. I will catch that ball and get up that field, break one tackle, and almost go, but he will wrap and roll me. And every time I touch that ball, I'm either taking it for 5 or more. And as you can see, every time I always take it for more and go get that end zone every time. But on 3rd and 15, I will catch that ball, break one tackle, muscle up, and try to get in that end zone. But I fall short. I was absolutely fired up. But on 3rd and 12, I run a streak route. I said, throw it up, Drake May. And I went up, and oh my God, I stopped and turned around and caught the ball. I mean, that was absolutely absolutely incredible. But on 1st and 10, I catch a slant route for another TD. But on 1st and 10, they were in some type of zone, and I split through it, break one tackle, I break another one, and dive because I'm that man. But going into the next play on 3rd and 10, I went up on his head top and made him look crazy out there. And on 2nd and goal, I will catch that ball in the end zone, and we were going to win the game. I get 16 receptions, 426 yards, and 6 total TDs. Going into our next game against 0-5 Virginia, we are going to treat them as such. And on 1st and 10, I about broke loose, but I got shoestring tackle. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I was going to test the DB all night, and oh my God, Tony toe tapper backwards. But on 2nd and 2, I will catch that ball and get up that field with bad intentions. This DB is in for some help. He is in trouble. Going into the next play on 3rd and 3, as you can see, the DB did not stick me, so there was no man-to-man. There was a zone, and I will split it somehow, some way, and I will take it all the way for 6. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, as you can see, I get a great off-the-line release and go in for another one and give all praises to the Most High. But on 2nd and 8, I went to go get that ball. Drake May just throws dots every single day I go out there. I mean, oh my God. As you can see, we will go on and win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 9 receptions, 337 yards, and 4 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-2 Georgia Tech on 2nd and 10. As you can see, as soon as I caught that ball, I mean, he was in my chest to tackle me. Hey, yo. But going into the next play on 2nd and 5, as you can see, Drake May throws an interception, and this game was just not starting off as good as our regular one usually starts off. This is just not like us. But on 2nd and 2, I run a slant route, and I would get up that field and get to that end zone. But going into the next play on 2nd and 7, I catch another slant, and he strips it out. Come on, Ncaa Badookie at 6. You have to be better. And on 1st and 10, he will turn it up a notch and take it all the way for 6. As you can see on 2nd and 10, mama, there goes that man. He catches that ball, and as you can see, he will break one tackle, and there is no one that will catch him. He will go all the way for 6, and boom! I'm not here to play with you, but I get player of the game with 10 receptions, 316 yards, and 4 total TDs. Into our next game against 4-3 NC State on 3rd and 1. This might be one of the best passes in college football. Drake May has a launcher on him. I mean, he throws that ball with perfect accuracy. But going into the next ball on 2nd and 5, I will catch that ball, break a tackle, and get up that field with bad intentions. And on 3rd and 6, I catch another one, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6, and I dive because I'm that man. As you can see on 2nd and 10, I run another streak route, and I could, and I would get stopped at the one. I was almost there. But on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I run another route and dive. Oh my God. That's one thing about Ncaa Badookie at 6. He will put his body on the line for the UNC Tar Heels. He would do anything to go get that national championship. And on 1st and 10, he runs a deep post and catches a crazy catch. But on 1st and 10, he runs a streak route and could, and he would go in the end zone and get fired up with his teammates. It is 49-14, and to put the icing on the cake, I run a deep post, and that DB almost had me, but he just couldn't get me. I went all the way for another one. And as you can see, we will go on to win the ball game, and I get player of the game with 12 receptions, 489 yards, and 6 total TDs. Going into our next game against 3-5 Pittsburgh on 2nd and 10. As you can see, I will catch that ball. Juke. Oh my God, I made a miss, but I will get brought down. But on 4th and 5, I told Drake, man, give me that ball, and he believed in me to go get 6 for the team. And on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball and toe tap them feet backwards, and that was crazy. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I run another streak route, put it on his head top. Where is he going? To our teammates? I don't know. I'm going all the way for 6 though, because as you can see, I'm fired up. And on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I catch a slant route for another one. Ncaa Badookie at 6. He is just a monster. And on 2nd and 10, he will catch another pass. And I'm just trying to figure out, is this the next Megatron, or is he going to be better than Megatron? And he's going to be better. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, he runs another streak route and dives for 6. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, I absolutely run right past the DB. Almost thought I stepped out of bounds, but somehow, some way, the flexibility, Ncaa Badookie at 6 turned around and caught it and went for 6. But I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 481 yards, and 7 total TDs. On to our next game against the number 3 seed, 9-0 Miami. It's time to give them their first loss. And on 1st and 10, this DB cannot stick me, and he will not stick me all night. And on 2nd and 10, I went in for 6, and boom, get on the ground. I'm going to put fear in their hearts. But But on 1st and 10, I catch that ball with bad intentions, and look at the burst of speed. Ncaa Badookie the 6 gets all the way up the field. And on 1st and 10, head top, get up. Nah, I'm not playing. I mean, we are out here setting the tone. It is 28-0, and that's how you set the tone. And on 1st and 10, I almost went for another one, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, I come back to the ball for 6, and I was fired up. It is 34-0 on an undefeated team. I mean, what is going on for them? But Drake May throws it up to me, and I dunk on him, but he hits me in the end zone. But as you can see, we win the game, and I will go on to get player of the game with 15 receptions, 444 yards, and 5 total TDs. On to our next game against 4-6 Boston College. On 2nd and 10, we are going to show them why we are the #1 seed team. I will take it all the way, and look behind me. There is no one in my rearview mirror. But as you can see, boom, get on that ground. I'm going to treat you as such. And on 1st and 10, I run a slant route, run him over, and go in the end zone. Oh my God. But going to the next play on 2nd and 10, I will catch that ball. Juke. Somehow he got me. I should have been gone. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 10, Drake May throws it to 2 defenders, and they will intercept the ball. That's what they're going to have to do to stop Ncaa Badookie the 6. But that doesn't work sometimes as well. And on 1st and 10, I went to go get another one. But here, as you can see, going into the next play on 1st and 10, I will go get another one and take it all the way for 6. Not just 1, not just 2, but 3 on 1st and 10. Ncaa Badookie the 6 will burn this DB again and makes him look like a fool. But we were going to win the game. I get player of the game with 13 receptions, 474 yards, and 6 total TDs. So our next game against 5-6 Duke, it's time to knock them off. And on 1st and 10, I hit him with a mean stiff arm, but he wasn't going for it. He brought me down. And on 2nd and goal, I went up high and dunked on him, but he hit me in the end zone. And on 2nd and 5, I will catch that ball and get in the end zone for 6. Getting deep into the end of our regular season, Ncaa Badookie the 6 needs to turn it up a notch if he wants to be a top pick in the NFL draft. And on 3rd and 1, oh my God, he dunks on him and almost got back up and kept going. But here, as you can see, on 1st and 10, he will catch that ball, break one tackle, and he could, and he would go all the way for 6, and he is not playing. But going to the next one on 3rd and 12, as you can see, he called for that ball, and Drake launches it up. He dunks. Oh my God, might be the greatest catch in history, and he could, and he would go all the way for 6. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and 15, he ran a slant slash post, and he would catch that ball, and oh my God, he about kept going, but he got tripped up. He was almost gone, but we were going to win the ball game. I get player of the game with 11 receptions, 403 yards, and 5 total TDs. Going to the ACC Conference Championship against Florida State on 1st and 10. I'm doing nothing but running through and going up that field with positive yards. But going into the next one on 1st and 10, I will catch that ball, get up that sideline, and almost break loose, but they all rallied to that ball. And on 3rd and 2, I told him to throw it up and caught it in the back review mirror. As you can see, I had an out route, but I ran a post. Drake said, go get that ball. And I went to go get it for 6, and I was absolutely fired up. But going into the next play, I will catch the ball on that right sideline, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6. Coach Mac Brown said we need separation because they are only down by 4 points, and something needs to shake. And on 1st and 10, I went to go get that ball and put us on that goal line. But as you can see, we are ACC Conference champs again, and Drake May wins the Heisman this year. I was just short. And Drake had a phenomenal season. He threw for over 7,000 yards. Going into our bowl game against the #3 seed 12-1 Georgia, started off intense. On 1st and 10, I will catch that ball with bad intentions early on. And on 1st and 10, as you can see, I catch it on that right sideline. I thought I was finna step out, broke one tackle, and dive like the man, because I am. And on 2nd and 10, as you can see, I ran a deep post and thought I was going to catch the ball, but it will get intercepted. Going to the next play on 3rd and inches, as you can see, I had a post route, but I ran a streak route, and as you can see, I will catch it for 6. But going into the next play on 1st and 10, I catch it on that left sideline, made him miss, and I could, and I would almost go, but I get shoestring. And on 2nd and 3, I ran at the back of the end zone, that toe tapper. It was absolutely fired up. They were picking me up like I was the king, because I am. And on 1st and 10, oh my God, Drake May throws a dot and zips it right through his hands, and I could, and I would go all the way for 6, and I was absolutely fired up. And on 4th and 4, I would go get that ball and dive in that end zone, and that put the icing on the cake. And here, as you can see, we are bowl champions. We did it, Coach Mac Brown. And as you can see, this is the end of Ncaa Badookie the 6th junior season, and he will get drafted to the Minnesota Vikings. This is Ncaa Badookie the 7th, and he is here to earn some offers. He is straight out of Alabama, and he is 6'5", 320, 25, intercepting that ball with bad intentions. And one thing about Trentavious is his dream school has always been Alabama Crimson Tide. Coaches always said if you practice how you play and translate it to that field, you would in no time get that offer from Alabama Crimson Tide. I mean, after 3 games of balling out his senior year, Nick Saban hit him up and threw him the offer. But there was only one problem. Nick Saban didn't want him to come down there and play D-line. He wanted him to join the offensive line. Trentavious Badookie VII was extremely excited to go, so he packed his bag and said, "Coach, I'm on the way." Trent Badookie VII was a boom automatic starter coming into Alabama. I mean, if you come in and start as a freshman at Alabama, you have great chances of going to the National Football League. And just look at that great hole I created for that running back, and on 2nd and 7, I will pull, get up that field and knock him off his rockers. Get on the ground. I mean, Trentavious Badookie VII is a monster in those trenches. But as you can see, he was holding up and we would go in to score. But on 2nd and 1, I was locking him down. He had nowhere to go. He couldn't knock hands down, get wrists or forearms. He couldn't do anything. One thing that Trentavious Badookie VII will do is clamp you up and box you down and throw you out of the club. But on 1st and goal, he will throw him out of the club because he's not a grown man. You are not on the same level as me. I mean, growing up in a household of 6 brothers, I mean, we were always tough on each other. But as you can see, we will go on and win the game 21-14 in our season opener. On to our next game against the number 5 seed 2-0 Texas A&M. I absolutely laid a great block for the running back, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was locking him down. I sat down on it, and the quarterback delivered the blow. That was a great pass, but on 2nd and 5, I was driving him out of club, and then boom, get out of my way. You're not on the same level as me, but on 2nd and 10, I absolutely threw him into the running back. Here, as you see, on 3rd and 12, Bryce Young is going to have the best protection all season. On 2nd and 4, I mean, they are clamped down. They are not getting any pass rush to the quarterback. But on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I was sitting in la-la land and let him run past me, but I went and covered the ball. And that could have went bad, but on 1st and goal, as you can see, I was holding up and we will go in for another TD. But on 1st and 10, I was driving him and made him fall on that ground. Man, we will kneel the ball and go on and win the ball game. We win our 2nd game 30-14. On to our next game against 0-2 Colorado State. Started off intense. I absolutely bull rushed him, and as you can see, Gibbs get up that sideline, and I mean, I was all the way in the back, but they were going for almost 6, but I will throw him on the ground, and we will finally go in for 6. On to the next one on 3rd and 12. The D lineman came off and did not shoot his hand, so I absolutely boxed him up. On to the next one on 1st and 10. There was a screenplay, and as you can see, I will get up the field, lay up block, and the tight end will absolutely hit that sideline, and he could, and he would take it all the way for a TD. And on 2nd and goal, I pull, bam, oh my God, he got absolutely obliterated. On 1st and 10, I pull again, and I will be the lead blocker, push him out of the way, and Gibbs will get up that sideline for 6. And on 1st and 10, I was sitting down and threw him out of that club. Son, you don't belong on the same field as me. I mean, this freshman is just having the time of his life out there. Trentavious Badookie VII is the next big thing in college football. And on 2nd and inches, he absolutely takes ACL, MCL out, so you better get out of the way. And on 2nd and 6, he takes it out again, and we will go on to win the game. On to our next game again, boom, oh my God, the number 25 seed 2-1 Ole Miss. As you can see, I boomed him early on, and Jameer Gibbs gets up that sideline and goes for a pretty big gain. And on 2nd and goal, I will drive him out of the club, and we will go in for a TD. And on 1st and 10, I knocked him down. Playing offensive line and defensive line is not an easy task. I mean, you hit every single play. You have to be well conditioned. Coach wanted to go for it on 4th and goal. I pulled and couldn't find a block on anyone. We would get a turnover down, but on 1st and 10, I absolutely threw him on the ground, but it was still a negative 3-yard rush, and I boomed him to ACL, MCL out, and we would go on and win another game 14-0. On to our next game against 3-1 Georgia State. He couldn't get off of me. My gloves, when I hit you in your chest, they will stick like glue, I promise you. And I took ACL, MCL out. I mean, I'm trying to come and knock you off of your rockers. The thing about D-line is you have to have get off. I played it before, and I already know what a D-lineman is going to do before they even get their hand in that dirt. So I'm coming down to knock your buckles loose, so you better watch out. Trentavious Badookie VII, bam, he's trying to hurt you every time, so get out of the way like I said. But going to the next one, 1st and 20, he absolutely takes him out, but the running back got no gain. But on 1st and 10, he took him out and made him do a front flip. I mean, we going to win another ball game, and this time we win 24-6. On to our next game against 2-3 Kentucky. Just look at the pass pro across the whole board, and Trayshawn Holden will take it all the way for a 6 early on. First and goal, I will pull it. Boom! Oh my God! 1st and 10. I'm coming to take your legs out, so get out of the way. Trentavious Badookie the 7th favorite move is to chop block you. I mean, it's kind of a cheap shot, but he's a dirty offensive lineman. But on 3rd and 4, he was holding up, and as you can see, JoJo Earl takes it in for a 6. But on 2nd and 3, look at that pass pro. He couldn't get happy. He was clamped. When I say anchor down, I'm anchoring down. I will throw you out of that club. Back in the day, his father, Jet Badookie, also played offensive line and D lineman, so he has gave him great tips on how to be a dirty offensive lineman. But as you can see, we will go on and win the ball game. This time, we will win 28-0. On to our next game against 5-2 Arkansas. Look how I pass off and boom him. Oh my God, that's a way to transition onto another block. But on 2nd and 5, as you can see, I threw him out of the club. I took his ACL, MCL out, and on 2nd and goal, I was absolutely sitting on it. Don't you ever try to do a spin move on me, kid. As you can see on 1st and goal, the tackle passed off, and I absolutely anchored down on him. But on 1st and 10, I was sitting down on him. How embarrassing. Look at him. He tripped over his feet. But on 1st and 10, we took him almost like the blind side. We about took him to the stand. As you can see, we have a counter play. Absolutely take him out, and Gibbs absolutely runs him over. But on 2nd and 3, I throw him down and threw him out of that club. Come on, man. Travius Badookie the 7 is looking for a target. Every time he gets out on that field, he will lay a good block for his teammate to go for 6. But as you can see, we're going to win the game, and we will win 52-7. Oh my God. On to our next game against the number 7 seed Tennessee. I took a cheap shot early on. I'm trying to hurt them any chance I can because they have not took a loss on their season yet. So we're trying to do anything we can, any chance we can. And I told you, I'm trying to take them out by any means possible. Trentavious Badookie the 7 is trying to take the same route that his brother did. Derek Badookie Jr. was a former running back for Alabama Crimson Tide, and he had gotten drafted in the NFL. I mean, Trentavious had looked up to him after his whole career. He was his first brother to make it to the league. I mean, how special is that? Well, 1 minute in the 4th quarter, we are down by 5 points, and it is 4th and 26 with 21 seconds to go, and Bryce Young will put it on the money to Prentice, and he will go all the way to the 1 yard line, and it is game time. We are gonna win this game, and on 1st and goal, we will punch it in to take us up. We will go on and win the ball game, and as you can see, we will win it 15-14. That was a close one. On to our next game against 5-4 LSU, I absolutely chop blocked him, and Gibbs will get up that sideline and get the first down early on. And on 1st and 10, boom, get on that ground. I absolutely manhandle him, and as you can see, McLean will take it all the way for 6. But on 1st and 10, I was absolutely anchoring down and made sure I tried to chop block him, but he wasn't going for it. He put his hands on my head, but we still got a pretty big game. As you can see, I'm an ankle biter, so get out of my way like I always say. But as you can see, bam, oh my God, that's how you translate to the next block. You throw one out of the way and you move on to the next level. And on 1st and 10, he was trying to spin on me, but I was sitting down on it, and I take him out again. Son, you need some help because you cannot mess with Trentavious Badookie the 7. But as you can see, we were double teaming him, and look at that hole we created for Gibbs. He will take it all the way for 6, and we will kneel the ball the old-fashioned way and go on to beat LSU 31-15. On to our next game against Mississippi State. On 1st and 10, I shuffled down the line and anchored down on him and clamped him up. He got no way to the quarterback, and on the first play of the game, we will take it all the way for 6. But on 1st and 10, I will pull and lay a good block, and Gibbs will get up that left sideline, and he almost goes for 6, but he get pushed out, but I almost took him to the stands. I told him, hey, you are not going to stand a chance with me this whole game, brother, so you might as well just give up now. And I took ACL, MCL out. Going to the next one, 1st and 10. Boom, get out of my way, kid. But Gibbs got tackled for a loss, but on 2nd and 11, we will double team him and put him on his knees. Hey, yo, but going into the next play, I had no one to block, and I cleaned his clock. Oh my God. But we will go on and win the ball game. And as you can see, we will go on to beat Mississippi State 37-35. That was a close one. On to our next game. Boom, that's 1 pancake. Boom, that's 2 pancake. And you know what we call those? A double pancakey. But on 1st and 10, I was trying to move to the next level, but I tripped over myself. But as you can see, we will go on to score, and boom, boom, that's another double pancakey. And Trentavious Badookie the 7 was not out here to play. Boom, oh my God. He will be an All-American, but on 1st and 10, as you can see, bam, oh my God, he moves to the next level and throws him on the ground. That's another double pancakey. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, he was sitting down on it, threw him out of the club and absolutely threw him out of the club, and bam, he cleaned his clock or did knock his buckles loose. But on 1st and 10, he was sitting down and took HCL MCL out. At this point, he's trying to hurt him, but he will go in and play a big block for his running back Gibbs to go in for 6. But as you can see, we will go on and win another game. This time was a blowout. 45-0. Coach said he was getting us donuts. On to our next game against 6-5 Auburn. I lay a good block, but he just could not find a hole, so he got put down. And on 2nd and 3, as you can see, Bryce Young's deliver it to Ja'Cory Brooks, and I tried to run down the field with him, but I got tired halfway I got down there. Going into the next one on 2nd and 1, as you can see, I was clamping him up. That defensive line just could not get a pass rush, and I mean, that's what you call a good pass bro from left to right. And on 1st and 10, we would take it in for 6, and on 2nd and 6, I was blocking him, and Gibbs hit that hole because I said it for him. But as you can see, I took ACL MCL out. You might want to get out of the way. Here, as you can see, on 2nd and goal, he tried to run away from me. I said, no, sir, come here. I will clamp you down. But we will go on and win another game, and this time we will win 42-14. On into the conference championship game against number 6 seed 11-1 Georgia. I absolutely took his legs out and almost made him fall, but he just didn't. But on 1st and goal, I was sitting on it, and we were going with the first touchdown of the game. And on 2nd and 4, I about grabbing him with one hand to show him how much of a grown man I am. But on 1st and goal, I will pull and knock him out of the club, and Gibbs almost goes in for 6, but he did not. But just look at this pass pro on the goal line. We will shift down. I will get back to him, and he would deliver it to Ja'Cory Brooks. But as you can see, on 1st and 10, we were sliding, and I could not get to another one. I tripped up. But on 2nd and 10, I did, and this time I boomed him and made sure to put him on that ground. But we were going to nail the ball, and we will go on and win the conference championship 31-15. We were turned up. Here, as you can see, Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back for Alabama Crimson Tide, wins Heisman. On to the national championship game against the number 2 seed 13-0 USC. I'm doing anything to try to take you out because I want a ring, and I'm gonna go get a ring by any means. But on 3rd and goal, as you can see, I took him out again. I was wearing this defensive line out, and I mean, I pulled and laid a block on him, and Gibbs will get up that field, but he gets hit. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was sitting on it and almost threw him out of that club, but he just got lucky. And oh my God, Bryce Young delivers a 46-yard reception. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, we were sliding with the double team. Oh my God. But on 3rd and 24, I was sitting down on it, and he just tripped over himself. But we get another double team, and I tripped over myself. But we were going to nail the ball, and as you can see, we are national champions. We will go on and beat them 16-10. That was a pretty close one. Badookie II, as a freshman, ended his season off with 22 pancakes and only let up 3 sacks. But as you can see, he was an all NCAA first team. On to our first game against West Virginia, Badookie II throws him on the ground to start the game off. And after having an undefeated season, it's time to go for that natty again. Bryce Young has came back. This is his year to sprout out to that NFL. And as you can see, I laid that block and almost took him back to that end zone. But on 2nd and 14, bam, oh my God, I'm back. As you can see on 2nd and 7, that is a great reach block by Badookie II. I already had the D lineman beat before the ball snapped. But on 2nd and 5, I threw him out of the club because I'm a grown man. But on 2nd and 5, I will pull and lay a big block and throw him on that ground because he's a little boy and my son. I try to tell these linemen I'm crazy. Boom, I'm crazy. Woo! I'm coming for respect. But on 2nd and 2, I will pull and lay a big hit on them. Oh my God. Badookie II is the truth. We going to win the game 21-9. On to our next game against 1-0 Florida Atlantic. I pulled and laid a big block for Williams, and he will get up that sideline and gets a pretty big game. On 1st and 10, we had a double team and had him on his knees. Hey, yo. But on 2nd and 11, as you can see, I was locking him up and almost threw him out of the club, but he stayed on his feet. I told the D lineman, I spared you that play. Next time, I'm going to stab and grab and dump you on that ground. But on 1st and 10, Brooks will go all the way for 6. But on 1st and 15, I come around that corner, lay a big block, and Gibbs is back. We were going near the ball to end them the old-fashioned way. We were going to win 17-10. On to our next game on 1st and 10. Bam! Oh my God! I drop him on that ground and come around and blindside that kid. Oh my God! I'm in this game to hurt people. Bam! Get on the ground. I'm not playing. I'm coming for my respect. And I told y'all, when I stab and grab and bam, I will lay you on that ground all night. Badookie II having a game. Oh my God, he lays another big hit every time he pull. I advise you to get out of the way, and on his screen, big boom. Oh my God, he dipped and dropped him and knocked his shoulder in his chest. Oh my God. Trentavious Badookie the 7th is gonna set the record of pancakes. Boom, boom, that's a double pancake. He is not here to play on 1st and 10. Boom, oh my God, he's a little boy. Boom, Gibbs will go all the way up the field, and he could and he would go all the way for 6. On 2nd and 4, boom, have you ever heard of a freight train? I will come through and run you over. And on 3rd and 3, I was locking him down, and Harold would go in for 6. And on 2nd and goal, I was blocking for Gibbs, and he goes in with another one. We will go on to win 45-0. Oh my God, coach is getting us donuts. On to our next game against Ole Miss. Boom, you don't know who Trentavious Badookie the 7th is. Woo! It's a game, baby. 3rd and 8, I'll run him over and lay a block for Gibbs to go in for 6. But on 3rd and 2, I will lay another block. And as you can see, Gibbs will outrun him, get up that sideline somehow, some way, and got some yards. Alabama Crimson Tide has always had a target on their back because of how much they win. Every team wants them to lose, but Trentavious Badookie the 7th doesn't care about any of that. He's still gonna throw you out of the club and play his game. And as you can see, he was locking him up, and we were going for 6. On to the next one, 2nd and 13. How could he try to spin on me? I threw him to that ground because he's not on my level. And as you can see, look how I transitioned to the other block. That's how you shift it off. And on 1st and goal, I come around that corner, lay a block, and Gibbs were going for 6, and we were going near the ball and end them the old-fashioned way. We go on to win 45-22. On to our next game against 2-2 Texas A&M. As you can see, he came around that corner too fast, so I drove him all the way to their logo. I said, hey, kid, I almost took it to the buses because they're warming up because y'all are finna get whooped. But on 3rd and 2, I boomed him, and I almost got the other one, but I failed. On 1st and 10, he absolutely got me this time. He outran me, and I out-angled him, but Gibbs was breaking tackles, and he fumbled the ball, and they recovered the ball. And that just didn't hurt us a bit. On 3rd and 6, I was anchoring down. He was trying anything to get off of me. He was calling for help, but Prentice went all the way down for 6. But on 1st and 10, I had a double team. I would slide off of it and block the linebacker. And on 1st and goal, I come around that corner, lay a block for Gibbs to go in for 6. We will kneel the ball, end them the old-fashioned way, and go on and win the ball game 28-14. On to our next game against 2-3 Kentucky. Bryce Young still has the best protection in the SEC. I mean, you could count to 5, 6, 10, 15, and he would not get sacked. But on 2nd and 7, I come around and take AC or MCL out. He tried to call over me, but guess what? Gibbs was up that field, and this time he did a front flip. On 3rd and goal, absolutely running the back of my teammate, and Gibbs was an athlete and jumped and hurdled over him for 6. But on 1st and 10, I was anchoring down, and he could not get to that quarterback. I mean, the D-line from left to right had no pass rush, but bam, oh my God, I ran through him. And on 3rd and 13, I was holding up again, but they will go get the sack on the other side. On 2nd and 10, boom, I mean, it's absolutely a ball game now. It is 14-14. We are up to the test. We are not finna lose our first game. But on 3rd and 9, I was holding up. You see that right hand? I about grabbed him and dropped him on that ground. But I spared him. But on 3rd and 5, look how I will spare him again. When he jump up, I was supposed to drop him on that ground for a pancakey. But on 4th and 10, as you can see, I will get him. I throw him down like a little kid. But they will go on and beat us. This is our first loss in a whole year. After that loss, we have dropped to rank number 12. But going into our next game against 4-2 Arkansas, as you can see on 2nd and 3, we will complete a pass for the first down. But on 2nd and 6, as you can see, look how I slide off to the linebacker. On 2nd and goal, we double team again to get in that end zone. This was going to be a kind of double teaming game. But as you can see, I had a one-on-one and threw him on that ground because he's not on my level. But on 1st and 10, I was anchoring down when I finally got another one-on-one. And what was he doing? And I mean, on 3rd and 8, I was tracking him down and fell by accident, and they will try to go get the quarterback, but Prentice will come back to the ball and go in for 6. On 2nd and 12, that dip and rip is not going to work. I will put my right hand to that sternum, and I will try to hurt you. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was clamping him down, and the Gibbs catch it out of the backfield. I don't know why he hurdled, but he almost got the first down. But on 1st and 10, I was anchoring him down. I mean, hey, this D lineman was going to feel me all night. On 3rd and 12, I was clamping him down again. He needed help, but we're going to win the game 35-20 at line. On to our next game against the number 11 seed 5-2 Tennessee. On 2nd and 8, the D-line could not get a pass rush. I don't know why they threw 3 D linemen out there and think they could have got a pass rush on us, but we go for a 6 early on, and on 1st and 10, I lay a big block, and Gibbs will see that left sideline, and he could almost go all the way, but on 1st and 10, I lay another block, and he goes up that middle. Going to the next ball on 3rd and 4, I pull and lay another block, and as you can see, Gibbs got boomed. Oh my God. But on 1st and 10, I finally get my first pancakey of the game and I absolutely throw him on the ground, but he gets back up. But on 3rd and 9, I come around that corner, I lay a big block for Gibbs. And we were going to win the game 28-10. Not a so good game. To our next game against 5-3 LSU on 1st and 15. Look at that hole we created for Gibbs. But on 1st and 10, he will bounce it outside and try to get up that field, but he gets boomed. But on 2nd and 3, I was sitting down, almost forklifted him. I picked him up, but Tyler Harrell takes it for a pretty big gain. And on 2nd and 10, I was sitting down on it because you can't get past me. I've yet to get put on my butt. We are losing bad right now. It is 21-11 with 30 seconds to go. It's a little too late. We turn the ball over and they go on and beat us with our 2nd loss of the season. On to our next game against 4-4 Mississippi State. I might be the best puller in the SEC. Might just be the best puller in college football. And I mean, every time I pull, I lay my hands on you. You can't get off of me. And on 1st and 10, oh my God, look at the hole we created for Gibbs. He could get up the field and go all the way for 6. After taking a loss last week, we are in another dogfight with Mississippi State. But I will throw him on that ground. And on 2nd and 4, I get up the field and I drive him to that first down marker. But on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was running around in La La Land and he will throw it in the back of the end zone for 6. And we were going to win the game 28-21. On to our next game against 5-6 App State. As you can see, I throw him out of that club because you are not on the same level as me. But on 1st and goal, boom, I will absolutely run through him and dive for more because I wanted some more. And boom, oh my God, get off of my field. I mean, Trentavious Badookie the 7th has been hungry since he came out of the wound. And oh my God, look, hey, boxed him down. But on 2nd and 10, he will clamp him up. Off of the line, I already knew. All he had to do was turn around. I am the wrong way. This is not great technique of an offensive lineman. The D lineman just certainly wasn't good. But as you can see, I came and tried to take ACL, MCL out. But Gibbs would get up that sideline and he could and he would go all the way because he is a bad man, but he did not. We were going to win 58-7. Oh my God. On to our next game against 5-6 Auburn, he did the wrong thing. That D lineman jumped up and he got lucky that I spared him. I could have dumped him easily. But on 1st and 10, I was clamping him down. He couldn't even get off of the line. I mean, how embarrassing. How are you in college and you can't even make a move to get off of the offensive lineman? Trentavious Badookie the 7th is just different, but Gibbs will go all the way for 6. And as you can see on 2nd and goal, I will come around and put hands to sternum and he couldn't get off. I mean, this defensive lineman was having trouble all night getting a pass rush, and that is just embarrassing. But on 1st and 10, I was clamping the other side up as well and strapped him down, and we were going to win 38-7. On to the conference championship game against the number 10 seed, 9-3 Tennessee. Trentavious Badookie the 7th and the O-line coach got into it before the game. Coach doesn't like that. Trentavious Badookie the 7th thinks he could do anything that he wants because he's a dog on that field. I mean, Trentavious Badookie the 7th was showing up late to practice. He was showing up late to meetings, and coach didn't like it. He said, son, you better fix it or you will be off of this football team. Coach Nick Saban came up to Trentavious Badookie the 7th and said, we only coach professional football players, so you better act like one. But Trentavious Badookie the 7th didn't like anything that they were talking about, so he just walked away. And as you can see, we were going to win the conference championship game. After being ranked number 5, we did not make it to the Natty, but we did get a bowl invite. But that is it for Trentavious Badookie the 7th. He has entered the transfer portal after going through with all of the coaches. I mean, after getting into it with the coach, Trentavious Badookie the 7th has chose to enter the transfer portal. And when entering the portal, it could go 2 ways. You can either get picked up or you could either get sent home. One thing that Trentavious Badookie the 7th wanted to do was rebuild a program, so he chose to commit to Memphis University. I mean, it's time to get it on, and it's time to rebuild this program. On to Trentavious Badookie the 7th. First game as a Tiger, he flipped him early to show him that he's in this conference and the best O-lineman is in this conference. But as you can see, he was locking him down early on, and we will go get a first down. On 3rd and 6, he was slipping away, but that DN got to our quarterback with a sack. And on 1st and 10, as you can see, I was holding up, but they just kept getting to the QB. I mean, we don't have the best O-line, but we can make it work. Would not find that end zone. We're going to lose 23-0 the first game. That's not good. On to our next game against 1-1 Middle Tennessee. Look how I lay that block for Martin to get up to that first down early on 2nd and 1. I came and took ACL, MCL out. Sometimes Trentavious Badookie the 7th just think to himself, was this the greatest decision for him to transfer to a lower team? Will this make his draft stock go up or down. I mean, losing our first game, Alabama Crimson Tide hasn't did that in years, and I mean, to just come to a program and lose like that, I'm supposed to be the change in this program, and on 1st and 10, I was locking him down and threw him on the ground, cause son, I come from the SEC. Here, as you can see, we're down by 4 points, and Martin will go in to capitalize, and we will go up, and I'm taking ATL MCL out. I mean, God to mighty. We will go on and win our first game. Our next game, coach was talking to me before the game and say, go out there and change this program like I brought you here to do it. Early on, I threw him on the ground. I said, I got you, coach. Every snap I got, I will fire off that ball and shoot my right hand to your sternum and knock the breath out of you, son. I'm an old school old lineman. I'm coming here to hurt you, but on 3rd and goal, I will drop him out of the club and we will go on and score. But on 2nd and 8, look how I take over. Dead blocked, and he tried to dip and rip, and you're not going anywhere. Should say Badookie 7 sometimes just think to himself, am I a brick wall? Cause no one can get past me. But as you can see, we going with another one on 2nd and goal. I will almost drive him to the stands, but he got off of it. We going to win 28-7. On to our next game against 4-0 UCF. It's time for their first loss, and where are you going? Get over here. You can't run from me. I'm on 3rd and 10. As you can see, I was running in La La Land, and the quarterback threw an interception, and he could, and he would take it for 6. It's time for get back. We double team him and throw him on his knees. Hey, yo. But as you can see, on 1st and 10, I was sitting and recovered another block that thought they had a stun on us, but the quarterback threw an interception. I mean, what are we doing out there? If we want to be the best, we got to play like the best. I told the rest of the O-line, I'm throwing him on the ground the rest of the game. Look at 94. I put him on the ground. But on 1st and 10, we would get another double team, and he was just on his knees all night. I mean, I don't know what was going on with him. But on 1st and 10, I almost stood him up and dumped him on his head. He got off just in time. But going to the next one on 2nd and 12, he just literally slipped away from me, but we got that ball off in time, and Martin would get up that field. But we going to lose 30-7. Come on to our next game against 2-2 Houston. It's a slippery one, so they should be in that mud all night. But going to the next play on 1st and 10, he will get straight past me, and I let up a sack. That's just not like Trentavious Badookie 7. So I got him back and locked him down, but there was an interception. One time I mess up, the next time the quarterback messes up. I mean, Trentavious Badookie 7 is absolutely tired of losing. I mean, come on, man. But on 3rd and goal, I will lay a block, and we will go in to score. It's now 14-17. We're only down by 3, and I'm strapping him up. The quarterback run that ball, and look at him. I'm following him down that field. Here, as you can see on 2nd and 7, boy, don't you ever try to swim move on me. I will stick you down all day. Our quarterback throws another interception, and we will go on to lose the game. We might just have the worst quarterback. On to our next game against 3-2 SMU. I absolutely throw him on the ground. That brings the running back down. But on 2nd and 1, I get around that corner. I didn't mean to trip up like that, but it was kind of helpful. The running back goes in for 6. But on 2nd and 17, I'm locking him down. I mean, what absolutely was he thinking to try to spin on Trentavious Badookie 7? But we would throw an interception. On 3rd and 7, look at that transition, and oh my God, he armed over me. I've never in my life got armed over. Trentavious Badookie 7 has to step it up if he wants to go to the NFL from this team, especially because we've been losing, and we're going to lose another game. Let's our next game against 6-1 Cincinnati. I mean, look how Martin strike the burst to get that first down, and look at that block from Trentavious Badookie 7. Look how this Rover tried to come down and sack the quarterback, but the quarterback got the ball off as I picked the block up. But on 3rd and 1, as you can see, I had no one to block, so I came and I wanted to come back and crack back on somebody, and I knocked him off his feet, and bam, oh my God. I've been waiting to run through somebody like that. But going into the halftime, we're up 14-0, and Trentavious Badookie 7 said, hey man, that's a great start. But on 2nd and 12, as you can see, I was sitting down on him, and Priscorn will go in for 6, but we were going to win 35-6. That's amazing. On to our next game against FCS East. Boom, oh my God, that's a way to start the game off. Do not get in my review mirror. And oh my God, I boom over him on 2nd and 5, and I'm looking to get that safety, but I missed him. I totally missed him, but we got a pretty big game. On 1st and 10, I pull him. Boom! Woo! Get out of my way! I mean, Trentavious Badookie 7 is going to have a game, and on 2nd and 1, he throws him on the ground, and look how Martin was bursting up that field, was speeding on 2nd and 6. As you can see, I was clamping down, and we going with another one, and we double team him and put him on his knees. Here, as you can see, on 1st and goal, we double team this D lineman, and Martin will get outside and go in for 6. But on 1st and 10, we put him on his knees again. Hey, yo, what's going on? Boom! Oh my God, we going to win 38-0. It's our next game against 3-5 South Florida. I don't know if I had glue on my hands or what, but he could not get off of the block. But on 2nd and 11, I put him the other way and almost took ACL, MCL out. And on 1st and 10, I was waiting for that block to come. And look at that transition. Son, you are not getting off of me, so stay right here. As you can see, on 2nd and goal, they try to send a blitz, so I took him out. So y'all got to come with something else. But on 1st and 10, I'm sticking my block as always, and we will get up that field with a 3-yard reception. But on 3rd and 7, I was sitting on my block, and Rodgers would go all the way for a 6. We will still go on to lose 24-28. On to our next game against 7-3 Louisville on 2nd and 4. I don't know how I was down the field, but boom, I cleaned this clock, and I was down the field with the wide receivers, and they did not call no flag. So, hey, it was a great play on my end. As you can see, on 1st and goal, I don't know if they only had 2 D linemen on the field, but I was waiting for my block to come, and we would go in for 6. But on 2nd and 10, oh my God, bam, I'm crazy. But on 1st and 10, I was trying to take him out of the club, but Martin tripped over us, so that was a bad play on my end. But on 1st and 10, we double teamed him and put him on the ground. We going to win 16-14. Let's our next game against 5 and 6 Temple. Start off intense on 1st and goal. I mean, we absolutely had a read option and our running back. We're going for 6, but on 2nd and 10, I would throw him out of the club because he's not a grown man, nor is he on my level. But on 2nd and 6, I will pull, make a great block, and Martin fights for that 1st down. On 2nd and 1, it wasn't great technique on my end, but the ball was fumbled in the end zone. We were cover it for 6. But on 1st and 10, I was clamping him up. And as you can see, we got a pretty big game. But on 2nd and 7, I come around that corner, lay a block, and take ACL, MCL out. Ncaa Badookie the 7th hasn't been having the greatest season. I mean, he had better season when he was at Alabama because it was all of the help around him. But this is not NFL worthy. But we were going to win 31-14. On the chart, boom, oh my God, that is a double pancake against Charlotte. And I mean, they are 2-9, and we are gonna treat them as such. And Martin gets up that field with bad intentions. Going into the next one, 1st and 10, I anchored down and absolutely threw him out of the club because he tried to spit on me. But on 2nd and 10, I will boom over him. I'm hungry. Boom, on 2nd and 5, I'm not here to play, and I'm absolutely trying to take your head off. So you better get out of Ncaa Badookie the 7th way. And I mean, if Ncaa Badookie the 7th was playing like this the whole season, he would be a top O-lineman in the NFL draft right now. But he has not had a great season this year. He has to do better. But on the goal line, he will absolutely throw him on the ground, and we will go in for another TD. We will go on and win the ball game 34-7. This is the end of Ncaa Badookie the 7th junior season. He doesn't know what he's gonna do next. I mean, he ended the season off with 19 pancakes and let up 5 sacks. That's not like him. This is Ncaa Badookie the 7th. Oh my God, the best O-lineman out of college football. And he is known as being one of the Badookie brothers and known as being one of the greatest players to have the best O-lineman career at Alabama Crimson Tide. But Ties has been cut after getting in an argument with coach. He has transferred to Memphis, and he did not have the greatest season, but he did all he could to still go out there and show some stats. And oh my God, ending off with these stats right here, he has entered the NFL draft. But in the late 6th round, Ncaa Badookie the 7th has got signed by the 49ers. And after having the stats that he put up for his junior season, he didn't have the best, so he is more than blessed, and getting picked in the 6th round might be kind of bad, but he's still in the NFL. But Ncaa Badookie the 7th was just taking it in, and he is ready to play. Going into Ncaa Badookie the 7th first game in the NFL as a rookie, and this is the preseason game, but bam, oh my God, he flat ironed him early on. Kenny Clark is one of the best D tackles, and I clamped him down, but bam, oh my God, I ran over him, came back down, and look how I take out their legs, and look at Christian McCaffrey as he get up the sideline, and he could, and he would go all the way for 6, and we started off intense. Before the game, talking to head coach Kyle Shanahan, he told me if I get 5 pancakes, he will sit me down for the rest of the preseason, and I will start in our first regular season game. And as you can see, I throw him on the ground again. As you can see, we're up 28-14. Bam! Oh my God, I flat ironed that dude. Ncaa Badookie the 7th is a monster, and look at him throw him on the ground again. He is a dirty player. But as you can see, bam! Oh my God, he was on his back. Could you imagine? But we will go on and win the ball game, and he absolutely outdid what coach said. He got 14 pancakes. Things has gotten real for Ncaa Badookie the 7th. Not only is he a rookie, but he's starting at right guard as a rookie. Bam! Is that a triple pancakey? But like I was saying, that is a big job to take on for Trentavious Badookie the 7th. He has people that's been there for years and still yet to touch the field. He has vets that's sitting on the bench that should be coaching him up right now. Being on the same O-line as Trent Williams, this is gonna be a dirty D-line. But we going with another TD, and as you can see, look at the pass. And not only will he boom you on the run play, but just look how he shifts over, and oh my god, he's clamping down. You're not getting away when he put those 2 paws on your chest. You're not getting away. Would you just look at him on the pull? Bam! Oh my god, he almost knocked him out of bounds, and bam! Get on your back. And I'm trying to look for somebody else, but we get to that touchdown too quick. Bam! Have you ever seen an O-lineman do this? He comes down the line. Bam! Bam! Oh my god, he is crazy. He's the next big thing. We going to win 38-14. And just look at our rushing yards. We had 406 rushing yards with Trentavious Badookie the 7th having 12 pancakes on the game. On to our next game. On 2nd and 6, Trentavious Badookie the 7th pulls and almost hits a block in the back, but it was safe. Look how he put those hands up, and we will go for 6. But coming back down the field, he will kick a field goal and miss it. And from now on, we have to score. We cannot be dependent on the special teams. They didn't have our back. But bam! Oh my god, I knocked him off of his rockers, and Deebo Samuels will get up the field with the first down. And I mean, oh my god, he lays a big block, and just look how Trentavious Badookie the 7th, he opens a big hole every time and lays a good block. Turns his back so the running back could run right off of his behind. But as you can see, he lays another big block, and he's looking and searching for another victim. But as you can see, he will reach block you as well and throw you on the ground because he's a dirty player. Throw you on the ground because he's a dirty one. That's 3 blocking the backs, but they didn't catch it. But we going to win 21-7, and I end the game off with 14 dirty pancakes. On to our next game. Bam! Off the line, I got him. Bam! Oh my god, I got his friend, and bam! I got the other one. I mean, could you name somebody that's giving out triple pancakes in one play? But look at the pass block as he sit down on it, and we get a pretty big reception. But I would take him out of the club as we go in for 6. But going to the next play, bam! Oh my god, I blocked him in the back as well. This is how you pass off and lay on him. I will absolutely lay on him. I mean, he got laid on. But going to the next play on 1st and 10, I was sitting down on it, and Christian McCaffrey will get to that end zone. But going to the next play, I boom him, and I was looking for somebody else, and I took the running back out. I finally met my match. He got off of that ball with bad intentions and got a tackle for loss, but I'm looking for the blocks, and I lay a big block as that running back hit the middle, and he could go all the way for 6. We were going to win the game. Trentavious Badookie the 7th is the game off with 16 pancakes. On to our next game, Christian McCaffrey, ex-coach Ron Rivera, we are playing against, and look how he starts it off. He said, coach, he wants his respect to be given. He took it for 6. And this D-line as a whole, they are stacked. They were absolutely obliterating me, but bam, I got Chase Young lacking, and oh my god, he got to the running back with bad intentions. And Deron Payne was giving Trentavious trouble all night, so he threw him on the ground. He said he has had enough, and oh my god, he got him and put him out of the club. And he goes back around, and he's looking for some more. Get down on the ground right now. One thing about playing O-line and D-line, the trenches, it gets dirty. Get on that ground. Hold on, he tried to get back. Bam! Don't get back up. You stay down there. Trentavious Badookie the 7th is a dirty player. He doesn't, bam, want you to get back up. Like, stay down there. He will wait for you to get back up and re-block you again. But bam, oh my god, I absolutely forklifted him, and that was an old school block. After having enough of Deron Payne, he throws him on the ground and bams him again. Do not get back up. I told you I would hold you hostage. We're going to win the game, and Trentavious Badookie the 7th is the game off with 13 pancakes. On into the next game against one of the best D linemen, Aaron Donald. I clamped him up and shook my head and said, let's go, baby. I know about you, son. The next play, I bammed this teammate because I wanted it all. I'm coming out this game intense, and bam, Bobby Wagner gets laid out too, and I'm running with Christian McCaffrey now, but he will go, and I mean, look at Aaron Donald. He was down the field and tried to catch him, but we go in for 6. But I'm clamping him down. I said, I don't want you to get no sack. Bam, I mean, Greg Gaines, I was giving him a hard night. I went up to him after the play and said, you might as well put Aaron Donald on my side every time because you're not going to last a second with me. And I throw his teammate down again, and bam, I finally caught Aaron Donald, and I caught his teammate. Christian goes in for 6. I get 13 pancakes. pancakes on the game. What a day to be alive. On to our next game against Christian McCaffrey, ex-team, the Panthers. He has to show out, and I'm double pancakey all game. Bam! Oh my God, get out of the way, but Christian McCaffrey is getting clamped up. But the kicker comes in and kicks 3. Going to the next play, Derek Brown shares my block, but I get back up and bam him. I said, you never give up on the play, and you never do me like that. But as you can see, I was reach blocking Derek Brown, and Christian will get to the outside and go in for 6. And bam, get on the ground. Bam, I clothesline that kid. Fortunately, we are losing by 3 points right now, but Christian McCaffrey will capitalize. But coming down to the end of it, we kicked the field goal, and our kicker missed it, and he did not come clutch. We will go and get our first loss of the season, but Trentavious Badookie the 7th ended the game off with 11 pancakes. On to our next game against Atlanta Falcons. Bam! Oh my God, I took ACL, MCL out. I hope he's okay, but I'm playing dirty this game. But going into the next ball, 2nd and 6, I absolutely put him on his butt and throws him out of the club, and I almost got him again, but bam, get out of the club. And I mean, with Christian McCaffrey getting the blocks that he should go for 6 every time. If I don't get you the first time, bam, I will get you the second. You better get off that ball with bad intentions, because I'm throwing you out of the club every chance I get to, and I'm not playing. But just look at the pass rush as well. I'm sitting down, anchoring down with my teammate, and just having fun, and I run to that sideline because I'm ready for the next drive. As you can see, on 2nd and 1, this D lineman just didn't know how to detach himself, so I got you. I will put you on the ground and detach yourself in the grass. But we were going to win the game as we kicked the field goal to end this out. 9 game off of 17 pancakes. Answer to the playoffs, things are about to get serious. And looking into the bracket, Green Bay gets a first round bye and Baltimore Ravens gets a first round bye, but we are playing the Washington Commanders again. And this is the wild card, but going into the game, I have to clamp Chase Young down again, and I throw him on the ground, and look at Christian McCaffrey showing coach again on the first play that he's gonna take it to the house. Not only did Christian McCaffrey break the first time we played Washington, but he did it again. But this D lineman is just shedding the block and getting to that quarterback, and I'm having trouble, so I block him in the back with a dirty block. I'm not gonna play with you. Bam, get on the ground, and I'm looking for some more, and I can't find any more. Yes, I will. Get down on that ground as we go for 6. As you can see, we're going to win the game 49-13. I end the game off with 13 pancakes. On to the next round of the playoffs, I bam him early on, and I'm looking for anything coming because I'm not losing. Bam, bam, and I'm looking for another one. Bam, I cannot lose. It's win or go home. And just look at Christian McCaffrey as we set those blocks. He could and he would go all the way for 6. As you can see, we are reach blocking him on a double team, and Deebo Samuel's run into the back of us, but we are holding up good. Philadelphia Eagles are ranked number 1 in sacks, and they haven't got one yet, but just look at that. He almost got past me, and I came back and recovered. And we will go on to end them the old-fashioned way and kneel the ball and win 35-21 with 19 pancakes. Looking at the bracket, we are going into the NFC Championship game. It's either Super Bowl or go home at this point. But going into our next game, oh my God, Kenny Clark started off intense by throwing me on the ground. But as you can see, we double team him. I said, coach, we are going to have to double team him. He is a threat. One thing about Trentavious, bam, he does not fear anyone. He doesn't care, but he just wants the best for his team. But bam, oh my God, he's trying to work to the next level, and he will throw him on the ground. But we are double teaming him, as you can see, and we will go in the box. But Kenny Clark gets through and misses the tackle, but I bam him. I said I had enough of you running away from me. But our time has come. We go on and lose in the NFC Championship game. I end the game off with 22 unbelievable pancakes. Not only was it a blessing to be a rookie and playing in the NFL as a starter, but I only let up 1 sack this season. That's unbelievable. After losing the NFC Championship game, Trentavious Badookie the 7th wanted to be traded. So he requested a trade, and he has been traded to the Dallas Cowboys. And not only was that a hard pill to swallow, but he kind of wants revenge, and he wants to get to that Super Bowl. His dream all of his life was to get to that Super Bowl and get MVP as well. If he get a Super Bowl with America's team, he said that he will retire and hang the cleats up. But let's get into it. Going into Ncaa Badookie the 7th, first game as a Dallas Cowboy. Look at him and Tyron Smith. They are going to be a duo in this NFL. I'm not going to lie, you got two monsters, so you might want to get out of the way, but just look how I drive him out of the club and put him on the ground early. But we punt the ball to get him the ball back. But I come around and bam, oh my God, I knocked his buckles loose. Come on, kid. Ncaa Badookie the 7th already has the experience, but this kid had nowhere to go, so I bombed him and threw him on that ground. But we kicked 3. We couldn't get in the end zone early on. The way that Ncaa Badookie, bam, plays O-line, he's going to come and try to knock the side of your helmet clean off. When Ncaa is coming through, I advise you to either push, pull, or stab and grab, either one, because I'm coming through with bad intentions every time. But going into the next play, we going to kneel the ball. And we ended them the old-fashioned way. But Ncaa Badookie the 7th was absolutely fired up. It's already a dream to play for America's team, but to get your first win in America Team Stadium was amazing. But as you can see, Ncaa Badookie the 7th is the game off with 12 pancakes. What a game to have. To our next game against the Bengals, Ncaa Badookie the 7th came around that corner and oh my, boom, get down on that ground. Many people don't understand playing in the trenches is absolutely a hard game. We are hitting every single down, and I mean, you either come with it or you get knocked on your butt. But as you can see, we going with a score early on, but bam, oh my God, what did I tell you? You either come with it or get knocked on your butt. Ncaa Badookie the 7th has never backed down and got pushed on his butt a couple times, but as you can see, he blocked in the back and the referee called a flag on me. And Ncaa Badookie the 7th, that is not a smart decision, son. I went to the sideline out for the play, but we drive down the field and scoring. Coach was on me. He said, son, you better not ever do that again. But as you can see, I throw him on the ground and walk over him. That was disrespectful. But bam, oh my God. And then I'm blocking him. I said, hey, boom, get back on that ground. Bam, you get on that ground. And as you can see, the running back will go all the way for a 6. Job is not finished until I throw them in the bleachers. But as you can see, I was hitting him again and I block in the back again. And I get another flag and I go to the ground because I know coach is going to pull me out of this game. But as you can see, on 3rd and 4, I go in for another block, but I kind of missed it. But we kind of hurt their coach's feelings. We go on and beat them. Ncaa Badookie the 7th had a ball-out game. He had 8 total pancakes, but coach got on him about the penalties. On to our next game against the New York Giants. Boom, oh my God. I absolutely got to the linebacker and knocked him on his butt. But as you can see, I was double teaming with the center, and as you can see, he didn't get anywhere. Now, my God, just look at that catch. Down to the goal line, I have another pull. I didn't block anybody, but Zeke goes in for 6. But as you can see, on 3rd and 2, I come around that corner and block him, and I will not give up on that block. I'm going to the next person right after. Bam, you better get out of the way. I'm looking for that safety now. I will put a block on him, and the running backs hit that edge. Bam, get on the ground. I wanted him again, but he lucky he didn't get back up. On to the next play. Look how I was blocking. Bam, Tim, and shifted to another one, and bam, Tim, but I guess they called blocking the back penalty on Ncaa Badookie the 7th. That was a horrible call. But going into the next play, as you can see, bam, oh my God, I wanted the next one, but I'm coming out here intense. I'm knocking them all over the ground, and they live in the dirt. Every chance I get, I will get on that ground. I'm gonna lay down there with you as well. Sometimes, not always. But as you can see, I end the game off with 8 total pancakes. On to our next game against Washington. Bam, oh my God, they went up 3-0 on us early, so it's no reason that we shouldn't come out intense. And oh my God, I was not giving up till I blocked them in the back. They didn't call it, but I wanted some more. I wanted to put him on his butt again. In the scouting report for the week, I seen this was one of their better D linemen, so I was gonna give him a hard time all night, but bam, oh my God, this time he knocked me on my butt. He absolutely had enough of me, so I took it out on his linebacker and his other teammate, and I will bam him too. I took it out on all 3 of them. How about that? But bam, oh my God, Chase Young is nothing to play with. I'm not gonna lie, I got up and my head was kind of hurting. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared for the rest of the game, but bam, I cleaned this clock. I say, hey, I want Chase Young. Forget that. I want Chase Young. Each play, I was gonna look for him, but I looked for him and I was kind of scared when I finally got the chance to go against him. Finally, Ncaa Badookie the 7th put matters in his old hands and took him like the blind side. Almost took him to the stands and threw him on his butt and said, I got you. But bam, for the rest of the game, I was knocking him on his butt. And as you can see, I got his teammate as well. They were going to score to take their heart away and also win the game. Ncaa in the game off for 7 pancakes. On to the next game, we have a counter play and I pull and boom him early on and made him do a backflip. Ncaa Badookie the 7 is absolutely driving him at a club, doing his thing to try to get to that end zone. But as you can see, he lays a big block for Ezekiel Elliott and he goes up and field and dives for 6 early on. But as you can see, I was blocking and threw him out of the club and I go looking for who's next. But going into the next play, as you can see, I come around on every time I pull, I'm gonna put you on your butt, son. You don't even see me coming. Bam! bam! That'll rearrange this guys. But going into the next play, bam! Oh my God, I forklifted him. But oh my God, look at the running back. He is going bananas. But going into the next play, as you can see, bam! Oh my God, I blocked him. Bam! I blocked him. Oh, Jalen Ramsey, I about got you, but Zeke goes all the way 4-6. I go on to end the game off with 15 pancakes. We're going to win the ball game. Going to our next game against the Philadelphia Eagles. Oh my God. Just where are you going, son? The play is the other way. Get on the ground and get back up and get with your team. But boom, oh my God. I was absolutely disrespecting the whole defense to start the game off. But as you can see, I lay a big block for the running back, and those holes that Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th creates is crazy. But oh my God. This just might be the first time that we are down losing in the game. But absolutely, bam, oh my God. We have to get in the end zone. But going into the goal line, as you see, I'm laying blocks, and he will go in for 6. But I come around that corner, lay a big block, and oh my God, he could, and he would go. I'm looking for block. Come here, get on the ground. Hold on, who's next? Get on the ground. I've told you, we go in for 6, but I'm looking for blocks. I'm doing whatever I can do for my team to help clear that path for those running backs. But we will come back and win that ball game, and Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th ends the game off of 15 pancakes. After winning 6 games straight, we are going to send to those playoffs, and when it gets to those playoffs, they're showing no mercy. I mean, we're coming out every game, and I'm talking about blowing teams out if we're trying to win that Super Bowl. But as you can see, first round, we will go on to play the Cardinals. Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th has been in this position before, and he lost in the NFC Championship, so he wants revenge. But boom, oh my God, he is not coming out here to play. But as you can see, look how he shifts off, and we go in for 6 early on. But going into the next play, as you see, I pull and knock him off of his rockers and come and juke. Oh my God. But going into the next play, as you can see, I lay a block on this linebacker, and the running back will go all the way, and he could bend that corner and go all the way for a 6. And I mean, look at the quarterback. He's absolutely pissed. Kyler Murray is out of his element. He's yelling at all his throws his helmet. He is just not having it. He's out of his element. That's how we want him. But fellas, as you can see, when a quarterback gets out of his element like that, we will go on and run the scoreboard up without them scoring. We're going to win 39-3, and Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th in the game off with 12 total pancakes. But advancing to the next round, we got one of the greatest quarterbacks that we are going to play against. We're going against Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's time to show them why Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th, bam, oh my God, clears the hole for his running back. He needs to have MVP of this Super Bowl that we are going to go to. And note to the Buccaneers, y'all will be a part of our process by getting there, but bam, oh my God, we lay you down. And we go up 14-0 early, but as you see, we lay a block and we go up 21-0 early. They might as well quit. Just like the game Madden, they might as well quit. Bam, bam, oh my God, I lay 2 pancakes, but I lay him into the tackle. But bam, oh my God, I knock him off his rockers. We go on to win the game, and I end the game off of 14 pancakes. Going into the NFC Championship game where Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th lost last year. He's coming here for revenge, and I promise you, he's coming and he's not showing any remorse. He will not give up. He will try his hardest to win this ball game. As you can see, he pulls and lays his head into this defender, but as you can see, Zeke lays a good move, gets up that sideline, but he will run out of bounds. But going into the next play, I don't know what the kicker was doing. He kicked a terrible kick, and it would not tie the ball game up. What was he doing? But as you can see, we have a screenplay, and I come in, bam, oh my God, I'm taking AC or MC out loud. I'm not playing with you. But going into the next play, I will pull and knock him off of his rockers, come back around, and oh my God, Zeke is running that ball. Oh my God, bam! Get on the ground, son. You don't belong here. We are going to win this game. But we somehow got up by 3 points. We were going to kneel the ball, and Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th is heading to the Super Bowl. Oh my God, he ends the game off with 12 pancakes. But going into the Super Bowl, it's time to knock off one of the greatest quarterbacks as well, Patrick Mahomes. But as you can see, I start off intense. Bam! Oh my God, I had a pull and I knocked both of them off of their rockers. I'm very fired up and intense and so happy to be in this game, and I'm coming out and trying to block any soul that I can. I'm going into the next one, 1st and 15. I absolutely knock him off his rockers, but Zeke is not getting up the field. I want him to, so we put Tony Pollard in the game. He lay a block, and oh my God, he breaks 2 tackles, and he will get up that field. How? I wanted him to. Like I said, Zeke wasn't doing it, so Tony Pollard would. Oh my God, he goes for 6, but I lay 2 blocks, and oh my God, Tony Pollard goes in with another one. But as you can see, I lay another big... Oh, I didn't block anyone. Guess what? We are Super Bowl champions, and I told you this was a dream come true, and we finally did it. But with that being said, Tre'Davious Badookie the 7th had a great career, but sadly, he's gonna hang the cleats up. Drop in the comments down below if you enjoyed this video. What video ideas do you guys want to see next?